Welcome to Can You Beat Oblivion Remastered with only marksmanship. Originally, this was going to be a stole items only, but after 3 days of trying that, I gave up. So that's why I kind of focused on stealth early on. I get taunted by a prisoner, and then the guards come in. And the Emperor himself is on the run from a cult trying to kill him. So, since the secret entrance is in my cell, I am allowed to leave. But they had to leave first, as I am left behind. They were going to execute me, but the Emperor saved me, so that's nice. And then I run from giant rats, as a cat. Quite ironic, I guess. As I run through the caves, the rats try to eat me, but I am simply just too fast. As then, I choose my birth sign. As I go for stealth. The Emperor, as he says, he saw me in a dream or something. I don't know, he's probably on something. Anyway, he tells me about another heir before he is quickly assassinated. Very convenient that he got to spill that out before his blood spilled out. After that, I talk to the guards, and they send me to find the true heir to the Empire. After talking with him, I then choose the class, well, Archer. Kind of obvious, I suppose. As then, I am then sent off to get away and to find the heir. As I go around talking, I manage to discover where the heir will be. I also managed to get a horse, because in the early game, you can easily get a free horse if you talk to this guy. And this was back when there was going to be a stolen items only challenge. But I'm still glad I did this, because the whole stealth archer kind of goes hand in hand. So you get a horse, put him against a tree so he can't see you, and then you spin around in circles for hours and hours and hours. Make sure to AFK this, because get your sneak up. And yeah, I did this for a while now as I leveled up my sneak bit by bit, piece by piece, trying to make sure that no one could see me, because, well, this is on the hardest difficulty, and if I get caught out in the open, I will die pretty easy. And Oblivion hardest difficulty is no joke, even with high marksmanship and with a great arrow. By the way, the game glitched. I don't know why. Anyway, you die pretty easily. So I decided to make some potions for some money after stealing a bow and arrow, as you can just add grape and tomato together to make some health potions. After making a bunch of restoration potions and selling them, I was able to buy some arrows and some supplies to help me on the road, as it took me like 50 arrows to kill one wolf. Yay, Oblivion hard mode is really fun. I then went to pay to level up my marksmanship, because I wanted a higher marksmanship and a higher level. So my plan was to sell all my potions and buy marksmanship skills to try to level myself up so I can actually stand a chance. As then I went back to the main story and began to fight, as my bow did decently enough to make it to the heir of the throne. As he said he's not interested in helping me, I need to take down all these monsters first. So that's exactly what I did, as I fought to take them all down. But every once in a while, they'll sneak up and kill me. And I got to the point where I'd even have to run away and run back sometimes. But eventually, though, after hiding and doing stealth attacks and dying a lot, very, very, very much, great sign to be dying a lot on the first mission, isn't it? I mean, just look at this. Yeah, but I was able to use stealth and the high ground, like Obi-Wan did, to kill all the beasts and make it into a portal into hell. As then I entered hell, I then killed everything that came across my path. Well, if I could. Mostly I just ran away, I'll be honest. As then I destroyed the tower, destroying the gates to Oblivion, and making it so no more enemy forces can come in. But they were still stuck in the city, so we were going to need help. As I got to the guards and told them to help me, we then led an assault to liberate the city, or what's left of it, considering that it is a burned pile of shit at this point. As the battle continued onwards, I eventually found a key off one of my dead comrades, because, well, yeah, not the best. As then, I used the key to go letting my men in. As we charge deeper in, I then fall back. By the way, I hate those fast lizard things. The Daedra, whatever they're called, they suck ass. They are the worst enemy to fight in the game, and I wish they didn't exist. The Atronachs also kill you a lot. I had to try to run away and wait to heal, so I died a lot by doing that. As then, we tried to run through and just kill everything I could with stealth, but even so, I would still die. Like, Oblivion hardest difficulty, I know I said this 10 times, is like fighting this on crack. This is almost impossible. As eventually you make it through the battle, and I am almost dead, almost wasting all my arrows, so glad I could pick them up. I then go back and continue the main story, as some cultists try to jump me. After that, I then go back and forth, talking amongst people. Your cult is conducting a meeting, and I have to try to find them, then try to learn their plans. So I go to investigate. As I go down and follow this one guy, he gets jumped by a cult member. And this cult member luckily goes for him, so I could just shoot him with arrows and kill him that way. Which is kind of nice, not gonna lie. After killing him, I then managed to steal everything on his corpse and go and talk to a bookkeeper and try to find out who bought this book, because there was a book about the Daedric cult and about the god they worship. As I try to find the book finder, eventually I find the person who bought it, and I tell him what this means, and he tells me he wants nothing to do with it and gives me back the book. Then I go back to him, and now we know where to meet them. But to meet them first, we have to go through a bunch of, well, monsters, because, well, why not? As annoying-ass goblins try to fight me, I end up picking them off. As I continue further, I end up leveling up my marksmanship a bit. As then I die by getting jumped. I try to turn invisible so he can meet them stealthily, but apparently you have to fight these guys no matter what, so that's great. So I just run up, because I couldn't kill them. No matter how hard I tried, these guys just wouldn't die. So I ran to town and let the guards deal with them. And I had high marksmanship level, by the way, and my bow wasn't that bad. It was decent. So yeah, this game's hard. As then I go investigate further, as to find a clue of where they're at. I then totally do not look it up and go to a cemetery and watch the light shine on it. After the light shines on it, I then know where they'll held this meeting. As then I go into a cold cave and begin to talk to everyone there. At first, I didn't really want to give up all my possessions, so I figured I would just fight them to the death. It did not end well. So then I had a better idea. I could just find it in a chest, but that's more difficult, so I decided just to drop all my most important items and then walk in there without them, and then run out and grab them as soon as I leave. As I use my enhanced speed. Really, one of the best skills to have in Oblivion is acrobatics or athletic, because it's just how much you usually run away from people, at least from me. As then I got the hell out of there, I went back, go back to Martin and talk to him. As then I go back out and begin to discuss things, as apparently there is a cult worship not happening too far away, with spies spying on them. So I go out and kill a spy and steal what they have. As then I go and investigate further and try to discover where they're hidden out. Apparently they had a little hideout in town, so I used the key to go inside and discover their book, learning more information about them. As I learned all the information they've gathered, I then go back and talk. As then I go back to Martin, and he is very satisfied, as now we need a Daedric artifact for the Blood of the Daedric quest. And well, there is the easiest way to get it. The easiest way is getting the skeleton key. All you have to do is go up to a statue and then listen around and listen to these dumb idiots talk about where they hid it. As then after that, you have to run away and grab it and then go back. It is tedious, but it's not too hard. As then I give Martin the skeleton key. After giving him the key, he then congratulates me, as then I go through a portal. As it's time for me to travel through hell, but this time it's for a special bow and arrow, the Daedric arrow, the best arrow in the base game without the DLCs, which is the arrow I will use for the rest of the run. As I sneak in and begin to fire, and push my way through Oblivion, as eventually I am able to get the Daedric arrow, which is quite nice, honestly. Very, very, very nice. As then, while I'm at it, I decide to destroy the tower as well and get all the arrows there, because, well, why not? As then I meet up back with the guard, and we decide to take down another tower. As me and my men push through, well, they push through, I just stay back and shoot like an archer would, typically. I'm able to push my way forward into the game and eventually make it into the tower's top and destroy it. By the way, these towers are the worst part of the game. They annoy the shit out of me. I am not gonna lie. As then, I decide to go and piss someone off. Once you reach level 20, you can just go and annoy the shit out of this person who has the best armor in the game, and then they'll attack you, and you can kill them for the armor. It's nice. But, even with a great bow and high marksmanship, my damage is lacking. Luckily, a guard helped, so I was able to get the armor. As then I go back to doing the main quest, and I end up needing assistance for Martin the Emperor. But, there's a problem. All the towns are under attack, so I go and ask for support, and they tell me they can't do that. So then I am forced to go and help them by destroying the Hell Towers and saving them. I know they're called Daedric Towers, whatever, but I just can't care, honestly. As then I go and talk to these people, the Barons. The Barons either say yes or no. If they say no, you have to go into the Hell Tower and destroy it. So I did that a lot. And I skipped a lot of the footage because it's really just me running around dying most of the time. Not even like fighting that much. So it's really not that interesting. As yeah, Aid for Burma is a hard thing to do. Not because it's challenging, because of how tedious it is. Like, oh my god, I think you have to go to like 7 Oblivion Gates or whatever the hell people call them. It's literally so damn annoying and frustrating. Like, why is this a part of the game? How do people not complain about this? Why are there not comments about this? Listen, I know I'm ranting, but I've been doing this for like 3 minutes and there's still footage, and I cut like 99% of it out. That's how annoying this stupid quest is. I wish this was not in the game. And if you are defending this in the comments, then I will not read it. So you're wasting your time. As then I get the Warden Knight, and we actually get a little bit of interesting dialogue, because this time I actually fight alongside people instead of myself, so it's different. So I decided to say, hey, why not show it? I'm fighting with people this time. It's a little different, I guess. As I go into the Knights to help save his son, but his son doesn't want to leave. So he dies. I mean, I tried to get him to leave, so I don't blame myself at all. That's 100% his fault. By the way, these guards are a beast. They like help take down Atronachs and all sorts of things, so I'm able to destroy the tower a lot easier than the others. After destroying the tower, I managed to tell the captain sad news that the Burman's son died. Oh well, and I go to talk to him, and he agrees to send aid. As then I have to destroy another tower. Why? Why is this a quest in the game? Why? As then I go and talk to the rest of the guards. I then go back to Martin, and he seems stoked, so then he sends me to a dungeon. As for this dungeon, I need to find an item so we can literally go to this fictional Oblivion Paradise bullshit. So yeah, I then have to fight these ghosts that literally fucking paralyze you. God, and they poison you too. I hate these stupid things. Why are they in the game? Sorry about that. I literally pre-record these, but I'm still pissed. I'm still pissed off from this because this dungeon pissed me off. I have to go and find and fight these strong skeletons and get lost all the time while these wraiths just chase after me, and I have to hide and just destroy it. I mean, I guess it's not super difficult when I'm like hidden, but they can catch you pretty damn easily, and when you're caught, you're dead. There's nothing you can do. You're dead. Also, fighting these ancient warriors to free them gets kind of annoying sometimes. I am able to do it, but every time I do it, I have to die at least 20 times to do it. So that's fun. And also, all these ghosts jumped my friend after I freed him, so that's something, I guess. It made it easier for me to free the spirit. So that's good, right? I mean, just look at that. I then come across a glitch where, well, he's dead, even though he's immortal and he shouldn't die. And I almost failed the run right here because I had no idea how to fix this, and there was only like 2 videos explaining it, because apparently this glitch is not common, so that's fun. I had to reload like twice just for this to work. First time didn't work, second time did. Went to the same load, so I don't know why. This game is just weird. I tried waiting, I tried loading. Eventually, he did come back. So yeah, this game just has so many bugs that just destroy the game. I hope they fix this. Like, I might not even play this until they fix it. I'm not gonna lie, because this is just annoying. As then I gather all the forces from the dead again, and we manage to push our way through the ancient armor that Mark needed. As then I go back, and he congratulates me, and I give him the armor. As then I must push forward as I go into another dungeon, because dungeons are just so much fun. This game is just so much fun. As then I have to get an item for him, because of course I do. As I try to use stealth for most of it, because these skeletons are beefy. I don't know why, but these skeletons are like made of steel. And these zombies kill me in like one hit, even though I have great armor. So, screw me, I guess. I mean, I guess my heavy armor could still be more, but still, this armor is literally the best in the game. And I died just like that. One hit from this boss. That's great. That's great. This game is so much fun. I love this game. It's just so much fun. Oh my god. As then I get the key from the thing, and my sneak increases even more. So yay, a master sneak. That's great. Definitely worth it. As then we push forward, end up talking to someone, and then we need to defend Burma. So we gather up all the forces for the defense of Burma, because a giant drill is going to come in and destroy us. And Martin leads the charge, and he actually does something for once, so great for him. But wait, I still have to be the one to go to literally hell and then shut it down, because, well, why wouldn't I? Just honestly, why wouldn't I have to do that? As then I try to use my stealth to sneak past everyone, because, well, fighting them is just a suicide mission because of how late we are in the game. I mean, look at this. Look at how much damage I do. I have to sit on the high ground and slowly pick away at his health with my toothpick. As then I kill the gatekeeper, get out of there, and continue on with the quest. As then I go through a portal, and then I enter paradise where fish swim on land. Very interesting choice. And then I decide to free the demon and get these guys killed early, so I could just and get this over with. As I murder him with a boulder, I don't even think the Daedra did anything. I then go in and sneak in the cave, as I don't feel like fighting the enemies, because they're so high level that it takes me forever to kill them. So I only kill if I absolutely have to. As then I couldn't figure out how to get in, but then I'm an idiot. I remember I actually had to talk to this guy, the whole point, and he gives me gauntlets I put on that let me in. As now I'm disguised as a prisoner, this guy agrees to, well, save me, as he lowers me down into the lava, and then we'll get the chains off. Everything seems great, right? I'm actually going to beat the game, but I can't. And do you know why? Well, I fight through some enemies and die from some bosses, but the main reason is because the guy who lifted the chains is dead. Even though he's immortal, he's not supposed to be dead. I wandered the entire place around, not knowing where the hell he is, just to find out that he's dead. So I can't beat the game. So, fuck Oblivion and fuck Remastered. I'm done playing this. Welcome to Can You Beat Oblivion Remastered? With only summons. I chose a Breton, named her Pinky Fresh, and started it out. I then got yelled out by a dark elf, until the Emperor himself came by and wanted to go inside my cell. I was a little worried since he was an old man and I was a woman, but it turns out he was pretty chill. After that, I then watched him battle some people, and since I can't really summon anything yet, I'm forced to run away from rats and zombies until I meet back up with the Emperor, as I simply stand around as they deal with assassins, as then I'm able to choose my birth sign. Obviously, I went with the mage because, well, that's most fitting. I then watched the Emperor get murdered by an assassin. Don't worry, I couldn't help even if I could fight back, because that's supposed to happen anyway. Then I was looking for people, and I finally just decided to choose whatever. As now I can summon skeletons to actually fight for me. And they're pretty lackluster. Like, I went against a wolf, one of the weakest opponents in the game, and the skeleton didn't do too well. Never mind that, though. Now it's time to go off and check out these Oblivion portals. Because these Oblivion portals have been spawning everywhere, and every time they spawn, Daedra come in. As I go into a city full of Daedra, they absolutely whoop me, so I need to get stronger summons. But to do that, I need more money, and to make money, I go out and combine tomatoes and berries to make some healing potions so I can sell them. Because right now, the Daedra absolutely destroy me, so I need as much money as I can possibly get. So I start selling some potions, then I found a nice glitch. Even the newer ones, there's still glitches. Not gonna lie, I absolutely love the glitches in Bethesda games. They just feel like Bethesda, you know what I mean? After that, I leveled up. I won't show every time I level up, but I just wanted to show it once to let you know I am putting skills into magic. After that, I spam summon to get more powerful summon spells. As I mastered my conjuration, I was able to summon some good spells. So I went back and summoned a Flame Atronach to fight for me. As then I talked to the guards. I was trying to look for the heir to the throne. But before that, I had to save the city from the gates of oblivion. So I went into literal hell and had a Flame Atronach fight for me to save some soldiers stuck in the gate. As I rescued a few of them, I ran in and continued through the quest. These hell towers get boring after a while. They're very repetitive and all over the game. But when you first enter them, it's really fun and new. And I've never seen anything like it. So I did really enjoy this. I did have to run around and summon things, though, obviously. I'm kind of like a glass cannon right now. I would get better armor later on, but for now, this is what I was like. And yeah, eventually, though, I was able to destroy the tower, go back out of the gate, and save the town. Hip, 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 hooray. I did a good job. Yes, I did today. After that, we went back in town and wipe out the Daedra that's left in the city. As this guy talks to me while he's on fire, and the next guy makes a face like he's having too much fun. As then we go through the town and continue to slaughter the Daedra. I am forced to run away a lot because these soldiers get absolutely destroyed. So I have to run on islands or anything I can find to help me not actually die. As my Flame Atronach takes a long time, but eventually it does do the work. By the way, if you're wondering why it's so hard to do things, it's because I'm playing on the hardest difficulty. As then we continue forward and meet up with the new king, and then I go out and then go back and spam conjuration so I can level up my conjuration spells as I get expert. So now instead of using a Flame Atronach, I could summon a spider. You think a woman that shoots fire out of her hands made of literal flame would be better than just a big spider, but apparently not, and well, I guess I just won't question it. As then I have to go into a town and fight assassins. By fight, I mean run around and hide, while my spider does all the work for me. As I'm almost dead, eventually I'm able to clear them out and meet up with a priest that I'm supposed to protect. As we talk, he leads me out of the town. As then, we then go into the Blades Temple to bring the king to safety. As the new king talks to me, he says he's nervous about being a king and has some more missions for me to do. As I go back in, I speak to some of the Blades. As they give me a mission, get an ancient book. But to do that, I have to fight some assassins. So the spider does its job pretty well, and I get the book I was looking for. After that, I go out and start to spam summons once again to level up my conjuration so I can get master conjuration. So I can summon a Demon Lord. Now there are other summons of master spells, but the Demon Lord's my favorite, so I decided just to go with that one. So yeah, after that I continue with the quest line as I start to talk to people to learn more about these books that I've heard about. As then, after talking to them, I am sent to go to a cult meeting where these people worship Daedra. But to get to the cult, I have to go through sewers. Why are the sewers surrounded by enemies? That's probably very unsanitary. I mean, they do need people to do maintenance in the sewers. I don't really know, but it is what it is. As then I go to the cult meeting in the sewers and let my conjuration Daedra Lord do the most of the work. As then I found a magical book on the cultists, and I finally went out to get it analyzed. As we were analyzing this book, however, I had to, well, go at noon and learn the location of the cult meeting. As finally we can go to the meeting I was talking about earlier. As they talk to me, I pretend to be a cultist and give them all my stuff, which I could not get back. I think maybe you have to kill them and get it back, I don't know, but yeah. I touch a book and they all get mad because apparently the god of Daedra knows that I'm not with him, so I just have to sprint out of there, because watching my summon deal with 50 of them is a bit much, even for a Daedra Lord, so I have to run through the cave and die a lot. But eventually I do manage to get out. As I get out, I tell the new emperor about everything I saw and about the book. As I bring them the Book of Evil, they begin to talk to me. As then I go out and take care of a spy who was spying on the Blades. As I took care of the spy, I then went back to talk about what I found on the spy's corpse. As we continue to talk, eventually I go to their base. As I learn more about their things as I trespass on them. As I trespass, I learned about a portal that can only be opened with a cursed item. So I go out to find the skeleton key because that's the best cursed item there is. I recommend doing another one because this could open any locked door. But since I'm doing conjuration, don't need weapons or armor, I decided it won't be a big deal. But if I was doing any other run, I would 100% use a different item. After returning the skeleton key, I then go to the Oblivion Gates with an army to help defend the city. As then, I tell the general to follow me, and we all charge in and fight some Daedra. I did this once by myself, basically, so with an army and a summon, yeah, this is not that difficult. I mean, there's a little bit more enemies than normal, but overall, I got it under control, and I can use my summon and the general as a meat shield at the same time, so I don't take any damage. It's very nice. As in, we'd managed to destroy the tower and save the town. Nice, nice, nice. After that, I end up running into a half-naked guy. I don't know why, but the men hate wearing shirts in this game. There's so many shirtless men. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just very interesting. I did not know that was in Oblivion. As then I meet with the Barons, because we have to unite the Barons to help defend the capital city against Daedra. So I have to go into these Daedra towers and wipe them out with these guards. A lot of times I'm alone, but this time I actually had guards help me out getting in at least. I won't show you every single demon tower mission. Yes, I call them that because they're repetitive as hell. See what I did there? Or repetitive as Oblivion, I should say. I'm just going to say what I did. So I went to each Baron, asked for help. They couldn't help me unless the gate was closed. So then I went into a gate and destroyed the tower. Now it's pretty much the same thing over and over and over again. So I'm just going to skim over it. And if you don't like it, well then why? Why would you want me to repeat something repetitive, first off? And second off, it's my channel, I can do what I want. So I'll just run in, destroy the tower, then leave, and get the Baron's help. And I would do this again and again and again. Yeah, this is probably my least favorite part of the game, just destroying a tower. It was fun the first time, but when you do it like 50 times, it kind of ruins the luster. But what do you guys think? Do you like these missions, or do you think they just get tedious after a while? I think this is why most people have a problem with the main story. The main story is good, but it gets really tedious with helping the Barons. At least for me. I don't know if you guys felt the same way, or maybe you like this, or what. But yeah, it's basically going, asking to help them, and then you go and help them, and then they join you. Kind of annoying. But anyway, after going to Baron, to Baron, to Baron, to Baron, to Baron, to tower, to tower, to tower, to tower, eventually... it just kind of lost its fun. Like, at this point, I wasn't really having much fun anymore. I was just running around doing the same thing over and over. I mean, it got more fun later on, but this part really annoyed me and really ruined my experience for the game. Also, if you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. It really means a lot to me. But yeah, I mean, Oblivion is a cool game, but that part's just really annoying. After doing all that, I could finally go to the Emperor and tell him that we have enough help to help us defend the city. Which, you know, it's very nice. After not wanting to go to those gates ever again, I then meet with the Temple Guard, and we get the Blood of Divines, as we have to find a cursed armor that was guarded by Ghost. So I went out and decided to level up my restoration magic, because I was getting absolutely destroyed, because this dwarven armor was not that good. Instead of just getting better armor like a normal person, for some reason I decided to level up my restoration a lot more. Why? I don't know. I mean, it worked, but I probably just should have just got better armor, thinking back on it, but oh well. As then I run away from the ghost because this was very annoying. As then I meet a lost soul who offered to help me, as I just needed to take down all the skeleton men to get all the keys to do it. As in, I take them all out so I get everything I need so we can continue on through the dungeon. As this dungeon was, well, pretty difficult. The most difficult thing about it, though, was crashing, because this game crashed over and over again in this dungeon, and only in this dungeon, so I don't know why. But eventually I got the cursed armor, I brought it back to the Emperor, and he was able to use it. Now we're getting these cursed items so we can use a portal, so we can go back to Oblivion, yay! As then I meet the toughest zombie I've ever faced, where I had to summon my Daedra Lord like 3 times. As I go throughout this new tunnel, eventually I get what I need. But later I do get stuck with a lot of powerful men trying to kill me. But for the power of me just jumping and running around, my Daedra Lord was eventually able to win. By the way, I used him throughout the rest of the run, so he is the VP, so shout out to the Daedra Lord. After that, I then continued on forward and met with the Emperor as he was crowned in a ceremony. After that, it was finally time for me to go and attack the Oblivion Gate. This time there was far more enemies, but I had an army here to help me, so it definitely equaled it out. Not gonna lie, at this point, I dreaded going to Oblivion because it was just really annoying. But after all that, I was able to go into Paradise and beat an actual kind of nice Daedra. All he wanted me to do was let out his friend to murder some innocent people, and he'll let me in. So I decided to do that as I moved the rock and let in this half-naked guy, because Oblivion loves half-naked men, apparently. Is this game, like, homoerotic, or am I missing it? Because there's a lot of half-naked men that are buff, so they definitely had a thing going on. Anyway, guards into thinking I was supposed to be here and to be tortured for all eternity, because one of the cultists actually changed his mind and is good now and helped me out. After that, I'm supposed to run away from the cave from enemies, because this was hard. I died a lot, because my main strategy is just to run away and summon things, but it's hard to run away when you're in a close cave. But eventually, though, I meet up with a good cultist. My gauntlet went away, allowing me to move freely. I tried to open this door for 5 times, thinking I had to go through it. And, yeah. Eventually, we continue onwards, and I get out of the cave. As then I meet with some cultists, as they bring me to the guy who made the paradise. And I died here a lot, but sadly, I kind of forgot to record it. So basically, I just ran around and spammed summon until he died. I didn't even get to see him dying. And I was so pissed off. Usually I'd reload to try to show you guys the kill. I didn't even do that because I was just ready to throw my controller against the wall at that point. I am not going to lie. Eventually, though, I make it back to the Emperor as he goes into the capital to show everyone his plan. But that's interrupted as the Daedra come and attack us. As I'm able to summon my Daedra Lord and sit on this massive table. I've never seen a table this big. For safety. As then I run around as the capital is on fire and being attacked. This is probably my favorite part of the main story, is the final quest. Because look at that. It's just so stunning. As then I bring the Emperor in as he decides to sacrifice himself and fuse with his ancestors to create a literal dragon of magic to fight a god. Like, this is just amazing. I just love this visual. This is probably, I like this better than when I defeat Uldren in Skyrim. It's just such a fun visual to look at. And I prove, yes you can, beat Oblivion remastered with only summons. Hope you all enjoyed this video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, share with all your friends. And what challenges do you want me to do next? Let me know in the comments below. And I would give this game a 7 out of 10. Good, but not great. I've done this challenge in Fallout 4. So it's time to find out, can you do it in Skyrim? Can you beat Skyrim as a cannibal? For this challenge, I'm only allowed to heal by eating people, so I chose Hannibal Lecter after one of the greatest movie villains. And I chose a Dark Elf because I wanted a magic build, because that's actually my favorite way to play. Before I died, Alduin saved me like normal. Don't worry, I'll repay him for saving me later. After that, I decided to follow the Empire because I'm a Dark Elf, and I might be a cannibal who eats people, but I do not defend racism. Luckily, I can attack, I just can't, well, heal. Now, the cannibalism perk isn't really that useful, and I'll explain why later, but for now, I can only heal by waiting. If you wait, you'll naturally heal. And you might say, well, isn't that against the challenge? Well, it's my channel, and I say it's allowed. So, getting through the tutorial was easy, like always. I just had to make sure that nothing really hit me. I also shocked Hadvar for a while so I can level up my destruction, which is pretty nice. After getting out of the cave, it was finally time for me to get the cannibal perk. But the only way to get the ability to commit cannibalism is to join a cult, so that's exactly what I did. As I talked to a priest about some weird people stealing dead bodies. Then I met with the weird people, and they decided that I should join them. So I said yes, but before I could do that, I had to clear out some Draugr. Now, since I couldn't really heal, all I did was stand back and let her do most of the work, as I managed to put in a bit of damage and there, and even got a cool shock kill. As then, it was finally time for me to commit cannibalism, as I ate a priest, got the ring, and could finally join the cult. Sadly, there's no more cult missions. That's it. You can just eat people now. Then I bought some magic spells because, like I said before, I like magic. Because magic is the coolest way to fight in this game. If you disagree, then that's fine. Just say I suck in the comments. Now it was time for me to try to get stone. But before I did that, I decided to test out the cannibalism ability. And I freaked out because I couldn't eat them. Because I forgot to put the ring on. For some reason, you need to wear a ring. Otherwise, you can't eat people. Because a god gives you the power to eat people. I don't know. Eventually, I remembered to put on the ring, devoured her, and I learned the true core of this ability. It makes you heal faster and gives you a slightly bit more health. That is it. And this is the only way I can heal. I also leveled up some conjuration with the soul trap trick. So yeah, that's also why I relied on magic a bit. Because I didn't really want to get up close to fight. And I could have used bow and arrows, that probably would have been more efficient, or sneak, but I wanted to save those for their own challenges, so I decided just to go with magic, because I already did kind of a magic-like build before. So yeah, after that I had to kill someone for the Golden Claw. Nice, and yes, I do know his name, but he is not worthy of me to say it. And then I decided to kill some draggers before they woke up. The draggers luckily weren't too hard to kill, but for some reason you cannot eat draggers. Apparently I can't eat bone, so yeah, I had to use some creative abilities to get rid of them. Once I ran out of magic, I decided to lure them into some traps, which is efficient and fun. After that, I summoned an Atronach and shot the boss with some lightning. The boss is pretty low level, luckily, so I was easily able to take care of it. Now it was time for me to kill a dragon. By kill a dragon, I mean hide in a tower, take a few pot shots, and let the guards do most of the work. Because even though I'm a dark elf and I'm somewhat immune to fire, it still hurts, so it's best to let other people do the work for me, especially at this level, since I can only eat people to heal. After killing the dragon, I stole some loot and absorbed his soul and realized I was a dragonborn. Then I joined the Imperial Legion, because I did not want to go through that peace council, so I wanted to finish the Civil War first. For two reasons. One, it levels up my destruction. And Stormcloaks are racist towards Dark Elves, so I killed and ate some bandits. After that, I was able to join the Imperial Army, as we did an assault to try to get an ancient crown, so the Stormcloaks can't declare themselves true King of Skyrim or whatever the hell. I wasn't paying attention. All I know is I get to kill some Stormcloaks and eat them. Yep, we've all done this quest before. It's not hard. You just kill a couple Stormcloaks, kill some Dragger, and complete a couple puzzles here and there. And eventually you get to the final boss with the crown, and you fall back and let all your soldiers do the work. I mean, you fight valiantly and get it that way. After doing that, I then went back to Winterhelm to defend it. You see, he wanted me to deliver a message to see if the Stormcloaks were serious about attacking the city. So me and the rest of the Imperials defended the city against the Stormcloaks, as they tried to shoot me with bows and arrows, and I shot them with literal lightning, so you could see how well that went. Not very well for them. I also ate them, because Stormcloaks are yummy wummy in my tummy. For that, I had to kill a courier and steal their messages, so I can sabotage it. So that's exactly what I did. After sabotaging the Stormcloaks, I then went on to attack a rebel base, with me and the rest of the Empire. And by attack, I mean summon some Atronachs and taking a few pot shots here and there with electricity, and with the Empire's help, it didn't prove much of a challenge. Now, there were times where I almost died here and there, and a lot of the bodies would disappear when the waves started to disappear. Like when it said 30% remaining, some bodies would disappear, like that. But I was able to eat a few people and take over the base. After that, I stole some incriminating evidence and blackmailed a Jarl, where she agreed to tell me where the Stormcloaks were hiding some good stuff. So, me and the rest of the Imperial soldiers ambushed them, where I hit on a rock and blasted them so they couldn't hit me, while the Imperial soldiers acted like cannon fodder, and that's how you be a good soldier. After lighting them on fire, I then ate their flesh, and then I continued on with my mission, clearing out another fort. But this time I had a Frost Atronach, which helped me out quite a bit. Now, to make sure things don't get too repetitive, I decided to skip towards the final battle, because the rest of them are just, well, fort mission after fort mission. They get kind of boring after a while. So, we stormed the capital. Get it? Storm the capital? Storm cloaks? No? Okay. After that, we met with their leader, Ulfric, who was immune to my electricity, so I had to blast his right hand. And as you can see, I fought bravely in this final battle. By bravely, I just mean I hit behind him and shocked him with lightning while the Legate did rest of the work. And eventually I was able to cut off Ulfric's head and manage to liberate all Dark Elves. I will eventually get the Stormcloaks ending, but I really, really hate the Stormcloaks in this game. So, yeah, there will be a lot of Imperial endings on my playthroughs. Anyway, after that, I went to his Unrelenting Force. After that, it was time for me to get the Horn. So yeah, the Horn was fun to get, and by fun, I mean terrible, because some of these magic casters had an immunity to electricity, but luckily my Frox Atronachs were able to damage them, and most of them were not summoners, most of the enemies were draggers, so I was able to take them out, and anytime I witnessed a summoner, I just ate their flesh. As the Frost Atronach and I took down a giant spider, we went through and found out that the Horn wasn't there, it was stolen by everyone's favorite character, ha ha ha. As then I met with Delphine, and she talked to me about being the Dragonborn and not believing me. So to prove myself, I had to kill a dragon. So I just went behind its butt and shot it with a lot of electricity, as it acted like nothing was happening at all. As then the dragon got pissed and almost killed me, but I was able to escape, hide like a little B-word, and kill the dragon. Hip hip hooray, I am the Dragonborn. After proving myself, I went to a party to discover what the Thalmor know. And yeah, the party went out as usual, run away and kill some of the honored guests and guards. And yeah, after that, I devoured some more guests and some more guards, yummy, yummy, yummy. Then I met the prisoner, and watch how many shock spells it took to take him out. Originally, I wasn't even going to show this in the video, I was just going to show me eating him, but it took me like 3 lightning bolts to kill this man. This man was resilient. After that, I dealt with some more Thalmor guards, leveled up my heavy armor skill, nice. I mean, I wore a robe for most of the game, so it didn't really do much, but hey, a level up is a level up. After that, I met with Esben and convinced him to clean up and come out of his messy room. Then I went to Sky Temple to clear out some bandits, and to cut myself to open up a wall so I can. After that, I met with Paarthurnax. Me and Paarthurnax talked, and he told me I needed to get the dragon scroll. So, it was off to get the dragon scroll, as I was going to do this annoying hard quest through this dungeon. Huh, yay! Hey, but at least there was one person I could snack on before fighting the robots that do so much damage to you. But I had an ace up my sleeve. You see, Skyrim gives you an option. There's this shout that makes it so no one can hurt you. And that is how I was going to get through here, by using this shout. Anytime something tried to attack me, I would simply use the shout and ignore them, as I just ran on by them. And I used it to clear out the whole dungeon until I got the dragon scroll. As now it's finally time for me to go back in time and learn how to beat Alduin. But before I did that, I decided to craft a bunch of daggers and enchant them, because I wanted my enchanting up to 80, so I can enchant all my armor to regen magic way better. I even hired a guy to help me with enchanting, and this took me literally an entire day and a half of just doing this over and over again until I finally reached level 80. And yeah, after I reached level 80, I can finally make all my magic regen happen almost instantaneously. And the reason I was going so overboard is because I was about to fight Alduin, and I can't use any healing potions or any way to heal. And from this point on in the main story, there'll be no people for me to eat. So this is the only way I can fight as a glass cannon, doing more damage than I can take. First try, and it didn't go too well. I died immediately. Second try, I actually managed to do it by trapping him over and over again with Dragon Rend, and anytime he would try to shoot at me, I would just jump higher on the rocks, as I would blast him with electricity over and over again, until I finally defeated Alduin. After defeating Alduin, the game wasn't over yet, as he fled with his army to try to devour all the souls, so I had to trap a dragon and go into the afterlife. So I rode the dragon to try to stop Alduin. But some of his guards were trying to stop me from entering the portal, so I had to fight some Dragger with some electricity. And yeah, this was actually kind of fun. Having my magic regen very quickly made it quite easy, although it was hard and I did die a couple of times without being able to heal. But eventually I did make it to the portal, and it was time for the final battle with Alduin. But before I do that, I had to test my strength and prove I'm worthy. So I ran away from a big beefy guy trying to give me a bad time or good time, depending on what you're into. And eventually I was able to prove I was strong enough by zapping him in the balls with electricity. As then me and the rest of the Dragonborns all teamed up to battle Alduin. And by battle, I mean I hit and shocked him with electricity, as all the other Dragonborns did most of the work. But eventually, I was able to stop him. As Alduin breathed his last breath, I proved yes, you can't beat Skyrim as a cannibal. But I decided to give up on cannibalism, as in I got married and settled down, and proved once and for all you can beat Skyrim as a cannibal. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Peace out, love you all. Throughout all my challenge videos, I've never gotten the Stormcloak ending. Well, I'm gonna fix that. So today I find out, can you beat Skyrim as a Stormcloak soldier? I'm allowed to wear Stormcloak armor, use Stormcloak weapons, and use things that have been given to me through the Stormcloak questline, or things I find off dead Stormcloak. So all that being said, let's get started. How we always start, a dragon saving my life. As I was saved, I decided to follow the Stormcloaks out for, well, obvious reasons. As, unlike in many other challenges, I can actually fight back when I start the tutorial, because I'm given Stormcloak armor and some weapons, which is nice. Now, since these are characters you can fight at the very beginning of the game, and this is supposed to be a tutorial, they are really easy to get past. As I killed some Imperials and even killed some Frost Spiders, which is, nice. And then I killed a bear, which is, well, nice again, I suppose. As then I finally left the cave, got on a carriage, and went off to Windhelm, the true capital of Skyrim, because it's the capital of the Stormcloaks. As I talked to Ulfric, he refused to recognize me, even though he was right next to me when he almost died. Oh well, no time to think about how I joined a faction that doesn't remember or care about me. It's time to fight an ice spike and to destroy it once and for all. To prove myself to the Stormcloaks. Pretty hard, almost died, but I survived. Went back to them, they said I was worthy, and it was time to get Ulfric the crown of the Nords. As then I met up with my buddy, who I followed back when I almost died, and he told me that I was doing a good job. As then, me and him led an attack on the Imperials there, and the Imperials went down pretty easy. But, to be expected, since this quest was made so you can do it really early on, so I wasn't expecting much backlash or any difficulties here. Also, I looted a corpse of a fallen comrade, so that's nice. After that, we opened a door, solved a puzzle, and made it all the way to the Dragger Scourge. And I died, because I was careless and fought him directly. Now, this is how you're supposed to do it. Stay back and let your soldiers do all the work, and at the very last second, jump in and kill him. Or don't. The Stormcloaks here are pretty tanky. Then I went to Ulfric and returned his crown, even though I did barely any of the work. So, I wanted better armor. And there's this Stormcloak officer you can actually find early on the game. So, I decided to kill him and take his armor. Technically, if I kill him, it won't aggro the Stormcloaks. So, really, there's no reason not to, besides, killing a fellow comrade. But no one saw me kill him, so it doesn't really matter. So I killed him and took the officer armor. Then I went to Windhelm to do the sneak trick to try to get my sneak up. Because I thought since I was going to wear light armor, maybe I could sneak around for once. Yeah, I sucked at sneaking. Even with high skills, I failed at it every single time. Anyway, I had to continue the main quest line so I could, actually continue the Stormcloak quest line. So after putting some points in the sneak, quick saving, it was time to go off and find the Dragonstone. As I got to test out my one-handed techniques. You see, usually when I fight, I usually go with a two-handed weapon, or magic, so using a one-handed was actually kind of nice and a new experience for me, as I cleared my way through the dungeon and killed some spiders. As then, I decided I would just take the Golden Claw myself by cutting through the dialogue. Thank you. I'll be here all night. So after taking the Golden Claw and killing some Dragger, I then tried to sneak up on him, but it didn't really work out that well because they would wake up halfway through it, and I didn't get the perk where I did a bunch of extra sneak damage with two-handed weapons, which is my bad, I guess. As then, I just smuggled my way through them and got the Dragonstone. As then I decided to go back to Windhelm to get a bow and arrow. As I stole it from Stormcloaks, therefore it's a Stormcloak bow. It is a hunting bow, which I've seen Stormcloak use, so I'm going to count it as fair game. As then, I went over to Whiterun and began to help them do the siege. As it was time for us to take over Whiterun. Why? Because Whiterun wanted to be neutral, and you can't be neutral during war. You're either with us or against us. Yeah, when I say that, I'm starting to think I picked the wrong side. But that doesn't really matter. As then we went to Whiterun and forced the Jarl into submission, taking it over. As then, after that, I was jumped by hired mercenaries, which I don't know why, because I haven't really done anything wrong in this game. So if you know why that happens, please let me know in the comments below. Anyway, after that, I reported for duty, and it was time to take over an Imperial fort. As I tried to sneak in, didn't work, so I just killed the Imperials in front of me. As then I made it to the barracks, and I freed all the prisoners by lockpicking the doors, one by one, as the prisoners took up their arms and joined the fight against the Imperial scum. As then I led the fight to them, and I killed them. They did not put up much of a fight. After that, I then went off to blackmail a Jarl so we can get information, as the Jarl told us where to find some supplies so we can ambush it and stop it from getting into the Imperials. A few swords and a few spears wouldn't hurt, I suppose. As then we met up and fought the Imperials to get the supplies. As they went down pretty easily to my new sword, they were no match for my sword and axe technique, where I hit them with an axe and then I hit them with a sword. Not really rocket science there, but it does the trick. As we got the supplies, I then went to attack a fort and kill more Imperials. But this time it was easy, because there was many Stormcloaks there to help me. So all I really had to do was stay back and pick one or two off while they did most of the work. As then I decided to test out my bow on a courier, as I needed to kill him and take the information so I can sabotage the Imperial army. As he tried to put up a fight, but he was made to fight early on, so me and my bow easily took care of him. As then I met with his general and told him false information. As then it was time to clear out another Imperial fort. The Imperials put up more of a fight this time for some reason. I think it was just because I was charging head in this time. But it really didn't do much. As then I managed to get some better Stormcloak armor. Now, technically it's not Stormcloak armor, but it was given to me by the Stormcloak, so I'm going to call it that. As then I rushed into the capital, and it was time to finally kill General Tullius and take Skyrim for the Stormcloaks once and for all. They tried to talk us down, but I refused, as then I attacked the Legate immediately. As the Legate put up somewhat of a fight, but all I really had to do was charge in and take pot shots until she fell to the floor, dead. With the Legate gone, it was time for me to kill General Tullius, which he goes on to say that the Thalmor planned this and they want Skyrim to be weaker and divided by letting the Stormcloaks win. Which, let's be honest, he's probably right, but I kill him anyway, and Dwarven sword, and since it was given to me by Ulfric, I am allowed to use it, as then I use it to chop off his head. As General Tullius fell to the floor dead, I then listened to Ulfric's speech, as then the Stormcloaks took over Skyrim. For now. Keep in mind, the Imperials have a giant empire and they will be back, so that's probably all for nothing. But there's no time to think about that depressing stuff, as I killed a Sabertooth and went off the steps to meet the Greybeards, as the Greybeards wanted proof that I was the mighty Dragonborn, as I showed them proof by yelling at them. After I yelled at them, they didn't believe me. As then I had to yell some more, but this time I yelled at Ghost, or whatever the heck he just did. Not gonna lie, I wasn't really paying attention. After that, I then zoomed through a gate, and they said I was worthy. So, it was time for me to do a quest for a Greybeard, because everyone wants me to do something. As I had to get the Horn of Jarl Windcaller. I probably butchered that, but I don't really care, because I don't play Skyrim that often. So, if you're mad, tell me in the comments, and I'll feel free not to read it. As I got a pretty sick kill on a spider, made my way through the dungeon, as eventually I went to find the horn, but the horn wasn't there. It was some note from some person called Dolphine, everyone's favorite Skyrim character. As then it was time for me to kill a resurrected dragon. it did do quite a bit of damage on me, but once I got to its side and just started slashing it up, it was no match for me. And not gonna lie, I'm starting to like this one-handed weaponry. I don't know why I always go two-handed. Dual wielding's actually kind of fun, as then I got a sick kill on a dragon, as I jumped on its head and sliced it open. But I cut it short because you've been bad and you don't deserve to see it. As then I went off to a Thalmor party, as then I got a drunk to hit on a girl. After that, I then went off to slaughter some Thalmor, because this is revenge for that Ice King challenge where I could do barely any damage to them, because frost magic sucks. So I killed some, made my way through, found a journal, and then killed some more. As there's not really much to go over here, so I'll just skip the whole party. As I went back to Dolphine, I told her that Esben was alive, so she sent me to go fight him. So it was time to go to the Ratways. And, well, not really much happened here either. Surprisingly, dual wielding is pretty overpowered in this game. Now, I did almost get overwhelmed by some Thalmor, but once I got a critical hit on them, they were pretty much gone. As I made it to Esben and told him some gay password that Dolphine made up. As then we went off and fought some wizards, and I wonder how many times I've said Thalmor in the past 5 minutes. Probably a lot. As I got rid of the Thalmor, I then met with Dolphine and said Thalmor for the very last time. I promise, guys, please don't unsub. I then went to the Kingdom of Heaven, or the Temple of Heaven, however you guys say it, and slaughtered Forsaken. And since we've all done the Temple of Heaven quest a lot, I'm just going to skip over it and get screamed at by some angry old men. I screamed at them, now they get to scream at me. Only seems fair. After that, I then screamed at clouds and parted them once and for all. As I met with Parthenax, he was lonely and chatted my ear off, made me want to kill him with the blades, and then I went off to find the Dragon Scroll. But the College of Windhelm had no idea where it was, so I had to meet with Septix, the crazy man, and he finally told me where the Dragon Scroll was. So I finally could go through this without trouble. Last time I did a few challenge videos on this, it gave me trouble. But the Stormcloak's weapons are pretty good, so yeah, I didn't really have much trouble on it. Now, I did almost die from this guy, which is kind of weird because I fought Dwarven Spears with easy compared to this guy. I don't know if he's like legendary or what, but I was able to take him down. As then I tried to use a shout to cheat my way through the main quest. Didn't work, but if you fail once, try again. As then I used the shout again, and it worked. I don't know why it worked the second time, not the first time. Like Todd Howard said, it just works. As eventually I got to the Dragon Scroll and picked it up. After finally getting to the Dragon Scroll, it was time for me to fight Alduin, but before that, I had to look into the past and see how Alduin was defeated. Apparently, he was defeated with a shout called Dragon Ground. As I used a strategy, you see, I didn't want to get anywhere near Alduin because he would mess me up, so I would use Dragon Rend and just shoot him with bows and arrows. Now, even with a hunting bow, this shouldn't be that hard if I increase archery, but I didn't. So I died a few times until I finally got his health down to barely any, ran towards him, and killed him. And by kill, I simply mean make him run away like a little bitch. After that, I went to Whiterun and convinced them to trap a dragon. After convincing them to trap the dragon, I then talked to him, and he agreed to fly me to Alduin. So then I rode him to fight Alduin. As not really much to say here, because I use Ethereal to just run past most of the enemies. Now, you could say this is against the rules, but I'm not really doing damage here, so I will allow it. Maybe in future challenges, I won't allow it. Let me know if I should let myself use to become Ethereal Shout. Anyway, I then killed some Dragger, and as then, I just ran past all the enemies once again, and jumped into the portal, entering the afterlife without even dying. Very nice, if I say so myself. After entering the afterlife and had to prove myself, which was actually the hardest part of the challenge, but eventually I found a strategy. Run away and go to high places with a bow and shoot him as you run away. As eventually he would get stuck on rocks and other things like that. As I was eventually able to whittle him down and make him let me in, proving I was worthy. I don't know why, but he was the hardest fight in this entire challenge. No joke. As then I used my shout to clear the sky with the other Dragonborns, causing Alduin to come down. And I wish I could tell you this was a hard fight, but the very last fight at the end of the game is always really easy. So, I just easily took out Alduin with the rest of the Dragonborns, proving that yes you can beat Skyrim as a Stormcloak soldier. Hope you enjoyed this video. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. And I know it's pronounced Draugr, not Dragger, so please don't correct me in the comments below. I learned that after recording this, so peace out. Have you guys ever wondered, could you beat Skyrim as Ice King? Probably not, but I'm going to do that challenge anyway. So with all that being said, let's get it started. Try to make myself look like Ice King as much as possible, so I gave myself blue face paint, made myself a dark elf for the destruction, got saved by a dragon, like normal, as then it was time for me to run away. As I decided to go with the Empire this time. I wasn't going to get the Imperial Ending, or even finish the Civil War, but this way is faster, so I always follow Hagvar. So after choosing Hagvar to follow, let's get into the rules of this challenge. I'm only allowed to use Ice Destruction magic or use the Frost Atronach. And that's about it. And use blue robes. This robe was blue enough. I would find a much better one later on, but we'll get to that later. As now it's time for me to finish the tutorial. As finishing the tutorial wasn't that hard, all I had to do was run away like normal. As then I chose the Magic Stone, which makes it so magical abilities level up 20% faster, which is a great deal. As then I bought Frostbite, which will be important for this run. As then I got a horse, and it was time to commit animal cruelty. You see, if you spam Frostbite, Flames, Sparks, any low-level destruction spell on a horse, you can level up destruction quite fast. And since they have a lot of health, especially early on, it doesn't really do much damage to them. So by committing animal cruelty, you can level up your destruction really fast, which I was going to need greatly for this challenge. Which during the first part was pretty easy until later game where it became almost impossible, but I'll explain that later. As now it's time for me to help the Empire. But I know what you're thinking, but you just said you weren't going to help them win the Civil War. And I wasn't, but I was going to help them until I got to a certain quest. And I'll explain why later, but for now it was time to kill some bandits. The bandits gave me somewhat trouble. They were able to do a lot of damage, but I was able to damage them a lot too. So anytime a bandit would almost kill me, I would simply run away and come back, and use hit and run tactics to wipe out the bandits. Until I got to the bandit chief, where he almost killed me several times, but eventually I was able to destroy him, as he fell to the floor dead. As then it was time for me to fight some Stormcloaks, as since Ice King was a king, he needed a crown. And the Nords used to use a crown, an ancient crown, to mark the king of the Nords. So I decided I was going to side with the Empire just to take the crown for myself. As then I fought some Draugr, who were whatever you fancy people prefer. Anyway, they went down pretty easily. I did run out of magicka pretty fast, but luckily the Empire made up for it. As there was a problem. You see, since we were low level, it didn't really matter, but high level Draugr actually were resistant towards frost. So since they had a frost resistance, I couldn't do much damage to them. Well, that's future me's problem, as I finally got the jagged crown and now I can wear it. With this robe and crown, I am officially now the Ice King. Start the main quest. So with that being said, I then went on to Winterhelm to talk to the Jarl there, as he needed to get the Dragonstone. I don't know why he trusts me. I literally told him I was a criminal about to be executed, but who cares? As then I got to freeze some bandits to death. As I went to bandit watching them freeze, it was kind of hard for me to kill the beautiful women. Luckily, they weren't princesses, though. That's my weakness. As I started to run low on magicka, I had to wait for it to regen and then blast them off. Luckily for me, these spiders had a weakness, doors. These giant spiders could not get past doors, so all I had to do was hide behind a door and shoot it until it froze to death. With the spiders dead, I then got the golden claw with only a little help from murder. As then it was time for me to fight more Draugr. Since they had a little resistance to frost damage, and they were surrounding me, I needed some help. So I decided to use some traps in the dungeon. It took them a little while to walk on it, but when they did, they went down. Which is a pro tip for any dungeon. If the Draugr seem too hard, simply use traps. They will walk into it. After that, I played Ring Around the Rosie with the ultimate Draugr, as I would run around this little fireplace and shoot him with frost, until finally he was weak enough to die from frostbite. As the Draugr fell down, I then had to fight the final boss of the dungeon. And by fight, I mean run around like a madman, hoping he doesn't kill me. Eventually, he managed to fall down, and I was able to kill him once and for all. After that, it was time for me to fight the first dragon. I used Frostbite on him, but it didn't do a lot of damage. Luckily, the city guard did most of the work like normal. I was able to do the old kill steal from the guards, which is nice. After killing the dragon, using my horse a bit more, as I decided to spam Conjuration on my horse. You see, if you spam Soul Trap on anything, especially a dead body or a horse, your Conjuration will go up like crazy. Why? I don't know. Which I would need later for a Frost Atronach. But for now, it was time for me to meet the old men, the Greybeards. As then, they summoned some weird ghost, and I got to yell at it. After yelling at strange spirits, I then went off to run through a gate, and they were impressed with my abilities to run and yell, so they let me in. After that, I purchased the spell Ice Spike, which will help me out greatly, as now I can shoot literal spikes at people, which is what Ice King does throughout the show. As it was time for me to receive the Horn of Winterhelm, as I ran through the dungeon, I died quite a few times. Yeah, apparently Magic v Magic always has me lose, which is not really fun. Luckily, some necromancers and bandits were there to distract the Draugr, so I just ran past them all and used my magic to destroy the Draugr. Luckily, the skeletons and weak level Draugrs weren't too much. The spiders were surprisingly beefy. Even with Ice Spike and luring them into a fire trap, they took a while to die, but eventually they did. As then I received a note the horn wasn't there, so I met with Dolphine as she looked me up and down and began to interrogate me to see if I was a real Dragonborn. So to show her, I had to let her do most of the work as I shot ice spikes against a frost dragon. You can see how this is a bad idea for multiple reasons. 1, it's a dragon. 2, frost dragons are immune to frost, or at least have a high resistance towards it. So what I did was, I would hide on this rock, shoot ice spikes at it, and fall back over and over until it finally died. Which took a long time, but eventually I was able to do it. And now it's time for me to get to the saving grace of this challenge, the Frost Atronach. As then I went to a Thalmor party, and we'll just skip past the part where I give a drunk some beer, because, well, we've already done this a million times. As my Frost Atronach helped out a bunch. You see, the Frost Atronach was able to take a lot of damage and do decent damage against the Thalmor. And he also acted like a great distraction. So this Atronach was literally the only reason I was able to get through this party. I would simply wait, hide behind a door, and spam the Atronach until they got weak enough to die from my ice. Very nice indeed. As with me and the Frost Atronach, we then managed to get past all the Thalmor pretty easily. They did do a lot of damage, but as long as I hid behind my Atronach, I was all good to go. As then I met with a captive. He told me what the Thalmor were doing, and I thanked him, and we both escaped together. It was time to go into the Ratways and rescue Esben. I wasn't too scared since I dealt with the Thalmor before. I assumed my Frost Atronach could easily carry me. I was wrong, because I died multiple times. No matter what I did, I could not get past Thalmor. Over and over again I died, so it was time. As I would craft a bunch of daggers and enchant them to get my enchanting up. As I wanted higher magic regen. I also wanted to be a higher level to get more health and magicka, even though they should level up with me, so should balance it out anyway. I wanted to have crazy magic regen, so I could easily fight these people, as I would stay back and spam my spells. This was the plan. On the way, though, I did get jumped by a bunch of mercenaries. And I read a note, it said I stole something, but I don't remember stealing anything throughout this entire run, so I don't know what that's about. But my Frost Atronach and my icicles were easily able to take them down. Surprisingly, I have no idea why these hired thugs were against me, and this is the first time that has ever happened to me in Skyrim. I don't remember stealing anything or pissing anyone off, so if you know why hired thugs go after you in this game, let me know in the comments below, because I would be very curious on your opinion on why they went after me. Anyway, after getting rid of all of them, it was time for me to become the true Ice King. You see, I've been wearing a cloak that's been a lie, as I found blue robes, as the true Ice King would wear robes that are truly blue. And I would have got this at the beginning of the game if I knew they were here. As I got the blue robes, I then enchanted them to 46 magic regen. Not as good as the 51, but I was able to enchant a ring, so overall I would have more magic regen. Not much more, but more. I could have a lot more if I didn't wear these robes. I would have infinite magic regen. But this is how can you beat as Ice King, not can you beat with only ice. So I decided to wear the robes. As now, with more powerful ice spells, more health, and better magic regen, we went back to fight the Thalmor. As this time, we were able to win, and talk to Esben, as Esben agreed to follow me out. As me and Esben and my Frost Atronach all teamed up, we easily got rid of the Thalmor. As I went to Skyhaven Temple and fought some Forsworn. After getting rid of the Forsworn, it was then time I cut myself because apparently I was not happy with life. After slitting my wrist, I was then able to make it to some wall, skip through Esben's dialogue, and meet up with Greybeards and get yelled at by a bunch of old men. After they yelled at me and insulted my ears, I was then able to talk to them as it was time to meet Paarthurnax, as I used my shout to part the sky. Don't worry, I have to use it to beat the game, so it counts as not breaking the challenge, as I can use shouts if the game makes me. As then I talked to Paarthurnax. After talking to Paarthurnax, I went to my crazy uncle, Septimus, as Septimus told me where to find the Dragon Scroll. But there was a problem. My frost magic did almost 0 damage to these dwarven machines. I'm talking 0, which means the only way for me to get past them is to run past them. And the only way for them to be destroyed is to have other people destroy them for me. Like this signed gentleman here, who then after watching him kill some robots, I then killed him myself. Very nice. As then I would use my Frost Atronach, but not for the reason you think. My Atronach didn't do a lot of damage to him, but it acted as a huge distraction. Every time you summon an Atronach, everyone goes against that, and it would not focus on you. As then I used Parkour, got to the bottom, as I used my Atronach and a Restoration skill. Yes, I'm using Restoration magic, and I don't count that as failing the challenge. If you do, leave a hateful comment, I don't care. As then I saw back into the path, shout that can beat Alduin. As then I hit up on a mountain and spam my frost magic at him. I would use Dragon Ground to get him on the floor, and then I would spam my magic on him and wait for it to come back. And every time he hit me, I would simply run back to the mountain where he couldn't hit me. And yeah, this strategy worked out pretty well. I did die a few times, but overall, it honestly wasn't that hard, and it just took a while. But it was a good strategy, and I was able to beat Alduin. After beating Alduin, I then was about to do my favorite thing ever, the Peace Council. It's basically just watching the Empire and the Stormcloaks yell at each other like whiny little piss babies until eventually they come to agreement. After that, I captured a dragon, and it was time to go and fight Alduin. As then, I rode the dragon. Pretty cool. Never get tired of this animation, not gonna lie. As it was time for me to fight Legendary Draugr, as my ice magic did almost no damage to them. It would barely damage them at all, because Draugr are 50% resistant towards ice magic, so the only way I can damage them is use a Frost Atronach. Also took out my anger on the spider who was trapped behind this door, because why not? Spiders aren't people and they don't have souls, unless we don't have souls and they are the people and we're not. As in, me and my Frost Atronach went through some more Draugr. And by go through, I mean I would summon an Atronach, wait for it to die, and then I would respawn it. As eventually this strategy made it so I got past the last one, got the key to open the door, jumped through the portal, and it was time for me to fight Alduin. And by fight Alduin, I mean make other people do my work for me. But before I can do that, I had to pass a test. And by pass a test, I mean do my favorite strategy. Spam Atronach and spam frost spells until they would let me in. I don't know if this guy's resistant to frost spells or what, but these frost spells are really high level, and you would just shrug them off, and you think he wouldn't since he's shirtless, but it's whatever. As in me and the previous Dragonborns all used the Clear Skies shout to clear out all the skies and get to Alduin. As I would just use Dragonland to get him to the ground, and then spam my spells. For some reason, meteors are supposed to fall, but they only fell after Alduin was defeated, which I guess I'm not complaining. A glitch actually helped me win for once. As then I beat Alduin, proving yes you can, beat Skyrim as Ice King. I really enjoyed this challenge, not gonna lie. It became really frustrating near the end of the game, as the Draugr became impossible to kill, but early game it was really fun. Being said, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and share with all your friends. Hope you had a good day. Love you all. Peace out. So I want to do this challenge for a long time. So here are the rules. I tried to install a mod, didn't work. Halfway through, it stopped killing the essential NPCs, and then they just kept coming back, and it didn't work on DLC characters. So if anyone falls down, I consider them dead. I picked my name Grimgor, chosen orc, then was saved by a dragon. Thanks, dragon. I'm sure you won't regret that later. Then I followed the Stormcloaks. It won't really matter since I'm killing everyone who I follow, and I don't really plan on doing the Civil War quest line. So yep, after doing the tutorial, I was able to leave. And then I went to the blacksmith area to smith myself a nice axe, which will help me very early on in the game. Then I bought the book Till Death Do Us Part, which lets you kill essential NPCs, or they should, because like I said before, halfway through the mod stopped working. How it works is it lets you kill companions and other essential characters if you pick Die Alone, and if you pick Death Do Us Part, if your companion dies, so do you die. But it didn't work on DLC characters, so yeah, basically a waste of time, but whatever. After that, I decided to start the main quest of the game. And by main quest, I mean the companions quest, because I wanted their axe, and I wanted to be a werewolf, because werewolves are cool. Early on, I did cure my werewolfism, so I guess this was all for nothing. I could have just killed the companions right off the bat, but hey, you live, you let learn, and you see a werewolf. After that, we had to kill some Silverhand, because they're racist towards werewolves or whatever. Didn't really pay much attention to the plot. I completed the first quest, and I returned back to the companions. And I was set off on a rescue mission, but considering how I'm supposed to kill everyone, I had an idea. I rescued the guy, saved his life, and brought him back to the town, just for me to murder him instantly after. Ah, Grimgor. He has class. No one can tell me otherwise. After brutally murdering him in cold blood, they agreed to turn me into a werewolf, even though I completely failed the quest. Don't know why, but hey. Then I tested my skills on a guard, and this guard was apparently the strongest guard in the world, because no matter how many times I slashed him with my werewolf claws, he simply just stood up. I was pretty low level, but still, this is a giant freaking werewolf, and look how many hits this guy takes, like it's nothing. Yeah, this guard has like balls of steel or something, I don't know. But anyway, after that, I got to test out my werewolf form, which I thought I was going to be using for the rest of the run, but like I said before, I changed my mind because, well, I didn't want to be a furry, I guess. I honestly don't know why I changed my mind. But yeah, I mauled down the Silverhand and began to eat their flesh. As then I talked to the companions more, and it was time to fight some more Silverhand. Even got to kill one of their leaders. You'd think a leader of a werewolf hunting group would be pretty strong, but apparently not. They go down in like a couple hits. After that, it was time for me to kill some witches, and since I was really low level, I had to rely on my werewolf form to kill them, because I needed to cure my leader. And the whole reason I was doing this quest is to, well, you know, get the axe, which is like the second best axe in the game besides the dragon axe. But yeah, after that, I had to kill some more Silverhand because they led an attack against us. Blah, blah, blah. Main quest boring. Doesn't matter. I devour and eat people. That's all you need to know. After that, we attended his funeral, and it was finally time to cure him, once and for all, by bringing some witches' heads into the gravesite. But then we had to fight a bunch of ghosts, because somehow ghosts can die again. I don't know how that works. Actually, I don't think they die. I think it just go back to the plane or whatever, Skyrim lore, blah, blah, blah. If you know the answer, you are a nerd and have no life. After that, clearing out the ghost, I talked to him after killing his beast form, and I tried to kill him again, but he disappeared before I could even try. So yep, I can't double kill him. After that, I decided to kill the companion in front of me, because now it's time for me to go off on the companion. Since I no longer need them, they all shall taste my blade. And that starts with you, Falcus. I tried to use him for the whole, well, infinite items exploit, but it wouldn't work, so I decided just to kill him here and now because, well, screw him and screw this dumb exploit. Instead, I was going to use a different exploit. You see, I wanted dragon armor and dragon weapons, so I used this chest exploit to get unlimited money and a bunch of steel and leather strings to craft a bunch of daggers so I can build dragon armor. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'll leave a link to the exploit in the comments below. After that, though, I decided to take a little break and murder all the companions, because the companions turned me into a furry, and I don't really like furries today. I'm only a furry on Friday, alright? Furry Friday. Every other day, I'm an anti-fur. I know that might be weird and confusing, but it's my life and I do what I want, Dad, alright? You may have left for the milk, but I decide what to do at my house. Anyway, after that, I kept on crafting more and more and more daggers until I can get smithing up to 100. I literally did this for a day straight. Until finally, after crafting and crafting and crafting, I was able to get the dragon armor, which is supposedly is the best armor in the game. And when I got this, I felt like I was going to be extremely overpowered, that almost nothing was going to be able to damage me. But it wasn't nearly as good as I thought it was. Don't get me wrong, it's still great, but like, yeah. Also, I reward the blacksmith by killing him. After upgrading all the way, I need to get some dragon bones to craft the armor. I knew how to do it. You see, doing the main quest, you fight a dragon, so I can just take his bones that way. But before I can do that, continue on through the main quest. So, I fought and murdered a giant spider, which is pretty easy, surprisingly. Apparently, spiders don't like it when you chop them in half with an axe. Huh. Who knew? Am I right, guys? Who knew? After that, I had to slay a Dragger Lord, which actually did a lot of damage to me, because leveling up smithing might have been a mistake, because when you level up, your enemies level up. So since I just leveled up smithing and not any damage or anything like that, and I don't have any good armor yet, these guys just absolutely destroyed me. So I had to glitch him out into a river and then kill him that way. Yeah, not gonna lie, kind of one of my low moments. But after that, it was time for me to kill the dragon for the main story, so I can actually get some dragon bones. And not gonna lie, it was pretty hard, but dragons get a lot easier when you fight them from the side. And this dragon's pretty easy because the guards do most of the work in every playthrough I do, so yep. After killing the dragon, he dropped his precious bones and scales, so now hopefully I can actually get the heavy armor I wanted. And the first thing I did was craft that dragon chest plate, which would help me out severely. After that, I went on a rampage of dragon hunting. Had to use my werewolf form a couple times because, well, dragons could, easily kill me, until I got some more armor, and I even slaughtered one by crushing its neck. Eventually, I was able to get full dragon armor and a dragon axe, which means I didn't really need to do the companion quest line at all. I could have just maxed out smithing, but whatever, I guess. After that, I met with the Greybeards, learned some shouts and some things like that. After learning the shouts, I then went down and discovered that what I was supposed to get was stolen. And who stole the horn? It's everyone's favorite Skyrim character. Haha, get it? Because no one likes her? No? Okay. After that, it was time for me to kill, wait for it, another dragon. But this was different. The dragon was still a skeleton, and I was able to just slaughter it before it is even revived. I mean, look at this. By the time it got its scales back, it was already losing its scales and being forcefully peeled off. Yep, not a fun time. After that, I then went over to a party, because there ain't no party like a Falmore party. And by party, I mean slaughter all the guests and all the soldiers, so, I mean, you could wear their armor and try to disguise your way through it, but since this is a kill everything run, I decided to murder everyone. And apparently, golden armor, like gold, the strongest material in the world, is no match for armor made from bones. I don't know how that works, but we're just gonna roll with it. After killing them all, I went back to talk to the Blades, and they told me good job, and I needed to discover an old man. So I went in to try to get information from the Thieves Guild, but they were not helpful at all. They made me steal. And I don't like stealing, I mean, I kill people all the time, but stealing's the different. Stealing's morally wrong, So after doing pickpocket and stealing and, well, hurting my conscience, because stealing's bad. So after they made me steal, I decided to get revenge by murdering the entire Thieves Guild. And this is where the little mod I installed started to glitch out, because the people I killed usually would stay dead, but for whatever reason, these thieves, after a couple minutes, would just get back up again. So this is when I did the rule. I could say I could stop doing this challenge after 4 days of working on it, and basically have the entire run be a dud, or I could say when they fall down, they're dead. Even if they get back up, I consider them dead, and that's what I decided to do. Is this a true kill everything run? No. Are you mad about that? Probably. But if you think this mod sucks, or do you think this game sucks, or do you think I suck, just put that down in the comments, and I'll make sure not to read it. After that, I then went to the old man, and yes, I know his name, but I'm not going to say it because he doesn't deserve it, because he's a worthless piece of crap. I was ambushed by the Thalmor and had to kill some wizards. And yeah, these wizards didn't really do much, but just summon things. When I tried to punch them, they like blew wind at me or something. Not gonna lie, this Frost Atronach almost killed me. And yes, I called it an Atronach. I know in my summons video I called it an Anchor. I don't know why I called it that. I don't know what I was smoking or what was on, but yeah. I also lured into a hallway where it can't get in. I tried to install this other mod that lets you kill people. How it works is you complete the Dawnguard DLC and it gives you a spell to kill anyone. But the Dawnguard DLC is boring, so I decided just to make this rule. So this is how that rule came about. I wanted to let you know that I tried, alright? I tried to kill everyone, but I just couldn't do it. So I made the rule. And don't say you can just use the No Essential NPC mod, because I looked that up like 30 times and it didn't pop up on my mods list. So screw you guys. I can't use it. And if you have any mod that works that I didn't try, let me know in the comments below. Please and thank you. Speaking of Dawnguard, it was time for me to murder the Dawnguard. And yeah, they put up somewhat of a fight. They really didn't swing at me, but they blocked a lot. Their blocks were pretty good. But after swinging at them over and over again, eventually they fell down dead. And after killing the Dawnguard, I then got to kill some vampires. After killing some vampires, I then freed one for once. And also I brought the old man with me on accident because I didn't bring him back. After freeing an ancient evil, it was time for me to meet with the rest of the vampires. So yeah, and also, I uninstalled the mod that lets you kill people, so the companions were back, and they were glitched into the floor. I don't know why that happened, but yeah. I then made my way through by just killing the guard. He didn't really do much. After that, I talked to Lord Herkson. And yeah, considering that werewolves have way less drawback, you'd think I would be smart and stay a werewolf. But I didn't. I became a vampire lord. And then I killed him. Since it was a tutorial, he didn't even fight back. I just spammed red balls at him until he fell down dead. And now it's time for me to kill the rest of the vampires. The only way to stay is to get the vampire lord. Or you could do the Dawnguard quest and kill them all that way, but I didn't want to do that because that seemed like too much work. So I decided to become a vampire, even though they have way more drawbacks. I mean, it's no big deal if you fight at night, but like, it's hard to fight it only at night. So yeah, it would probably be best if I stayed a werewolf, but hey, vampires are cool. Also, I died quite a few times trying to kill all these guys. I tried a number of different methods. I tried using my vampire form on all of them going berserk. Then I tried luring them into a hallway. And yeah, no matter what I did, these guys just destroyed me. Apparently fighting an army of strong undead vampires is hard, believe it or not. So I then used Sneak to try to murder a couple of them by themselves. Then I lured them outside and blasted them all as they came out. And apparently this managed to work. And then they all started fighting each other for some reason. To be honest with you, I was very confused what was happening. But they all fell down to their knees. That's the important part. So I killed them all. I did a good job, alright? So we can move on from whatever this weird mess, whatever the heck is going on here. We can just move on for that. So yeah. After killing all the vampires in the castle, it was then time for me to continue the main story. So now I had to go to my temple to clean it out. And not really much happened, so I'm just going to skip through it because, well, besides, cutting myself and using the blood to open up a secret entrance, this is kind of boring. Just a bunch of puzzles and killing people. After that, it was time for me to meet Paarthurnax and learn to shout to defeat Alduin. So, after clearing the skies and walking up the mountain, eventually I met Paarthurnax, everyone's favorite character. I mean, seriously, I looked up the wiki and everyone extremely loves Paarthurnax. And it makes sense, dragons are cool, but yeah, he is one of Skyrim's most beloved characters. That's not a companion. So after that, I then killed the guy who told me about the Dragon Scroll, and it was time for me to go out and get the Dragon Scroll. And yeah, getting the Dragon Scroll was pretty easy. I just had to kill some dwarves and things like that, some dwarf armor and some dwarf machines. And apparently, thousands of year old machines don't do well against an axe. I also used Become Eternal Shout to skip through part of the quest. And let me tell you, that shout is my favorite shout. Just becoming invincible for a short amount of time so you can run past enemies or just jump down giant mountains. It is really fun. And yeah, I also got the sweet kill maneuver on this robot. Usually I'd skip past it, but the fact that I got that maneuver on it, I really wanted to show you that. Then I had to kill these two, which I usually skip every time I do this quest. And oh my god, they just wrecked me for a quick second until one of them were dead. After that, I was able to single the other one out and easily slaughter them. And by slaughter, I mean they blocked every attack I did, so I had to slowly whittle them down till they die. Even had to heal for a couple seconds because, dang, these people were tough. But eventually I then killed them. And you might be wondering, why didn't I say their names? They don't deserve that. They don't deserve for me to...
It has nothing to do with me being too lazy to read their names out loud. After that, it was time for me to do the secret boss where I battle a dragon, because it's a kill everything run. Not gonna lie, it took a little too long for this dragon to come out, but eventually he did. And when the dragon came, I slaughtered it. I just stayed on the side and started swinging my axe here and there, and well, he did do some decent damage to me. If you're fighting a dragon melee, here's some advice. Make sure you're on the side. On the back, it can hit you with the tail. On the front, it can shoot fire at you. So on the side is the best place to be. It can still damage you, but not nearly as much. After that, I finally got the Dragon Scroll, and it was finally time to go back to Paarthurnax and learn how Alduin was defeated. After watching the first Dragonborns kill Alduin, it was time for me to do the same thing, as Alduin effed me up multiple times, but with the power of healing and the power of OP weapons and armor, I was eventually able to defeat him. And yeah, even with dragon armor, Alduin still effed me up, which made sense since he was supposed to be the final boss, so I wasn't really mad at that. But I did have to run and heal like a little girl sometimes, which did demasculate me, I am not gonna lie. But eventually, through my hard work, running away, and my strong axe, I was able to defeat Alduin. After defeating him,
it was time for me to kill Paarthurnax. And yeah, everyone's favorite character, and I'm gonna kill him. And honestly, it felt kind of good. I know I probably lost a lot of subscribers by saying that, but like, usually I love Paarthurnax, but killing him felt really satisfying for some reason. Just watching his dead body lay. After that, I had to sit through a peace council, which I've never done because I've always helped out in the Civil War. It was annoying, so I just skipped past it. Then I trapped a dragon, and it was time for me to fly all the way to Alduin so I can kill him once and for all. And speaking of dragons, there were quite a bit of dragons on the way to Alduin. But since I am a badass dragonborn, I definitely didn't die a couple of times and cut it out, I was able to slaughter them. Then, I murdered the Merklin, and yes, I know I probably pronounced that name wrong, but I don't give a crap, and if you want to yell at me in the comments for pronouncing Skyrim names wrong, I'm not even going to read it, so knock yourself out. After that, I then went down, and I got Afterlife, and I got to test my mettle. And he was so impressed that he let me in with all the other dead Dragonborns, and then we all assembled to kill Alduin. This fight is extremely easy. All you have to do is dodge meteors from the sky, and just keep making him fall to the ground. After killing Alduin, usually I'd be done with the game, but we gotta get more killing, so it was time for me to meet the Dark Brotherhood. And to meet the Dark Brotherhood, you have to kill this old lady who pretends to be kind, and as soon as you kill her, all the orphans cheer. Then I was kidnapped by the Dark Brotherhood and set to do a quest. And the smart thing would be to side with them so I can kill the Emperor, then kill the Dark Brotherhood. But I've been playing this game for 5 days at this point, and I just wanted it to end, so I murdered the leader of the Dark Brotherhood so I can join the Empire and help them murder the Dark Brotherhood. Because screw the Dark Brotherhood, I know I said that like 50 million times, but who cares. After that, I went down as a vampire and decided to slaughter them. And I guess it would be more fitting for me to slaughter people as a werewolf, considering I built a melee build, but vampires are still cool. So I made a rule. It's not an official rule of the challenge, but anytime I would kill a huge group of people, I would do it in my vampire form, because, well, why not? Vampires are cool. And it makes things way easier. So yep, after going to Dark Brotherhood member one at a time, I then slaughtered them. And they put up barely any of a fight at all. It was extremely easy. After that, I talked to the commander, he gave me his gift, and then I murdered him. So, yeah. After murdering the commander and completing that, it was time for me to go on rampages. So, I went to Riverwood and then slaughtered as many guards as I could. Because I am awesome. And yeah, honestly, these slaughters were pretty fun. I wish I could kill them permanently. I wish they did like with Fallout 3. As soon as you complete a quest and they're no longer essential, you can just kill them. You can for some NPCs, but some NPCs lay essential forever. I feel like that would be very fun. After murdering people in Riverwood, I then went to meet the Jar in Whiterun and murder him too. And the Jar and his men got me cornered a few times, but as long as I stayed away from him and just spammed my spells, I was easily able to take care of him. Because apparently a giant magic vampire defeats 50 men. If you ever asked that on the math quest, then, well, I gave you the answer. So, follow me for more math questions. After dealing with Riverwood, it was time for me to go to another city. So yeah, originally I was going to show every city I slaughtered, but it just started to get repetitive. I mean, I did do it, don't get me wrong, but like, it just got repetitive. So like, instead of making you all watch that, I decided just to cut through some of them. Just know that every city on this list and every major city in Skyrim, I slaughtered as many people as I could. And as you could see all those bodies laying down there. So that's the proof right now. If you don't believe I did it, just look at the bodies, all right? I mean, what more could you want from me? After that, I got to kill and all the other people that just were chilling in their houses, you know, not doing anything wrong. I went and killed them because it's kill everything run. And yeah, the Forsaken guards were actually pretty tough. And by pretty tough, I mean they actually took 3 hits to kill with my powerful vampire form, so yeah, that's always fun. After that, it was time for me to kill the Greybeards, so I snuck up behind them, got that sneak attack, and spammed it. Some of them died right away, others were quite annoying, like this one. For whatever reason, this is the strongest Greybeard, or the Greybeard I had the most trouble killing. Even when he had barely any health left, he had this annoying shout where I got frozen, and then he just beat me with his fist. So I would get back up and try to fight him again, and then he would use a shout to make me drop my weapon. So yeah, he was extremely annoying to deal with and made me want to cuss at my computer. He even managed to kill me a few times off screen, I'm not gonna lie. But eventually, through me picking up my weapon over and over again, and through me using 3 sneak attacks, which I highly recommend you use before you fight him, I was able to get him down, killing the Greybeards. After that, I met with the leader of the Stormcloaks for a nice friendly chat. And by friendly chat, I mean I brutally murdered him and drank his blood. You know, same thing. Tomato, tomato. And yeah, it was a little difficult since there was a lot of them, but this room was quite big, so as long as I stayed away from them and just kept shooting them with my powers, they did manage to fall. After that, I met General Talius and his little henchmen as I got rid of them both. She put up quite a bit of fight. The Legate, just like from Fallout New Vegas, is no joke, but I was still able to deal with her. After dealing with her, it was time for me to deal with General Talius, who easily fell to my blades. Can I even call it blades if it's made from bones? Like, is that even still count as a blade? I don't know. Anyway, it was time for me to continue my chaos and my carnage, going from town to town, slaughtering as many people as possible. I know I just said I wouldn't show them all, but that was the last one. After that, I went to the College of Windhelm to murder everyone there. And I thought this would be a breeze, since magic isn't really that powerful in Skyrim. Well, apparently it's extremely powerful when other people use it, and they can all gang up on you. So I had to lure everyone from the college, outside of the college, into the town, and take them off one by one like this. Because anytime I tried to fight them in the college, it would be a certain death sentence. But after luring them out and using my vampire form, I was eventually able to make all of them kneel, proving that I could wipe out the college. So yeah. Pat on the back for me, I guess. After that, it was then time for me to go to every orc stronghold and kill my fellow brethren, because there could only be one orc left. Grimgor, say my name. That's a reference to Total War Warhammer. I don't know if you guys played or watched anything like that. Probably not, but yeah, look that up if you want. Anyway, the strongholds were pretty easy to take care of. I'll only show 2 because they got kind of competitive. When you have the best armor and best weapons, it's kind of easy. The only person who managed to, even put up somewhat of a fight was the chief. And even then, he couldn't really damage me. He just had good armor and a good shield, so he was able to block every attack. But after blocking, after blocking, after blocking, after blocking, eventually I was able to finally whittle him down and make him take a knee to me, because sadly, he's an essential character. Yeah, I hope the new Elder Scrolls games doesn't have as many essential characters, because it's just really fun to go around killing people. This challenge actually made a smile appear on my face. Even though I got tired sometimes, just watching people die just made me smile. Holy crap, I'm going to be on a list after saying that, aren't I? Yep. I know I am. Now it's time for me to go to the Dragonborn DLC Land of Freedom. And I decided to find out who wins, vampire or werewolf. So I turned into a vampire and decided to fight a herd of werewolves. And apparently, according to the game, vampires win. Now, I am a very high-level vampire. I don't know how strong these werewolves are, so you could say that. But for the sake of the video, we're just going to say this proves vampires are better than werewolves, so you should all become vampires. Hip hip hooray. After murdering the werewolves, I went off to murder the people who were brainwashed building a strange temple. And then I met this woman, who everyone loves, by the way. That's a joke, because I don't think any fan really likes her or talks about her that much. It was time for me to fight the drag, which fell to me pretty easily, since I've been fighting drag almost this entire game. They had surprisingly okay loot, I guess. I did become over-encumbered. I don't even know where I recorded that, to be honest. And then I went over and decided to go into the alternate dimension, the hentai dimension. After entering the hentai dimension, I meet my favorite character in Skyrim, the other Dragonborn, Melikarm. I really wish there was another ending where I teamed up or I saved him. There is kind of an alternate ending where you brainwash him, but that doesn't really count in the game file, so I don't really count that. I then murdered some dragons, got the shout, and was able to free people's minds. But whenever you free their mind, some weird monster comes out, so you have to fight it. It's a whole thing, you know. Skyrim, it's just crazy. So, yep. And the lurks weren't actually that tough. I did have the best armor and best weapon, and they don't really level up with you like a lot of other enemies, so that's probably why. But their poison attacks were extremely weak, and I was just able to completely ignore them and chop them down with my axe.
After killing the lurks, I then went and let everyone go. Just kidding. I brutally slaughtered them one by one, and watching them die actually gave me some satisfaction. Yeah. I also accidentally pissed off the person who was supposed to help me, so that was fun. If you don't know, in Skyrim, if you make someone mad that's essential, you gotta wait 3 days. Or a day or two. And if they're around you, they automatically teleport around you after you waited, so that's fun. But anyway, it was time for me to kill more lurkers. And honestly, I probably just should skip past this, but this game, this challenge, was just me suffering and me only getting enjoyment through the death of others. So if I was going to have to suffer, you were going to have to suffer too.
So yeah, after that, it was time for me to clear out some more cultists and look for a black book. Luckily, a dark elf was going to help me look through it. But before I could do that, I had to do the stupid water quest, which I hate. This is my least favorite part about the DLC. After skipping through that, because I don't want to put you through that, it was time for me to use the black book and go and find Miralax. So I decided to do this in one run. Usually when you die, you automatically go back to the real world. But if you do all this in one run, you get special dialogue where you can actually, you know, talk about how you met the god. So this is what I was going to do. And yeah, using my vampire form, because the vampire form is extremely good in this dimension, because everything is acid, everything is yellow, there's hentai tentacles, and there's lava. I don't even know what's going on. Seriously, every time I go to this dimension, it feels like I'm on drugs. And I know that might be dumb commentary to make, but this video is 30 minutes long, and I spent 6 days on this game, and my brain is physically melting, so I can't give the best commentary right now. So after that, I met with the god of hentai. He tentacled fucked an old man, and it was time for me to go back into the weird hentai dimension. But this time, I got to ride a dragon, and I got to fight Miralax, who was the dragonborn before me, but he became corrupted when he watched too much hentai. That is the real lore. Don't look it up. I swear to God, that's the real lore. And yeah, he effed me up. I'm not gonna lie. His electricity spells and stuff just destroyed me. Which I feel like enemies, their spells are always better than yours, you know? Like, I use destruction and all that, and even when it's high level, it doesn't do it much damage. But when wizards use it, it just destroys me. So maybe that's because I'm projecting. Maybe I just suck at sorcery. By the way, I love doing magic in Skyrim. That's kind of like my main way to play. I just did a melee build for this one because I kind of did a magic build for the other challenge. So after making Miralax run away, I was able to eventually lure him down and kill him. Or at least I tried to, because this guy hates me, and he would run away and summon a dragon and eat its soul every chance he can get because he's a coward. Eventually, though, through fighting him, I then watched the god of hentai incinerate him from the inside out. I'm not gonna lie, made me kind of excited. After that, I became a vampire and began to slaughter everyone else on this little tiny island. And there's probably some NPCs I missed because I skipped over a lot of them, but honestly, I don't care. I just want this challenge to be done with already. I murdered everyone in Skyrim. I murdered everyone on this tiny island. Just let me finish the challenge. I used my vampire form to murder mass groups of people. Then I finally got alone and murdered the rest of the people I needed to kill. I was thanked for helping everyone out, and then I murdered them right after. Very fun, I know. After all that annoying work, it was finally time for me to end the challenge with one last death. Hope you all enjoyed this video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and share with your friends. Peace out. Welcome. Time to find out. Can you beat Skyrim with only destruction? Yes, I know this video took a long time to make, and I'm sorry about that. For the rules of the challenge, I can only use the destruction skill to do damage. I will use other spells to heal myself or to level up, though. I'll show you what that means later. For now, though, it was time to pick my character. I went with a high elf. I thought about dark elf, but I considered high elf would be better because they have an ability to let them regenerate magic. As then, I watched the executioner fail to kill me like always, as Alduin saves me. As then, I had to run in. I decided to follow the Stormcloaks once. I thought it'd be funny to side with them because, well, I am a high elf. And they hate the Thalmor, so, you know. And for once, I'm actually allowed to fight back during the tutorial. I do almost die for one hit, though, because this is legendary, so yeah, not too fun. However, I am able to hide back and let Olaf do most of the battling for me, as I just stayed back and watched most of the time. As I even found a nice robe. This robe only recovers 50 magicka, so it will be kind of useless after a short while, but it's useful for the tutorial, which is all that matters, as I stand back like the party's mage and simply blast my magic as they fight. Yeah, right now I can't really do much unless there's a trap like that, because my magicka isn't very high. It runs out pretty quickly, so I may have enemies in the trap. You see, in Skyrim, there's something called a dumb AI, which means if you jump on a rock, and half the time they can't get you. So for the power of jumping on a rock and through electricity, I was able to kill a bear. That's very nice, as I left and made sure survival mode was on. Now it was time to go forwards. I didn't expect this challenge to be too difficult, just tedious. Tedious as in leveling up destruction takes a very long time. I also stole some money from the hidden chest, which you all know about the hidden chest in Whiterun, so there's no point in bringing it up. As then I went in and used it to buy some spells. As then I rode my horse with me and began to shock it to gain destruction points. Now you might just ask why I don't just use the storm spell. It doesn't work for me. I made sure it was updated 5 times, but no matter what I did, I just couldn't get it to spawn. By the way, I decided to join the Empire. Yes, I followed the Stormcloaks just to deceive you. There's lots of Stormcloak tears in the comments. As then I used my destruction power to wipe out some bandits. As to join the Empire, I need to clear out this bandit camp. And yeah, it was not easy because I could not take a lot of damage, and they could. Luckily for me though, the AI was dumb, so all I had to do was lure it away and use my destruction on them. And it was pretty tedious, but using the power of destruction and hide it on rocks, I was able to kill them. I mean, just look, they're just staring at me as I shoot them. Kind of not that bright there. After taking down some bandits, I then made sure that the setting was on legendary, as it was. As then I pushed forward to wipe more of them out. And yeah, I died quite a bit here. The ones on the outside weren't too difficult. Once you're inside and crammed in, things get more difficult, as you're forced to try to move around in a tight space, which oftentimes gets me killed. But through pure strength and determination, and also cheesing the AI mostly, I'll be honest, I was able to clear a lot of them out after many deaths. Basically, I would just do damage to them, then leave through the front door, and for whatever reason, they wouldn't come out. The bandit chief did give me a lot of trouble. He killed me a lot, but eventually, through hit and run tactics, I was able to defeat them all. Now it's time to take care of the people that are left in the fort that I forgot about. One of them gets stuck on a pillar, so, you know, that's kind of easy. No matter how hard the difficulty is, it'll never defeat the stupidity of the AI. Lesson learned, kids. Write that down. As then I clear out the fort, I then go back to General Tullius, and he tells me good job, and now I can join the Legion. As it was time for us to get a crown. You see, Ulfric's trying to get this crown that will make his claim to High King more legitimate, so we're going to have to stop him. But to do that, we have to go into an old ruin that's surrounded by Stormcloak soldiers. So I stay behind and let my Imperial soldiers do most of the work as I shock, flame, and use frostbite on them. I mostly use shock and flames because, well, Nords are resistant to cold, so are undead, so really frostbite and cold spells aren't really used too much in this challenge, but they do get some use every once in a while. As me and the Empire make it through, eventually we make it to the final boss, who starts to run away for his life. I didn't know undead feared death. I mean, they're already dead, so kind of weird. For that, we went to Whiterun as I decided to start the main story. I had to complete a little bit of it just so I can continue the Civil War quest line, so we're going to have to go into a dungeon to find the Dragonstone. As the way there, some bandits try to stop me, so I have to burn them alive. As the bandits do put up somewhat of a fight, but I'm able to run away pretty easily, so I just run and use tactics like hit and run tactics to wipe them out. As then I continue to push forward, eventually I make it to a giant spider. My spells don't do a lot of damage yet, but luckily for me, there's this little door that the spider can't get through, so I'm able just to hide behind here and use my flame magic to destroy it. I'm using flames because, well, it's the cheapest and it's a frost spider, so I just assume that flames do the most damage to it, and I didn't even look it up, so I might be totally wrong, but it says frost in the name, so I'm pretty sure I'm right. Vol the Swift, probably butchered that name, don't care, had an accident where he fell down, so I took the Golden Claw off him, as now it was time for me to fight some Draugr. I know for a fact, though, that Draugr are 20% weaker to fire, so I used my flame bolts to burn them alive. With that 20% weakness, though, I am still on Legendary, so, yeah, this is very far from easy. It'd probably be easier if I leveled up a bit, but I'm an idiot who didn't. I tried to lure this guy into a trap, but apparently Frost does beat fire because he murders me effortlessly. Second time around, though, I'm able to lure him into a trap, so I go over to his body and do the only appropriate thing I can think of. Yeah, take that! As then I get my frustration out on the Draugr, I then continue onward. I am even able to export the AI. Shocker, I know. As then I deal with the final Draugr. As I get closer and closer to the boss battle, I even find a nice bed to rest. Very, very nice. As then I meet the Draugr Overlord, as I'm able to just run around and attack him. If you're a range fighter, it's not that hard. If you're trying this with melee, good luck. But yeah, since I'm able just to run around and shoot fire bolts at him, eventually I am able to wear him down and finally kill him. With him dead, I then bring the Dragonstone back to Whiterun and get my reward, as now it's time to continue onward with the Civil War quest. But before I can do that, I have to kill a dragon. No big deal. However, this will spawn dragons into my game. As a dragon comes to attack Whiterun, I run up on the tower and simply snipe it from far away. Being a magic sniper is actually kind of fun. More fun than being a real archer, honestly. As then I'm able to kill the dragon, I go back to Whiterun and tell them, and then they confirm that I am a Dragonborn. As finally, I can continue the Civil War quest line. So I go back to General Tullius and then go back to Whiterun, as Ulfric is planning to attack Whiterun. So to make sure that he's super serial, I go to Ulfric and ask for an axe. If he gives the axe to the Jarl of Whiterun, he will confirm that he's going to attack. And he confirms that he's super serial. So then I meet up back at Whiterun, prepare the forces, and get ready to fight. I try to defend the gate. Kind of dumb for me to defend it with fire because the gate's made out of wood, so yeah. As I just run around and shoot at it. And since I am low leveled, I go down pretty easily, so I basically have to use my soldiers as meat shields and hope that I don't die, because I didn't invest anything into stealth. Because, well, magic makes a lot of noise, and I have to get a lot into illusion to, make stealth, and at that point, I feel like it's not even a destruction run. As I'm able to just, hide behind my guards and fire at them away, one by one by one. Basically, I am a stealth archer without the stealth and without the archery, just fire. As they charge at me, I am able to kill them pretty easily, except when I die when I get grouped together like that. But eventually, I am able to win and make the Stormcloaks go away packing. Very nice. Very, very, very nice. As then I meet up with the Legate. She tells me about a Stormcloak carrier carrying intentional data. So I kill the carrier, take their data, and sabotage it. As then I bring it over to their leader, and he tells me good job and gives me a drink of beer, not knowing that I just lied straight to his face. As after that, it's time for everyone's favorite part about the Civil War quest line. I mean, it's tedious, but honestly, it's not that bad. It's not as bad as people say, at least. Taking out some forts, as I'm able to kill a couple Stormcloaks and run inside and heal. My destruction's actually doing more damage now, but I am still able to die with only a few hits, so I have to rely on high places to do damage. After that, I blackmail y'all and find out where they're keeping a shipment of gold, as me and the Empire jumps them. I mean, technically that is highway robbery, but is it really a robbery if it's for the government? I even unlocked a ruin spell. Quite nice. Very, very, very nice. As I'm able to simply kill them, I then go to another quest line where I have to take out a fort. This is a little bit more difficult as I am pinned in with lots of Stormcloaks coming at me, but overall it's not that bad as I'm able to destroy them. As I change back and forth between lightning and flames, not really knowing which one to use, I usually use flames just because it's cheaper though, not gonna lie. As then I go to another fort as it's time to free some Empire soldiers so they can go out and fight with me to clear out the fort. As me and the prisoners leave, I end up using my spells on them, which, not gonna lie, I really hate the ruin spells because, well, you have to get them to walk up into it, and it costs a lot of magic, which is obviously the point, but a lot of times I'll miss or I'll hit it right below their feet and it just won't count for some reason. So yeah, not my favorite. Eventually though, we do make it to the capital city where we have to battle Ulfric himself. As Ulfric tries to put up a fight, but I'd simply just hide behind my meat shield, that is what I call General Tullius and the Legate, and I'm able to destroy them with frost ruins and flames. As then, we kill Ulfric and win the Civil War for the Empire. After that, though, I decide I will join because the College of Winterhold, well, if you complete their quest line, they give you very powerful magic items that allow you to recover magic way easier. And I have to buy their spells anyway, so I might as well join. As I buy some destruction spells and join the college, I then start their quest line and I immediately get trapped in a dungeon. Not very nice. And then some weird ghost speaks to me. I'm not even on mushrooms yet, so that's weird. About something about an orb or something, I don't really know. As then I had to fight Draugr, but my flame spells do nothing to them. I thought since they're weak to flame, this would be easy, but nope. They walk through it like it's nothing. My fireballs are merely like splinters to them. So I have to rely heavily on my teacher, as I am basically his Robin at this point. As we get separated, I am forced to hide behind an egg where they can't get me and simply spam fireball until they die. As then I make it where I have to run around the room. For whatever reason, their AI makes it so they walk up these stairs in a very slow way. So I have to run up and down these stairs until I can weaken them down with enough flame magic where I can finally kill them. Yeah, this took me way longer than I'd like to admit, as I am able to finally kill them with my fireballs. It's hard because, of course, they have really strong regeneration, and it seems like they'll just be able to regenerate forever. But I decide to use my special ability to regenerate magic faster, which is eventually able to fix the problem, as it takes me many tries because of their regeneration. But eventually, I am able to get a critical hit and back to the college to learn about the orb, as we need to find information about it. As I have to go up and get some books to learn about it, to get my knowledge. As for me to learn about it, I need to go to this place where the books are, and this place is guarded by super powerful apprentice sorcerers, because of course, why wouldn't it be guarded by that? Because apparently someone from the college stealing the books got caught by these guys, so they have the books. I also managed to glitch one of them into a door somehow. I don't know how that's possible. And yeah, this is not that easy, as they have regeneration and do a lot of damage. I am forced to rely on hit and run tactics just to make it by, as eventually I find the person they captured and agree to free him if he becomes my meat shield, as I simply use him to take up damage and do damage from afar. That doesn't really work out too well for him though, because with my frost ruins and fire spells, he eventually dies. As I die a lot. Yay, this is so much fun. I love legendary difficulty. I'm forced to run away and rely on ruins and high powerful spells just to hope to kill them. And it does work, but it takes a long time. Eventually I make it to the final boss, and she effortlessly kills me because of her regeneration powers. So I need some magic resistance. Remember I said I'll use other spells to level up? I decided to level up my alteration by casting the light spell onto a mountain. I wasn't going to use any of the spells itself, I just needed the Atronach perk, which allows me to absorb 30% of magic attacks. And with that, I was able to win. Yeah, Skyrim is so much fun. Yay. As then I go back to the College of Winterhold to learn more about the orb. As I read the books, I then get talked by the Citric Order, and they tell me to find this strange orb, a different orb, in the college. So I go through a secret trapdoor and begin to explore the college's underground, which are guarded by skeletons and Draugr and all kinds of strong enemies. Because, well, why wouldn't there be enemies underneath the college that we haven't found? That just makes total sense. As then I talk to this blue orb that almost gives me a seizure. He tells me more about the orb, saying we need a staff to control it. As then it's time for me to go off and find where that staff is. To do that, however, I need to find the people who are involved in that staff. So it's off to find them in a dwarven ruin. Luckily for me, electricity is good against robots. The cool thing about destruction is each spell element frost, fire, or lightning. But this spell is both. This is an elemental spell which combines sparks and fire, and it does a lot of damage, making fire damage and shock damage. And the elemental blast and burst are probably the best spells out there, because the master spells take a long time to charge up. These are way faster and way more useful in my opinion. The elemental burst spells are my favorite. But that being said, they're not perfect and you can still die while using them. As example, I had to play Ring Around a Rosie with a robot just to destroy it. Make it to Patrick's, whatever the hell his name is. And he tells me that I have to make a map so I can find the staff. So I complete this puzzle, not hard at all. And then I find a map of Skyrim, and it tells me where to find the staff at. As now it's off to find the staff, so I can control the orb. As then the Citric Order congratulates me and then leaves. As then I go back to the college to tell them about the news, and the whole college is being kept under control by the orb, and it's controlled by a Thalmor spy who infiltrated the college. And the Thalmor spy is the only other high elf, so not that hard to find out. As then I had to fight through these things, which are basically just frost wraiths. Luckily for me though, even though the wraiths can fly, they can't get to me up here for whatever reason. At least that's what I thought until one did, and it scared the crap out of me. But for some reason, they weren't really key on killing me. They were more focused on the NPCs and townsfolk alike. So hey, I'm not complaining. I did die a few times though. But I was able to make it through, and I killed a dragon on the way, a skeleton dragon. Then I read an ancient book as ghosts watch me. There's a lot of ghosts in this quest for some reason. As then I'm forced to fight my way through more enemies to try to make it to the staff. Most of the time though, the enemies are a way higher level than me, so I use a troll. I lock a troll up and have him fight my enemies for me. I guess you can call this troll warfare. A lot of enemies, this one can almost one-shot me, so I am forced to, jump up and down and jump all around and try to strike it while running around. Eventually though, this does pay off, as I destroy it with my favorite spell I mentioned earlier, Elemental Burst. As the staff has a special ability. Once you run out of magic, you will start to lose health. But I have a lot of magic, so I'm able just to simply run away and regenerate it quickly, and I'm easily able to destroy it. And I get a mask that regenerates 100% magicka. It's called magicka, but I call it magic a lot because, well, it is literally magic.
So if you have a problem with that in the comments, I don't care. As then I kill a guy who tried to kill me, the spy, and then I make it back. And now it's time for the final battle. As I forget I need to close the orb to actually do damage to him. Yeah, not my smartest idea. I then try to lure him out, which actually works, as I get a bunch of townsfolk to actually go after him.
Now, get a bunch of people to chase him, run back in, so they're all fighting him, but because of the orb, he can't really die. But I am able to use the staff to close the orb, and with the orb closed, he can't get regenerated anymore, so the townsfolk and wizards, they have a field day with him, and easily destroy him. Was that cheap? Yes. Do I regret it? No. As then I become the Archmage, and get my outfit to give me 100 Magicka regen, along with the mask, so I have 200 Magicka regen. And I also have a perk in Restoration to give me 25, so I am very good right now. As then I travel to the mountain to meet the Greybeards to progress with the main story. My plan is to progress until I'm about to fight Alduin, so then I'll get 100 destruction to use Master Destruction spells against him. Before I can do any of that though, I have to learn some shouts. And since the game literally makes me do it, I'm not going to say it's against the rules. And I'm not really doing any damage with it too, so it's all good. As after that, I'm forced to go and get the Horn of Windcaller, so I am forced to fight some mages and some other things in a dungeon. And some spiders. As I make my way through, I eventually learn that the horn was already stolen, so I go to meet with everyone's least favorite character, Dolphine, and she tells me that she's secretly a part of the Blades, an organization that's almost dead, and their whole purpose was to hunt down dragons. As I had to kill a dragon to prove that I was the Dragonborn, which wasn't too difficult because Elemental Burst is a really good spell, so I was able to wipe it out. Then I went to a Thalmor party, and since I'm a high elf, it's actually quite fitting for once. As then I made a drunk make a scene so I can get in undetectively. As I snuck my way through the party, well, I would say sneak, but I decided to murder everyone I found. As I made my way through, I eventually found a book talking about how Esben is still alive and hiding in the Ratway tunnels. As then I meet with a prisoner, and he talks about leaving. And I am actually saved Malborn for once, so that's cool. I usually don't get to save him. As then, I make it to Dolphine, and she tells me about Esben as I go to try to find him in the Ratway tunnels. The Thalmor and some drifters do try to stop me, but I'm able to make my way past them. And I almost get fisted by someone. Haha, funny joke, they have fist in their name. Let's move on. As then I fight some Thalmor soldiers. They try to attack me with these conjured weapons, but I'm able just to easily take care of them. And by easily, I mean I run away and use my magic against them. You think high elves would have a resistance to magic, considering they use it a lot, but apparently not. As then I talk to Esben, and I bring him back to... After bringing him back to Dolphine, I talk with Esben as he tells me about this ancient temple that might have a way to defeat Alduin. As then I go to the temple and use the Dragonborn's blood to activate the prophecy. As then we learn a valuable truth, that the only way to beat Alduin is with a jout called Dragon Ren, that should make dragons land on the floor. As then I have to go back to the Greybeards and complete my training so they'll help me. As I stand there, as they all yell at me. As then I talk to the Greybeards, and at first they refuse, but after Paarthurnax puts his word in, they are forced to help me. As then I use a shout to pardon the sky and go to meet Paarthurnax. As I talk to Paarthurnax, he tells me to go to the College of Winterhold, so I do, and they told me to find some crazy guy, and the crazy guy tells me to go into this Dwarven ruin to find the Elder Scroll. Man, this is a lot of back and forth. The enemies here are quite challenging. The Dwarven spears do put up a fight, and they can kill me easily. But luckily, my spells do a lot of damage, so I'm basically a glass cannon that has to run away and do more damage before I die. I also managed to use the Become Eternal shout, the best shout in the game by the way, to go down some stairs. I do die a few times, but overall, it's not too difficult, and I'm able to make it to the center and get the scroll. As then I collect destruction books to level up my destruction skill, because even though I've been using it throughout the whole game, it's only 62, because destruction is the slowest skill to level up in this entire game. As then, because I can't get the storm spell to work, that levels it up instantly. Also, it's survival, so I guess I couldn't do it anyway. I decided to go into the secret chest over and over again. You see, until you get to level 90 in a skill, you can just pay to keep leveling up. So that was my plan, as I spammed the secret chest exploit over and over and over again until I went back and paid to level up my destruction skill. And anytime I needed to level up, I would spam the muffled skill to level up my illusion, just so I can get a higher level, so I can pay for it in destruction. It takes a very, 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 very long time, and eventually when I reach level 90, I am forced to torture a horse, just so I can level up. It takes me a long time. Like, this took me literally 2 days to do all of this. This is why this video is so long. But eventually, I make it to level 100 in destruction, and I'm able to do a quest to get the level 100 destruction spells, because they just don't sell it to you, because no, that would be too easy. Instead, you have to put this book on a pillar, and it tells you to cast powerful spells into the pillar until it teaches you a fire spell, and then you can buy the rest of the spells. Why does it work like that? How does that make any sense? I mean, I don't know, but hey, it's the game, so I don't question it. I go to pillar and pillar and pillar, using different spells on it.
After that, I finally learned all the Master Destruction spells, so now I can use it against Alduin. Honestly, they take so long to charge up, and if you get hit while you're doing it, you're kind of screwed. So I still prefer the Elemental Blast, but they still come in handy against big enemies like dragons and Alduin, to be specific. As I have a cutscene, I learned the Shout, so now I can finally use the Dragon Rend Shout on Alduin. As I hide behind rocks and use it as cover from his fire, I also use the Master Lightning spell. I mean, look at this. It's so cool. Like I said before, the drawbacks are really bad, but it's just so cool. Look at that. Just pure lightning, just standing there, shocking him. I feel like Palpatine, honestly. You know, in the Revenge of the Sith, with Palpatine uses the lightning, that's who I feel like when I use it. I also am able to use the Firestorm spell, which is pretty cool too. But it takes so long to charge up and you have to be so close, it basically means infinite death to the time if you try to use it. But I am able to kill Alduin without dying a single time. I'm just kidding. I definitely died. A lot. But I'm just going to show you one because I have a fragile ego and I don't want this video to be too long. As then, I go to Whiterun, and the Jarl agrees to help me capture a dragon after I learn the Shout from the Blades. I mean, I only learned it from the Blades because to the temple is easier than going up that damn bloody mountain. As then, I trap a dragon, and he agrees to fly me away, as it's time to go into the afterlife, Higher Hrothgard. But to do that, I had to go through a portal, and to do that, I had to get through Draugr and dragons that are guarding it, so yeah, this will be fun. As I use my elemental burst through most of the run, just destroying these Draugr like they're nothing. They do put up somewhat of a fight, but when I'm able to run, all you need is elemental burst and a lot of space, and I just completely whoop ass. I mean, look at this. Yeah, that's what you get. I have the power, He-Man. I don't know why I said that. Anyway, I used the Elemental Burst spell just to clear my way through. I would have used the Master spells, but they take too long to charge up, and in close quarters like that, I'm basically done for. I get the high ground or I'm far away, like with this test. As I pass the test to talk to the other Dragonborns. I mean, it's not like Alduin's trying to destroy everything, and if I don't succeed, we'll all die. Just make me pass a hard test. Yeah, that's cool. Anyway, I'm able to use the Shout Clear Sky, as then me and the other Dragonborns that have died long ago
defeat Alduin, as I use my Lightning Storm spell on him to absolutely destroy him. It is annoying because anytime I get hit by a fallen rock, it interrupts the spell, but I am eventually able to kill him. And I want to thank you all so much for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. The next video will be the Oblivion one, I promise. The only reason I didn't do it was because I was already halfway through this challenge run and I didn't want to give it up. Hope you all have a good day. Peace out. Love you all and hope you have an amazing day. And don't forget to check out my other videos. I do Fallout runs, Skyrim runs, and pretty soon I'll do Oblivion runs. I'm also thinking about doing other runs. If you want a game for me to check out, just let me know in the comments down below. Time to find out, can you beat Skyrim on Legendary difficulty by being gay? Now, there's two ways to do this. One, play it normally and just marry a man. Or two, add a mod, and fight with an army of boyfriends. And we're going to try both. So this is the mod I use. I tried to use the follow rework mod, but that wouldn't work, so I had to use this one. So shout outs to the mod creators who made this possible. I named myself Twink and tried to make myself look as feminine as possible as a boy because, well, who doesn't like a good femboy, you know what I mean? As then, I was almost executed just to be saved by Alduin at the last second, like normal. Kind of weird how the guy who saves you is the guy you kill at the end. Kind of poetic. Anyway, I then followed the Empire, because the Stormcloaks are racist towards Argonians, so who knows how they feel about gay people. As then, I decided just to run past the tutorial, because you actually don't need to help or fight at all if you just run past everything. So that's exactly what I did. I just ran and ran and ran until I reached the end of the cave, and I left. And these stones aren't really that helpful, but I will pick the Mage Stone, because that way I can heal my boyfriends. So I guess that could come in handy better. You know, having more magic to heal. And then I went through the chest and did the glitch so I can get more money. So then I can hire Marcus. Because remember, kids, you can always buy love, at least in Skyrim. As then I went to get more money to hire another mercenary. This time, though, I hired Verslog, whatever his name is. Look, the names in Skyrim are dumb. I can't pronounce that. And if you have trouble with that, leave in the comments, and I'll feel free not to read it. As then we got jumped by wolves, and I had to watch my companions fight them, as they did not do too well. But spoiler alert, later on the companions would get really good, but right now they kind of sucked. Which kind of is hard, because I'm going to make them fight the strongest enemies in the game. So I can get another one. You see, there's an Argonian boyfriend who you can marry, and he's the only Argonian male you can marry in the whole game. That's also a companion. There's one other, but he's not a companion. So right now, I have to slowly sit by and have them try to kill these. Used to be snow elves, but now they're cursed into Discord moderators, basically. So I simply watched and waited for them, because my companions can't die. So they would fight, get destroyed, and then stand back up later. And I would simply have to run away and run back in, and hope they did the job. And it took a very, 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 very long time of just watching them fight. It was so much fun. Yay! I mean, just look at this. Just look at me just running back and forth like a coward. Yeah, not really the most fun time. But when they had to fight them one-on-one, and when they all had to jump one, they did a lot better than fighting a group of them, which I guess makes sense. Eventually, though, we did slaughter through them all, so I can get to my Argonian boyfriend. Very nice. I then picked the lock, and he agreed to join me, where he follows me out of the cave, and then I can have him as a companion. There is a glitch where he doesn't follow you, so you have to be kind of careful of that, because that did happen often for me. But other than that, it's really not that hard. Once you let him free, it's kind of easy. After getting him as a companion, I now had 3 boyfriends, and I can finally start the challenge. I then bought Healing Hands so I can heal my boyfriends. It seemed, well, fair at the time. I then went and joined the Legion because, well, I have an Argonian boyfriend, so joining the Stormcloaks would kind of be dumb. I usually do side with the Legion, so my next run, I will side with the Stormcloaks. I don't know what run that will be, but just letting you know, so all you Stormcloak fanboys can stop hating my videos. Anyway, then I had to take down some bandits, and usually this is very hard because it's legendary, but my companions easily tear through these bandits. Apparently, when you're not the strongest enemies in the game, my companions are actually kind of overpowered. So we take down the bandit chief with the power of gayness, clearing the fort for the empires, and I report back to the legate, and she gives me a job and says I'm officially part of the Legion. My job is to meet up with Hagvar and storm an ancient tomb to try to get this ancient crown so Ulfric can't get it and claim himself the High King. So me and the Legion come in and fight some Stormcloaks, while I simply watch my boyfriends do all of the work. I bet they're kind of pissed. Imagine if some guy recruited you and just stands back and makes you fight in a war. Yeah, that you just met. You probably wouldn't be too happy. Anyway, though, the Stormcloaks are definitely a piece of cake, and my Argonian sweetheart easily gets his revenge, and then we fight some Draugr, who are basically just classic undead, as we easily take care of them, and we all jump the final boss. It is kind of easy and dumb to watch all your companions fight for you, but this challenge gets way harder later on, and I'll explain why in the future. But for now though, it's pretty easy, as then I speak to General Tullius, as he tells me that I need to go to Whiterun after giving him the crown. As then, I require brain rot because I must have watched those Italian memes that gives me nightmares at night. After requiring brain rot, I go to Whiterun. The Jarl doesn't take me seriously until we deal with the dragon. So to do that, we need the dragon stone. And to do that, I need to be sent off to a dungeon. So here we go. It's basically an excuse to do the main story for the game, so you can't complete the side quest yet. But it is pretty easy considering that these are just low-level bandits. And we do fight a giant spider. Sorry if you have arachnophobia. If you unsubscribe, I understand. As then we push through and fight the Draugr. And yeah, the undead are kind of a pushover right now. I mean, I do have 3 companions with great gear right now, so I don't know what else to expect. I'm also very low level, so the Draugr's very low level, so that actually kind of helps me out. As then I grab the golden claw off a corpse, and I continue to lead my companions through the army of undead. As yeah, my army just easily tears through them. So apparently gay people beat undead. Do with this information as you will. Apparently, the skeletons were no match for the strongest bone of all, the boner. As then we make it through, and I use the golden claw to open a door. After that, it's time for the final boss. Now this boss usually is a pain in the A on survival legendary difficulty, but since I have 3 overpowered companions, they just easily stomp him and just send him flying across the map, which is very funny to watch. As then I go back to Whiterun, return the stone, and then I am called to meet with the Jarl, and then go off to fight the dragon. And by fight, I mean watch my boyfriends fight for me, because basically I am a trophy husband and I do nothing but look around and stay cute. As with the power of my cuteness and with them doing the actual work, the dragon is slain. And with the dragon slain, I can finally progress through the Civil War quest line and tell them that Ulfric wants to attack him. He doesn't believe me for some reason. So then I have to get him to give me an axe so I can go over and give it to Ulfric. So Ulfric can agree that he wants to attack the city. So I do that, and Ulfric's like, yeah, we'll attack the city and kill everyone. So then I go back to Whiterun, and we defend against the Stormcloaks. But for whatever reason, my companions couldn't join me during this battle. So I didn't fail the challenge yet, because as long as I just stand by and let the soldiers do the work for me, I guess I didn't really do anything. So this is kind of a gray area. And there's a lot of gray areas in this challenge, because Skyrim is not like Fallout, where you can bring companions almost anywhere. Well, there are exceptions to that, but you get the gist of things. As then, I simply just stand up and just look around all the time, and let the battle play out, where I simply heal myself. And I go to General Tullius, and he calls me a hero and promotes me, even though I did literally nothing but cheerlead. As then I go and meet with the Legate. She wants me to kill a courier and sabotage the messages, so that's exactly what I do. I tried to run away, let my companions do the work, but the Stormcloak was smart and killed me. Luckily though, I'm the main character and I could just restart, and my companions easily deal with the Stormcloak the second time. After that, I then go to the Legate, where she sabotages all the notes, and then I deliver the notes to the Stormcloaks, and the notes are now sabotaged, so they'll get the wrong information when they go into battle. After that, it's time to take down a fort. And by take down a fort, I guess I don't have to describe. I ran away and let my companions do all the work, because I'm basically doing that the whole video, so you're probably getting tired of me just saying that. But hey, look, I have healing hands now, so now I can actually do something. I can actually heal them, which is just like a tiny little bit. It's basically like them getting their arm chopped off, and then I give them a band-aid. It helps a little bit, but at that point, it doesn't really matter. As then I meet with General Tullius, and he tells me to go blackmail the Jarl of Whiterun. So I steal some incriminating evidence and go to the Jarl and bring it to her. And she agrees to give up secret information, like a bunch of gold that the Stormcloaks were about to deliver, along with a bunch of weapons. So I report this to the Legate, and then I meet up with my boy Hagvar, and we plan to jump them. As then I watch as my gang jumps them, but this time they are not being initiated, but they're being initiated into the afterlife instead. which I guess you might be able to call a gang. After all, we don't know what the afterlife's like. After that, I then meet up with the Legate, who is way too close to my face right now, way too close and personal, as she gives me orders. Her orders were simple: take a fort. But I simply lay back with my companions as they, like I've said a million times, do all the work for me. But we do send some people flying, which is always funny. I don't know if I'm just simple-minded, but anytime someone goes flying across the map, I simply laugh. Like, I laugh my ass off. I don't know if that's me, or if any of you guys find that funny. If so, let me know down in the comments below. But yeah, the Imperial Legion does a great job of wiping the Stormcloaks off the face of the earth. And so do my companions, as we start to do multiple fort missions. And to be honest, they're really not that hard, and they're all kind of the same. The only main difference is some of them have you free hostages and some of them don't. That's really about it. Yeah, this mission kind of turned stale. The Civil War questline kind of turned stale after a while. I hope in the new Elder Scrolls game, if they have a questline like this, they won't like have you just take fort after fort after fort. Anyway, I then was able to free the prisoners, because once I actually cleared out the place before freeing them, which you're supposed to do the opposite to have more soldiers, but I already have companions, so it doesn't matter. As then finally, we're ready to storm Soul Sign, the capital of the Stormcloaks. But sadly, you can't skip past the dialogue like I tried to. You have to listen to General Tullius give a speech, and my companions were not allowed here. You might think I'm in trouble, but I technically do not need them, because I could just simply run to the very end like I've done many, many times before. After running to the very end, I then talk to Ulfric until his guy tries to kill me, and I play Ring Around the Rosie with him. As then I simply stand back and let General Tullius and the Legate fight for me. You don't really need to fight, because General Tullius and the Legate cannot die here. Anytime they go down, they'll simply stand back up. So all you have to do is let them do all the work, like that, and you basically done it. As then I refuse to kill him for obvious reason, and General Tullius kills him himself. As now the Empire's won, I then decide to teabag Ulfric in the name of all the Argonians. Hashtag Argonian Lives Matter. As then I go up to Higher Hrothgar to meet with the Greybeards, a bunch of old men who will teach me things, as they are the masters of shouts, which is kind of fitting considering a bunch of angry old men live in the clouds and just yell all day at the clouds. Very fitting, as they teach me the shout that pushes people away, and they also teach me a shout called Warren Spirit, as it lets me just dash around everywhere. After that, I then go off with my companions to get what they told me to get, which is the Horn of Windcaller. And even though I've done this game like a million times, I can never, ever remember what the quest actually wants you to fetch, even when they tell me. Is that just me, or is this quest like really forgettable? Let me know what you think down in the comments. Anyway, the Draugr here have a bit more armor, but my companions easily just shred through them, because my boyfriends are far stronger than any skeleton can dream of. As they easily push through them all, I then try to go through these doors, but I get stuck and die from weak skeletons. Kind of embarrassing. But I then get stuck again and again and again and again, because I hate this puzzle. It's super easy, but it's also really time consuming, and my luck sucks, and it always takes me like 50 tries to get through it. And then I learned the Windcaller was stolen by Dolphine, and she's secretly a part of the Blades, a secret organization that now hides in the shadows after they lost to the Thalmor, she's the last one, and she wants me to prove that I'm the Dragonborn so that we can slaughter some dragons together, and the best way to do that is to kill a dragon. So, yeah, this fight usually is a pain in the butt, but it's actually really easy now, because my companions do most of the work, like every other fight. I do heal them here and there, but other than that, I'm completely useless like normal. I am basically the team's cheerleader. Go team! And usually he always focuses on me, but apparently when you have 4 other people fighting him, because Dolphine's fighting him too, it gets really easy. As then, Alduin was dead, and I managed to get his soul. Nice. After that, Dolphine believes me because I ate a dragon soul, like it's crack, and then she sent me on my way. But I cannot go into the Thalmor embassy because my companions aren't allowed, so I have an idea. There's a way to skip past it with buckets, And if you do this, the game will act like you did all the other quests if you just did this right away. So speedrunners always do this to skip half the quest in the game. You use a bucket and run up to this wall and you glitch through it. Why does it work? I have no idea. As then I have to lockpick a door to get the journal because I can't fight any Thalmor and they're not really hostile to me since I glitched in. One was, but the rest aren't. It takes me multiple attempts because I suck at lockpicking and this lockpick is expert and I have the worst luck ever. Every time I get it, every time I think I have it, it breaks. And it just pisses me off. God, I wish I had the skeleton key. As it takes me multiple tries, but eventually I finally make my way in. And now all I have to do is read the journal and discover that Esben is still alive. And the Thalmor don't even attack me. So that's nice. After that, I leave through the trap door to find all my boyfriends down there. Because apparently the cave is outside the embassy, so they could spawn in. But all my companions then beat up on Bigfoot. And I know he's not Bigfoot, he's a troll or whatever you say. But he looks just like the Yeti from those TikTok AI videos. I don't know if you've seen them, but they're really good. And they're better than my channel, so I can be replaced by AI in any second. Kind of scary, but let's not think about that. After that, I meet up with Dolphine, and then I agree to go find Esben, who's been hiding in the rat ways like a little rat he is. As then, my team jumps on a wizard, and look how long this takes. For whatever reason, this wizard is beefier than most companions in the game. Like, he takes a long time to go down. Like, with all 4 guys just wailing on him, he lasts for like 3 minutes, which may not sound like much, but with 3 companions wailing on you on Legendary, that's a big deal. As then I meet up with Esben, and he agrees to leave with me, so I take him to Dolphine, so we can discover how to beat Alduin. As I talk to him, eventually we both leave, and then I meet up with Dolphine and Esben. As I then carry on to fight the Forsworn. By fight, I mean, okay, I've said that too many times, you know what I mean. As then, I go through the temple, cut myself to reveal the prophecy, and it's revealed that the Greybeards know how to stop Alduin, which means I could have just asked them and didn't have to do anything with the blades whatsoever. Yeah, hindsight's kind of weird if you think about that, but we won't think about it. As then, I let the Greybeards yell at me to finish the Horn quest, as then I meet up with them and talk about meeting Paarthurnax. Paarthurnax is this dragon who was Alduin's brother that switched sides. And I Parthen the clouds to meet Paarthurnax. You see what I did there? No? You're gonna unsubscribe because that was bad? Okay, I guess that's fair. As then I talk to Paarthurnax as he agrees to help me as he tells me where to find the Elder Scroll. But he doesn't really know, so then he tells me to talk to the Greybeards. I go to Paarthurnax, he tells me to talk to the Greybeards. The Greybeards don't know, so they tell me to talk to the college. Jeez, the more I think about it, the more annoying this quest is. I mean, when you're playing Skyrim, it doesn't really feel annoying, but me saying it just sounds annoying. Is that just me, or does anyone else feel the same? Anyway, I then learned where the Elder Scrolls are. Just kidding, I had to talk to another person to learn. And I finally learned where the Elder Scroll is. The Elder Scroll is beneath a dwarven ruin, so me and my companions had to go through there and destroy everything in our path to get it. So yeah, I had to talk to a total of 4 people. 4 to tell me where something is. Come on, Bethesda. I mean, I love Skyrim, but looking back on it, that is kind of dumb. As then me and my companions go through as they had to destroy steampunk robots that look like they're made from Total War Warhammer. They look like a different franchise, honestly. As then, I use my shouts to go through a dungeon. Now, with 3 companions, I thought we were ready for this, that nothing can stop us. But these guys mean business. The Discord moderators are too damn strong. Apparently, a gay person's weakness is a strength of a Discord moderator. Because they just obliterated me and obliterated my entire team. And no matter what I did, I just couldn't go through. So eventually, I had to use the Become Eternal shout just to run past everything. Because if I didn't, I would just die. I don't know why they're so tough on Legendary. They're weak, they live in a cave, they're skinny, have barely any bones, but apparently they're the strongest enemy in the game. I don't know why. But eventually I get the Elder Scroll, and then I leave. After leaving with the Elder Scroll, I then set up a campfire because it gets cold on the top of the mountain. As then me and my companions look back into the past, and I learn how Alduin was defeated. As he was defeated with the Dragon Rend shout, so that's the exact shout that I need to use to defeat Alduin. As then I sit back and let my companions do the work, as I simply spam the Dragon Rend shout, and this is the easiest Alduin fight I've ever been in. Because, well, all I have to look out for is the fallen meteors, which, to be honest, are a pain in the butt, and I wish he couldn't do that in the game. Whoever designed that in the game, shame on you. Hope you don't design in Elder Scrolls 6. But yeah, I simply use the Dragon Rend shout over and over and over again on Alduin, as my companions just beat him to death. So, even the power of a dragon cannot defeat the power of love, but Discord moderator trolls can, though. I didn't design the game, folks. Don't judge me. Anyway, I do die once just because I'm stupid and run out. But other than that, we easily take care of Alduin. After taking care of Alduin, it's time. Alduin runs away, so it's time for me to capture a dragon. As Whiterun was made for that, I am able to convince the Jarl to lead a dragon to a city so we can capture it. After that, I then go back to the Blades, as then they teach me the shout and tell me to kill Paarthurnax. But I don't want to do that, not because I like Paarthurnax, but because, well, I don't really care to. I just kind of want to finish this video at this point, honestly. As then I capture a dragon, and he brings me to Higher Wrathgar. And I did not know this, but you can't bring companions to Higher Wrathgar. And this is where it gets difficult, because I'm only level 7, because I let all my companions do all the work for me. Which means I do barely, if any, damage to anything. So I basically have to run away, and I can't really attack them either, even if I wanted to, because of the sake of the challenge. As I'm forced to run past the fortress, but then I hit a road bump. You have to kill this Draugr to get the key, to get the diamond key, and guess what? The only way to get that is to kill him, and I can't bring companions. So I try and try and try, but nothing works. So I basically failed because I have to kill him. But I don't want the video to end here, so even though I failed, I decided to keep going, as I tried to use my shout to push him down a well to kill him. Well, not a well, just a stairway. As I try to push him down, he gets back up, and it takes a long time. I even push him down once, but it's not enough to kill him, because he lands on the stairs. Eventually, though, I push him down the stairs, and he dies. Someone call Life Alert, or would it be Undead Alert, since he's, well, dead? I honestly don't know. But yeah, it did take a lot of tries. But eventually, after killing him, I then got the Diamond Claw, and I was able to get away. Hopefully, I can just pretend like this never happened. But then, I ran into another problem that I didn't even think about. You see, to prove that you're worthy, you have to fight this guy. And I can't really fight him without companions, so I failed the challenge again. Yeah, kind of sad that it happened right near the end of the game. But, oh well, what can you do? I tried to just push him off the edge, but that doesn't really work out that well. I do keep spamming the shout. It pushes him back a tiny bit, so I was hoping he can fall on rocks and I can get him stuck. Or I can just push him off by getting him too close, something, anything. Eventually, though, he gets stuck by his own AI, because the AI's biggest enemy is itself. And then I pull out a bow and arrow, because I already failed the challenge anyway, so it doesn't really matter. As then I start shooting him with bows and arrows to try to stop him, as he just looks at me and he eventually just walks off the edge. I guess he was tired of me torturing him, which I guess is fair. As then, after torturing someone, I then use my shouts to clear the sky with my fellow Dragonborns, as then we fight Alduin. As I just spam. I could fight him since I already lost the challenge, but I decided to wait near the very end, because you have to kill Alduin with your own bare hands. So, even if companions were allowed here, it was rigged from the start, and I was never going to be able to finish the challenge. So Alduin's defeated. And you can beat it by being gay, just by marrying someone, but you can't beat it with an army of boyfriends, because I guess that's dumb. But I want to end on a happy note, so even though I failed the challenge, I decided to buy a house. After buying a house in Whiterun, I then pay for a children's bedroom and adopt a child. After that, I take all my boyfriends out to a temple and marry them all. And that's going to leave it all for this video. Even though I failed the challenge, I still had a lot of fun,
Happy Pride Month, and I hope you all have a good day. Gay, straight, bi, no matter what you are, I love you, and I'm so glad you're to this channel. If you have any ideas, let me know down in the comments below. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for supporting me. Check out my other videos. Peace out. You're the best.
Welcome. Time to find out, can you beat Skyrim as a Crusader? For this challenge, I'm only allowed to wear Crusader armor and use the Crusader weapon. And I will allow shouts since you have to do it to complete the main story anyway. And I wanted to allow it for this one to see if you guys were okay with that. If not, I won't allow shouts for any other challenge. Now, for my race, I picked Argonian for the healing ability. Now, maybe some of you would think the Orc would be better, but I feel like the quick regeneration is very underrated and will help me out in the long run more than doing double damage. As I picked my name, I then saw a dragon come down and save me, just like normal, as Sir Henry was ready to go on a crusade. But before I can do that, I have to escape Helgen, and I could go over everything I've done, but I feel like you've seen a million people do this and you played the game before, so I'm just going to speed through it. I left with Hagvar because, well, I'm an Argonian, I hate the Stormcloaks. As I watched him do most of the work, then I do a new strategy, a strategy called Running Away, and it works pretty well. The tutorial is really not that hard. Even on legendary difficulty, you could just run past them all. As then I started to run past all the frost spiders as I ran through the cave. It's kind of weird that I'm a lizard running away from spiders, but hey, I guess that's Skyrim for you. As then I leave the cave and go out into the outside world. Now it's finally time we get the armor, as I turned on survival mode. With legendary survival as an Argonian, yeah, their frost resistance isn't really that good, to the point where I honestly kind of regret choosing Argonian just because of their awful frost resistance. But I chose the Warrior Stone and I went off to find the Crusader armor, which to get it, you're going to have to fight through bandits. Well, that's how you're supposed to do it. Since I can't use any armor or weapons, I just try to run towards them and get the armor. But I get shocked to death. Yeah, not a good first try. Eventually though, I am able to sneak through the back and grab the armor. But there's a problem. Whenever I put it on, I get this, because apparently I stole, maybe, I don't know why. But I'm going to have to go pray at 9 shrines to be able to wear it. So, I steal a horse, which resets it, but since I haven't really prayed anywhere, it's okay. As then I go to a shrine and pray. As the horse runs off, I'm forced to take off my armor and mark my location, so I can come back for it later, so I'm not over encumbered. Yeah. Now I'm not wearing anything, and I'm running out as an Argonian. Not really my best look. Luckily, I am able to carry the weapon, though, without being over-encumbered, so at least I have some offense. I just have no protection whatsoever on Legendary Survival difficulty. I'm able to make it to most of the shrines okay. Honestly, the enemies are pretty easy to avoid. The only thing I have to worry about is Frostbite, which does get pretty annoying from times, but as long as I'm careful and find houses to go inside of and just, well, stand near the fire like this, I'll be okay. But there were definitely some close calls. But overall, it wasn't too difficult. But it also wasn't a walk in the park. Really, this armor would give me that notification when I didn't steal or kill anything. For like no reason, it would say you gotta go pray at the shrines because, well, the gods are disappointed at you. It would do that a lot, and that's one of the reasons why this video took so long to make, is because, well, on survival, I had to, like, go across here on a horse or moving in butter, it feels like. But eventually, I was able to pray at all of the shrines, one by one. So now, we can actually finally begin the challenge. Yeah, this is the longest time I've ever talked without being able to begin the challenge, not gonna lie. As I came back for the armor, I was able to put it on and finally start the crusade. Oh yeah, since this is a Creation Club item, I assume this is overpowered, right? But anyway, I decided to upgrade my block by fighting Fourscore and any enemy I found. Because, well, like I said before, this is a Creation Club item, so it should make me overpowered. But I forgot how, well, dangerous Legendary was, and you'll see that in a second. I decided to join the Empire because, well, the Stormcloaks worship Talism, and that seems like a hostile faith, and Crusaders were just people who killed people because they worshipped a different religion. So, why don't I do that? But first, I gotta clear out a bandit camp. The bandits gave me, well, a bit more trouble than I was expecting, but I am kind of low level, and these are bandits on Legendary, so I guess that checks out, as they killed me quite a bit. So I have to use hit and run tactics and try to lure them in one-on-one, and that doesn't always work, as you can see. But eventually, I am able to take them down one by one, which is quite nice, I suppose. But the chief puts up more of a fight. However, there is a special technique, a technique called running away, as they can't kill you if they can't hit you. With hit and run tactics, I was eventually able to whittle the bandit down, killing the chief, and taking over the fort. Or so I thought. It turns out one of the bandits was about 13 kilometers away for some reason. I don't know why they ran away from the fort. I don't know how they got here. And this game had tons of glitches and things like this. They weren't game breaking, and Skyrim always had glitches, but annoying little stuff like this was all over this playthrough, and I have no idea why. Maybe the armor just broke the game, I don't know. As then I talk with General Talius, and I meet up with Hadvar, and it's time to take the crown. Apparently there's some crown that, as it's supposed to help Ulfric become elected High King or whatever. Anyway, I easily move through these Stormcloaks. Just kidding, they destroyed me. Yeah, I'm used to just fighting on normal and just destroying them. This time I actually kind of have to rely on my Imperial soldiers, which suck, but hey, as long as my soldiers are here and they're well distracted and they're being pushed down and have no way of fighting back, I easily take care of them because I am cool and a strong warrior. As I use the claw to do whatever lame puzzles they have, the puzzles really aren't that hard here. As I use my block skill on the Draugr, later, which say what you want about the Crusader weapons and armor, that shield is really good. As then I am forced to use my special ability just to survive, which, like I said before, the Argonian special ability is extremely underrated. I don't know why more people don't play as Argonians. Anyway, I then return with the crown. Then I go and test my block skill. I wanted to level up my block, considering, well, this is legendary, and most things kill me in 3 hits. Maybe if I actually had a good shield, it wouldn't kill me in 3 hits. So I go around fighting bandits, fighting crap, basically anything that can level up my block skill as I go around blocking attacks from any enemies I can find. As then I go in and decide to do the main mission. Sadly, you have to because, well, the Jarl of Whiterun does not accept your axe unless you help him out. So sadly, I'm gonna have to go in and get the Dragonstone. As I go in and fight some bandits, the bandits there are pretty tough, but I'm able to take them down. Luckily, fire is kind of OP right now. It becomes, well, almost useless in the later game, but for now, this Malice is kind of good, as I'm able to strike him down. As I continue through, I then find a frost spider that kills me very easily, so I am forced to use hit and run tactics, getting it trapped in the doorway, running in, doing as much damage as possible, and running back. Yeah, it's kind of painful, but eventually I am able to kill the giant frost spider and level up my one-hand skill. I don't know why, but weapon skills level up way more than armor and block in this game. I don't know if that's just me, or maybe I'm dumb, maybe everyone knew that. Let me know in the comments below. Anyway, I'm able to easily make it past these Draugr because it's kind of easy to stun block them. Just kidding, I die easily because I suck. After dying a few times, well, more than a few, let's be honest, I am able to deal with them by making them run towards me and luring them away from the big group. As it's not really easy, I am able to tear through them. And I try to lure them into a trap, but for the first time ever, the trap doesn't work. They just run past it like it's nothing. I've never seen that before. Have you ever seen these guys run through a trap like it's nothing and actually act like they're smart? Because that's what happened for me. As in, I deal with the Draugr Overlord, and yeah, this fight will not be easy. No matter what difficulty you're on, this fight is always annoying, but on Legendary, you have to be very, very smart. You can't fight him straight up like a warrior, like I tried, because I'm stupid. You have to use hit and run tactics and play Ring Around the Rosie with pillars or anything nearby, just to do the ultimate hit and run tactic to try to, well, kill the Draugr Overlord. And it took me a couple tries, but eventually I was able to knock it down and kill it, taking the Dragonstone. As then I go back, and they're relieved. So, now I gotta fight a dragon that's attacking Whiterun. Now, I don't really want to do this, because after this, dragons will spawn naturally in the game, but I don't really have a choice. I'm not a little wuss, even though I hid in the tower and waited for the guards to do a lot of the work, but we're just gonna pretend that didn't happen, okay? Eventually, though, I did go down and start doing some work, and my special ability. But I'm not a dark elf, so fire does a lot of damage to you, even when you're regenerating fast. But Eventually, I was able to almost kill it and die anyway. But eventually, I was able to finally kill it and get this amazing kill shot. Look at this. Ignore the part where I hid and I died a million times when he only had 2 health. But focus on this. Bam! Look at that epic kill shot. Yeah. Now that's glorious. Anyway, after killing the dragon, I then went back to Whiterun, and we can finally continue with the Civil War questline and stop the Talos heretics. As then I went to Ulfric and told him about the Whiterun message. And he told me to bring back the axe, and then they attacked Whiterun, so I had to defend it. And well, defending Whiterun is quite difficult, I'm not gonna lie. I tried to stop them from breaking in, but I've never ever been able to stop them from breaking in before. I don't know if you guys have been able to. If so, let me know in the comments below. But yeah, luckily the Imperial Legion was here. But I am still low level, and this is legendary. It doesn't matter what weapons I have, what techniques I'm using, unless I'm straight up hacking. If I'm low level on legendary, I am gonna die. Unless I'm a stealth archer, because that's just too overpowered. Speaking of death, there's one. Hooray! Yay! Fighting the Stormcloaks is so much fun. I am able to stop them though. One by one, body by body, I tear them down. That's what they get for worshiping the wrong faith and rising up against, the Empire and hating Argonian. As I go to the Empire's camp and they give me new orders. As I am supposed to deliver some messages. But to do that, I had to kill the courier and take his messages. As I'm supposed to deliver a false support. As then I go back and tell her what I did, I then go back and deliver the fake messages, tricking the Stormcloaks. After I tricked the Stormcloaks, however, I got this message. Apparently the guys weren't happy with me killing one of the Stormcloaks, so I guess Talos is real. Oh well, since I have a horse that's actually not stolen, it's way easier for me to get all the blessings. As I go to shrine, getting the blessings one by one. Not gonna lie, this armor is kind of annoying. Sometimes it would just fire when I haven't killed or stole anything, and I would just have to reload because I don't know what I did wrong. I wish the armor would tell me, hey, if you do this, you're not going to be worthy, instead of just giving me that notification, because sometimes I don't even know what I did. But yeah, that's only a minor setback in the grand scheme of things, and if you weren't on survival, you could just fast travel to each one of them, and it wouldn't even be that big of a deal. After taking off your armor, remember where it was. But I'm not, playing normally, so I have to ride a horse to each shrine. So yeah, now it's time for me to do everyone's favorite part of the quest, clearing out forts, as it's time to clear out some Stormcloak forts. I mean, they do get tedious after a while, and it's kind of generic, but it's always fun to fight stuff, and it gives me an excuse to level up my block and to level up my one-arm skill, and to die on camera because I suck at the game. But yeah. Also, side note, why is every fort in the game in a snowy place? Like, it got to the point where I had to run inside and get warm. And I could have used a campfire, but I forgot that even existed in the game until later, that you could build your own campfire sets. So, whoops, silly me. Anyway, me and my homies just slowly wear down the Stormcloaks one by one, killing them and trying to wipe them off the face of the earth, like every good Crusader would do. And yeah, I did have some challenges here and there, and my horse walked in front of me, which I thought was actually kind of funny, so I kept that in. As I died from arrows. I tried to get my block skill up so arrows don't affect me, but spoiler alert, I never did. Also, at the beginning of the game, without a lot of block skill or heavy armor, I am basically a glass cannon. I do decent enough damage, but I die pretty easily. But besides that, the challenge itself so far wasn't going too hard. As long as I was careful and wasn't an idiot, because most of those deaths were because I was an idiot, I'm able to take care of them. As I then completed the fort, driving out the Stormcloaks. As then, it was finally time for me to blackmail Jarl. As I collected the papers and brought it to the Jarl, she was upset by this. So, she told me where the Stormcloaks were keeping a shipment of gold, as me and the Imperials robbed the shipment of gold. I don't know if this is warfare or just plain old robbery, but either way, I decided not to think about it. Which there's not much to say about it because, well, it's basically a fort mission, but 10 times easier. But I got this notification, my crimes. Even though all I did was kill some Stormcloaks. I know I said this before, but I am absolutely certain now that Talos exists. Because every time I would do a Stormcloak mission, there was like a 50% chance I would get that notification at this point. So I went back to get my blessings, then I went on to fight against the Stormcloaks. Because screw you, Talos. You're not a god I worship. As it was time for me to do some more fort missions. These missions are kind of fun. They are tedious, but like I said before, they do help level you up, even though they are difficult, as I get killed a lot here. But most of the time when I get killed, I get too cocky because I think they're too much damage to beat me, and then I'm proven wrong, as eventually I do complete the fort. Nice. After that, along the way, I almost freeze to death, so I'm forced to get up to next to a fire and hope I don't die, because I'm an Argonian, and the cold is not my friend. After doing that, I then try to meet up with some Imperials, but they decide to make a camp right next to the strongest bandits in the game. Not even kidding. Luckily though, all I had to do was run past them and run into the fort, and I didn't have to fight the bandits or even meet up with my Imperial friends. So I go in there, lockpick the doors, and free the prisoners, as then I lead an army out and we fight the Stormcloaks, as they all came after me, so I was not that happy. So I had to run back until I hit a wall, and well, yeah, this wasn't fun. Eventually, though, I was able to weave out of the way and distract them, as me and Hadvar were the only survivors. After that, it was finally time to take the fight to the Stormcloaks and assault their capital. As me and my men launched the invasion into the capital, we slaughtered Stormcloak after Stormcloak, making our way up. And it was quite fun. I mean, I could just rush my way there, and I definitely didn't try that and die a bunch of times, but eventually I make it in, and I die almost immediately to a headbutt. Yeah, Ulfric's man is, he's no joke. But eventually I'm able to slaughter him with some good old speed jabs. When someone blocks, you just keep hitting them over and over again instead of using a power attack, so you get more damage overall. Pro tip. As then, I was able to kill Ulfric, ending the Civil War and destroying Talos' worship. But Talos decides to prove that he's real once and for all. After I'm done teabagging him, Talos then sends me a message and says I need to pray to more shrines. Yeah, I'm convinced this is like canon that Talos was a god, because every time I do this, I end up getting that event. Anyway, it's time for my second main crusade before I start the main quest. Even though I probably should have done the main quest first, because this DLC is hard as balls, but oh well. As it's time for me to kill some vampires. As I go in, they just destroy me with their blood magic. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever done the quest on the Dawnguard side, because I hate fighting vampires. They're the most annoying things to fight. When you do this quest, do you go with the Dawnguard or the vampires normally? Let me know in the comments below, because I'm actually kind of curious right now. The skeletons and dogs were also very annoying, but they weren't super hard to deal with. The most annoying thing were the vampires themselves. But with some willpower, tries again, and many saves, eventually I managed to lock up the main vampires. After locking them up in a cage, except for one who I had to fight, after that I didn't use my blood to start a puzzle so I can free Serana. The puzzle was quite easy, so there's really no point in me showing it. After freeing Serana, I then talked to her, and is off to see her dad, Lord Harkon, and for the first time ever, I actually refuse his gift. I also wish you could side with Harkon, but no matter who you go with, sadly you have to side with Serana. I mean, Harkon is such a cool character, I just wish you could side with him. If anyone else has a mod where you can side with Harkon and sacrifice Serana, please let me know, because I definitely would play it. Anyway, after that, we didn't get ambushed by vampires. I talked to the Dawnguard, and they tell me it's time to assemble their version of the Avengers. As one of them's so lazy, they can't even go after a bag that has Dwarven runestones in it. As then I go back to her, give her the stone. After that, it was off to recruit another person. But before we can do that, we then had to kill spiders, because, well, why not? This guy picks a fight with everything in the forest, so you have to fight before you can talk to him, which is always annoying. After murdering some spiders and going hunting, he then begins to tell me about a bear he was tracking, and now he needs help for me to kill it. So, I agree, as me and him team up on the cave bear. Luckily, the cave bear just focuses on him, so I'm able to attack it from behind and light it on fire. And my fire damage is already starting to, well, become less and less noticeable. By the end game, it's really not that much. After that, I come back, and they tell me good job for recruiting them, as then Serana shows up. and she asks for my help, saying we need to team up to beat her father. As then I do the Atronax Stone, which makes it so I absorb 50% magic. So then I go off. Now I have to find a Moth Priest, because only a Moth Priest can read the Dragon Scroll, as we find out his guards were ambushed by vampires and he was taken away. So I had to go and save him, and these vampires are surprisingly easy to kill. I mean, they do quite a bit of damage to me because it's legendary, but I do more damage to them surprisingly. So I figure, hey, this is going to be easy, you know? I'm just going to easily kill them and easily take care of this, because, you know, I'm the man. But, I was surprisingly wrong, because even though the vampires themselves were easy to take care of, there's someone who wasn't easy to take care of. And that, of course, was the Moth Priest himself, because I didn't know he was hypnotized and would fight against you. And he just kills me instantly, because this is legendary and I'm not allowed to have fun, as he just beats the ever-living crap out of me. And this is where the point of the video where I decided to allow shouts, because no matter how much damage I did to him, he would just destroy me. And I figured that it would be possible to do this DLC without shouts, but it would take me a month, so I'm not gonna do that. And if you are upset with that, so be it. Just don't watch the video. I don't care. As then I went to Riften, and surprisingly a dragon showed up. And that's where I got the shout slow down time, which would help me throughout this entire video. And the shout itself doesn't do any damage. And a lot of people don't allow shouts that do damage, but they allow shouts that don't do damage, like slow down times and become ethereal. So technically, it kind of blends the rules of the challenge, I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, I also beat my horse to up my one-arm skill, because you could just beat your horse to level up any skill. Fun fact. As then, he still just kills me over and over and over and over, and just, yeah, it's just so much fun. So yeah, after a while, just dying over and over and over, eventually I was able to do this, and this took me like 3 or 4 hours, not gonna lie. The Moth Priest is like the boss of bosses. He is like on steroids. I think he's may even be harder than the Alduin fight. Like, I don't know why people don't up this guy up more and like their comments and stuff. Anyway, after that, I went to the College of Winterhold, and we talked about this guy named Septus, who was insane and would help me find the Dragon Scroll. As then he told me where to find the Dragon Scroll, which is in an ancient dungeon guarded by dwarven spiders and other dwarven machines. So yeah, that's so much fun. Surprisingly, my fire does well against metal. You don't think it would because it's, well, metal. But yeah, I also had to play Ring Around the Rosie with another explorer, as we find out who wins, lizard or cat. And surprisingly enough, lizard wins. I mean, I did have to play Ring Around the Rosie and heal all the time, but we're gonna ignore that. After that, I then run past and trap some dwarven spiders and laugh at them. I also use the slow down time effect. I wish I had the Become Eternal shout so I could just jump past them all, but sadly I didn't, as I'm forced to slow down and run past all my enemies. And there's not really much to talk about here, because I just slow down time and die over and over again. So we're just going to skip past it until I eventually get the scroll. After getting the scroll, I then go back to Septus because I had the wrong quest marked and thought I needed to go back to him. Oh well. And then I go back to Serana, and Serana tells me good job, as in we go off to her home place so we can infiltrate the castle and find out where her mom is. And then I get this notification and die. I do reload a couple saves back, which fixes it, but I did not steal or kill anything that wasn't hostile, so I don't know why I got that. My only guess is sometimes I would accidentally hit Serana, so maybe that's what caused it, but overall, I honestly have no clue why that happened. Like, no clue whatsoever. As then we make it to the center of the room, do the moon puzzle, and then fight through some Draugr. And yeah, overall, it's quite easy, just really time consuming, because Serana acts like the perfect meat shield as I slowly beat down the Draugr and the gargoyles. But sometimes I do get too cocky and die every once in a while. I am only human after all. And I do make a lot of mistakes because, well, let's be honest, I do suck at this game, even though I do challenge runs on it. After dealing with some skeletons, eventually I make it to the final room, as I hide on a ladder and use Serana as a meat shield as I come down and beat them anytime I can do damage to them. And I also use the slow down time shout so I can get more hits in, and since gargoyles are already slow, they practically can't hit me, until I get too cocky and die a few times. But After that, I am able to eventually beat them all down to death and make it into the center of the castle, and it's time to enter a portal to find Sharana's mom. As then I'm able to enter the portal. As I have a choice, become a vampire or have my soul be partly stolen. I chose partly stolen because, well, I decided to be against the run to become a vampire. But, to be honest with you, I honestly wish I would have became a vampire, because having my soul be partly stolen means my magic regenerated less, I took damage easier, it was just a big pain. And these guys, the keepers, would kill me in only 2 hits, so I had to be really, really smart. I mean, I think this took me an entire day to fill out just this quest alone. As I got lucky with one of them because they got distracted with the light thing. Like a fly to the light, I would run up, hit them a couple times, and run away. Also, my charge was down because, I was an idiot and didn't buy more charges. That's definitely my fault, not the game's fault, but I just still wanted to point that out. As I would use slow down time, hit the keeper a little bit, and then run away whenever I could. It was a very long and time-consuming process, and this was only the first one, because, of course, there was 3 of them. But eventually, I was able to kill the first keeper. Hip hip, hooray! As I slaughter the first keeper, I then go to the second one, which I try to push him off the edge, and it kind of works, but he lands on the second one. As I try to use shield bashing to push him off, because, well, I don't have unrelived in force yet. As I try to push him off, he just shoots me with a couple arrows and I die. I do use exploits in my videos a lot. Willow would be ashamed, but yeah, after being stuck on this for an entire day, I am really not that sad. As then I'm able to use shield bashing to knock off the keeper. Now there's only one left, the hardest one, because this one is actually fast when he swings. The first one was quite slow, the second one was easy to push off, but this guy, he is fast, and he does chase you, and it's harder to get him distracted, but not impossible. He does become distracted by light, but after a while he will turn back and attack you, unlike the others, for whatever reason. I honestly don't know why. Luckily, Sharana acts like the perfect meat shield for him, as I'm able to lower the keeper's health until he actually runs away. And as he runs away, he actually turns and attacks me, killing me. I mean, look at this. Look at this. He has 1 health. I'm charging after him, and then he just turns around and kills me. Honestly, not even mad. That was kind of impressive. But eventually, I'm able to knock him down, killing the last keeper. As then, I think I'm finally done, but I'm not. Because, of course, there's another boss battle, because why wouldn't there be? This is Skyrim Legendary. As now, I have to fight a buttload of skeletons and a literal dragon, because, well, yay, I love this DLC. It's so much fun. Luckily, I still have the slow down time shout, and there's 2 companions next to me, Sharana and her mother. And by the way, I don't allow companions, but sadly you have to have Sharana as a companion for this quest, so I will allow it here for rare circumstances when they force one on me. As then I slay the dragon, and I free Sharana's mom. Hip hip hooray. After that, I then grab what I need to, get in the scroll, and the dragon talks to me, saying I can summon him, but I don't have enough dragon souls, so it doesn't matter. As then I get my soul back, making it so I'm not weak. But something happens. Even though I'm able to do this, for some reason, it says this. Even though I didn't steal, I didn't kill, so I don't know what happened. So I have an idea. I reload. You see, if you don't have the armor or weapons equipped, you can't get the notification. So I take off all my armor and weapons so I can travel faster, until I eventually get out and put it back on and then go to the shrines one by one. After that, I go back to the Moth Priest, and he lost his eye. I then talked to him and realized his eyes were burnt out from the scroll, so I had to have a bunch of, not kidding, moths help me figure out what the scroll says by chopping off some wood and gather them around me. Because moths can help you read scrolls, apparently. I don't, what is even happening at this point? I don't know. As then I'm able to read the scroll, and it tells me where to go, as I had to go through this cave and get this bow to kill Lord Harkon. So that's exactly what I do. But as I'm walking on this, well, bridge, it falls off and I fall in the water. I can breathe underwater though, so it's really not that big of a deal. Which isn't even that useful as a trait in survival, because 90% of the water in Skyrim is cold and kills you. As then, I make it to the snow elf, who tells me he'll only help me if I kill his brother, who's been corrupted or whatever. So I say great, and to get to him, I have to fill a bucket of water from each shrine. Luckily though, I do have the slow down time, as the rest of the snow elves, or the corrupted as he calls them, chase after me. As I eventually make it to Ghost, and I have to listen to their long monologue before I can fill a bucket of water, because, well, why wouldn't you have to do that? Isn't this so much fun? Isn't Skyrim just so fun? Isn't this DLC just so much fun? As I avoid enemies and go to shrine, collecting water after water, it's not too difficult. As then, I'm gonna give you a pro tip. If you walk across this ice lake, dragons will spawn, and they are almost impossible to kill. So, walk around it. Go through this mountain and never walk over the ice lake. Pro tip, if you do this DLC, just never walk over the ice lake. That's certain death, and if you do that, then, well, it's your funeral. As then, I was able to use the slow down time shout just to make it past them all. As after making it past them all, I was able to fill up my bucket of water, filling up the last one, now ready to fight. As it's time for a boss fight, I have no idea what to expect, as he summons many of these weird snow monsters around me, and there's a bunch of people frozen to death, but things right now isn't really too hard. I wish in Skyrim you would just fight the boss instead of fighting minions first, because it's fun and creative the first time, but after a while it just gets bored, and it just feels tedious, so I just wish I just wouldn't have to fight the minions first. I feel like it's just kind of irritating after a while. If anyone agrees, let me know in the comments below. As then Serana picks him up to gather his blood, because he made the prophecy to get revenge on a god, yada 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 yada. I just want this DLC to end, to be honest with you. But he shakes the entire world and begins to fight me. As I start to battle him, there's a problem. I hide and try to get Serana to get up and take care of him, but she stays down, and he kills me with one hit. Unless I absorb the magic, so it's basically a 50-50 chance. And I keep getting the crime notification, so there's two ways to do this. Get a special shout, or become immune to magic altogether. But to do that, I have to become a vampire, and like I said, I don't want to become a vampire at all. As then, I decided to go to, well, the Greybeards. As then, I decided to learn Unrelenting Force, which if you know, is the best way to beat that boss fight, and is the only way on Legendary, because I don't know how it's possible to beat him without it. I also learned Wind Spirit, but before I can learn the whole shout, I have to return the horn. I do need the horn and wind caller for them to teach me the entire shout though, so I go into a dungeon and clear it out. The dungeon is actually very easy compared to the DLC. Then I learned that the horn was stolen by Dolphine, which kind of irritates me. I decided to go meet her so she gives me back the horn. But I'm not going to continue her quest because I want to finish that DLC right now, and I need this shout to do it. And yeah, after learning the shout, I'm not proud of this, but I then sit there and let the Greybeards yell at me. And while the old men yell at me, I think of doing something awful, something that some people might consider a fail to the challenge. Even though I didn't directly kill him, this is still my fault. I tried to push him off the first time, but he actually stays there, and promptly gets revenge on me. But the second time, I'm able to walk up to him and push him off the edge, killing him instantly. After a day of hard work, he dies just like that. And then we are told how to kill Harkon and are given to the bow, as we can finally go in and finally kill him. After that, I then grab the bow, talk to Serana, and begin the assault on the castle. As I talk to the Dawnguard, they then agree to help me. As then, me and the rest of the Dawnguard charge in and fight gargoyles and all kinds of enemies. But after a while, I decide to just charge in so I could save my soul charges. As then, I make it to Lord Harkon and give him the bow so I can fight him fair and square. Sadly, he doesn't kill Serana, which, like I said before, I wish there was a way just to help him. But even as a vampire, you can't do it. Oh well. He then becomes glitched where he doesn't fight back, which is honestly kind of nice. And I thought I was able to kill him, but he just heals back instantly. Like, I get to where he's dead, and he just looks at me. And there's nothing I can do. I can't do enough damage to actually defeat him. I just beat on him over and over and over again, and nothing really happens. So, I have to reload, and he punishes me by killing me instantly. Eventually, though, I am able to kill him. It took a long time and an entire 2 days. Not gonna lie, I'm not even exaggerating. This boss fight pissed me off. I had to use so many exploits against magic just to get rid of him. And if I showed you, the game would be an hour long. As then, I was able to kill him and then go out. As now, it was time for me to go with Dolphine and finally complete the main quest. At this point, I've been doing this challenge for about a week and a half. So, yeah, I was honestly just excited to end it as I die, because this is legendary. Eventually, I become over-encumbered, even though I committed no crimes. I hate that. So I had to fight him on a horse, which makes it easier and more challenging. It's more challenging to hit him, but it's easier not to get hit, so it kind of balances out. Eventually, he does a kill move on me. He does that a lot, but eventually, one of his kill moves gets kind of, well, strange. As I am battling him on my horse, he does a kill move on me, but I don't die. Instead, I am just there. And then I go absolutely flying, and I'm like, okay, what is happening? And then I go 20 feet in the air, and I pause the game, and I am dying laughing at this point. Fun fact, this crashed my entire computer. So don't fight dragons on horses. Skyrim apparently cannot handle that. As eventually I am able to beat him to death, killing a dragon and proving to Dolphine that yes, I am in fact the Dragonborn. As now it's time to infiltrate the Thalmor. As I'm forced to wear party clothes to do it, so I failed the challenge. Thank you all for watching. I'm just kidding. I do allow myself to wear these clothes because I don't actually fight in them, and you know, you kind of have to. So after that, I use a drunk to get in, and I fight some Thalmor, which honestly, with my new magic absorption, does pretty dang well against them. I mean, don't get me wrong, they still hurt me quite a bit sometimes, but they're actually somewhat manageable and reasonable to take down. And after dealing with the Dawnguard DLC, which made me want to rip out my hair multiple times and cuss out like a little baby, this honestly doesn't feel that bad and feels like a cakewalk compared to that, as I'm able to get rid of them and free the prisoner. As then I'm able to save Malborn for the first time ever. No joke, I've never saved him. Never on a casual run, never on a playthrough, never saved Malborn until now. I don't know how I was able to save him this time. I don't know how it worked out, but it just did. As then I craft a campsite because I am going to need it, because I am going to fight Alduin, and on my last game, I froze to death after fighting him, and I'm not going to make that same mistake twice.
As I travel through the Ratways, killing everything in my sight, so I can make it to Esben. As the Thalmor put up somewhat of a fight here, but like I said before, they're actually fun to fight, as I'm actually having a good time here, as I deal with them by decapitating her. I'm not really monetized yet, so I have to worry about demonetization, but as soon as I do, I'm probably not going to show things like that anymore. FYI, as then I destroy the Thalmor with my boy Esben. Esben is kind of a tank, not going to lie. As then we go to the Skyhaven Temple, and I use my blood to open the door, and discover a legend of how they defeated Alduin, about a shout called Dragonren. As then I go to the old men, and they refuse to teach me, because it's past their bedtime. So then I have to meet up with Paarthurnax, as I craft my fireplace and talk to him. As Paarthurnax agrees to show me how to do it, but I need the scroll first, but I already have it, so I look through it and go back in time. But my fireplace went back in time with me. I don't know if the scroll traveled it with me, or if that's a glitch. Definitely a glitch, but hey, Skyrim is Skyrim, right? And then I was actually able to do decent damage against Alduin, which is actually, well, surprising. However, he does way more damage to me, but I'm able to hide behind rocks and do hit and run tactics. It does get me killed a lot, but eventually I'm able to fight him back and do some more damage to him, as I use Paarthurnax as a meat shield to attack him from the sides. As Alduin does turn around and almost kill me, I'm able to run to the rocks sometimes and be safe. Other times I die, but this is one of those lucky times. Eventually though, Paarthurnax fights him as Alduin gets stuck on my fireplace. My fireplace actually saved me. I didn't know this was an exploit, but hey, the more you know. So kids, if you want to fight Alduin, put down a fireplace. Maybe he'll get stuck on it. I don't know the likelihood of that happening, but it happened here, so hey, at least we know it's possible. After that, I go to the Jarl of Whiterun,
and tell him I want to trap a dragon in his house. And he says, okay, as in we trap a dragon. As I humiliate the dragon and laugh at him, he then whines and tells me to let him go, so I do, so he flies me off to Southern Guard. After going to Southern Guard, I then use my shouts to run past all the enemies and just go into the door. As this was kind of annoying, this is the hardest part about the second Alduin fight. Not Alduin himself, just all of his enemies, as I had to run by them. Because since we're on Legendary, I can't do enough damage to kill them. Even with 101 arm strength, my damage is kind of lackluster at this point. So I'm forced to use my special ability to kill one of them just to get past them all. As then I jump into a portal and finally go into the afterlife, as now finally this hell can end and I can kill Alduin, right? No, I have to pass the test first. Of course I do. But by using the slow down time shout, I'm able to pass the test and get in. As then me and the rest of the ancient heroes use the clear wind shout to clear the wind so we can weaken Alduin. This fight is basically the original Alduin fight, but 10 times easier, as me and my friends are able to gang up on him and I'm just able to spam Dragon Ren, cause him to land down. As since I absorb magic, anytime he hits me, I'm able to use regeneration, as I'm able to beat him down and eventually kill him. I'm not gonna lie, this challenge was very hard, and it took me about a week and a half to make this, which shocked me because, well, I thought it was gonna be easy because these were Creation Club items. I guess for once, Todd Howard didn't bless me. Hope you enjoyed this video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and share with all your friends. And let me know what challenge videos you want down in the comments below. Love you all. Peace out. Daggers are weapons that give huge stealth bonuses, but don't do a lot of damage on their own. However, there are special daggers in the game, so that gave me an idea. Can you beat Skyrim Legendary Survival difficulty with only daggers? For this challenge, I'm only allowed to use daggers to do damage, and that's pretty much it. Pretty simple. Now, let's get to the run. Make myself an orc for the Berserker Rage, and usually when I do a melee build, I make a man, so for once I decided to be a woman, and I picked Dag for Dagger. Not the most creative name, but it's something. And then Alduin saves me for getting my head chopped off, just like normal, and he begins to scream and destroy the whole damn town. As then I follow Hagvar, my boy, to get out of here. Now, I don't really have a dagger yet, so I do this thing called running past the tutorial, where I simply just run past all the enemies because there's no way I could fight them. There's probably a dagger in the tutorial somewhere, but I didn't feel like looking for it, so I just ran past everything. The enemies there did try to kill me, and I did get low stamina and things like that, but luckily, even on the hardest difficulty, these are just tutorial level foes, so they didn't pose much problem. I was able just to run past them. As then it asks me if I want to turn on survival, and of course I say yes. As then I go to the stones and pick the feast stone to level up my stealth, because I want to get max stealth early on. As then I go over to the city of Whiterun and do this exploit where you walk into a wall repeatedly so you can max out your stealth, because with stealth you can do massive damage bonuses with daggers, and we're gonna need every single damage bonus that we can possibly get with these little toothpicks of weapons. As eventually I was able to do it and get Assassin's Blade, which is what I needed, and then I stole a Dwarven Dagger by looting the secret chest under Whiterun. As then I went and bought a horse and just started beating the crap out of it to level up my one-hand skills. Hey, don't get mad about beating up an animal. It's just a video game, guys. Calm down now. Calm down. And then I was able to push through my one-hand attacks to make them do way more damage, which is nice. As then I started a fishing quest, which might sound random, but there's this quest in the game where you go around and catch fish, and the reward is the best dagger in the game. And since our challenge is daggers, well, I kind of need to do that. Sometimes the fish would get away, but it's really simple. You just gotta wait until they start pulling down on the fishing rod. Then you pull up and get the fish. And there was lots and lots of fish on this one. This took me 3 days to do. I'm not joking. The RNG on this was really annoying. As then after collecting fish, I went and got another contract, and then I went and collected more fish. Kind of like a cycle here. as this guy would not give me the dagger. Every time I completed the quest, I'm like, please give me that dagger. And he's like, well, go out and go fishing for me. And eventually, he wouldn't even let me go fishing for him. I gotta complete other random fishing quests. I then got jumped by bandits as I went fishing, so I had to try to kill them. I hit him with a stealth attack. He turned around and just murdered me. So, yeah, not fun. Next time, I end up using Orc Rage and a Stealth Attack Fury, a double-handed attack, and I killed him. The Berserker Rage is definitely the best perk in the game for any melee build ever, stealth or double-handed. If you're doing any type of melee build, I highly suggest you use the Orc Rage, because it literally saved me in this run. Even though I was doing a stealth build, the Orc Rage saved me. Without that, I don't think this run would have been possible, or it would have been 10 times harder. So I am very grateful to the Orc and their Berserker Rage. As then I go around to start stealth attacking them. Sometimes when I do the double attack, it like gives up my stealth, but it don't matter. As then I read a book saying how they're gonna kill me and take all my stuff. Apparently fish is valuable. I didn't know there was damn fishing bandits. As then I was ordered to kill a bunch of crabs. And I do barely any damage to them because they're Arctic crabs. Apparently, those crabs are the strongest for some reason. I don't know. I didn't make the game. Okay, I don't know why. I tried, like, just going out, chopping them up into bits, but it doesn't work out well, as these crabs just murdered me. And then I get the bright idea to lead them into a town and let the guards do all the work, which actually works out pretty good.
Which is funny, because the fish contract was like, kill the crabs so they don't go into town, and I lead them in town to kill them all. But in my defense, who sends a fisherman to fight giant crabs of death? Come on now, that's just dumb on their part. As then I go back and tell them that I completed the quest, as then he gives me another fishing quest. But this one is the Arctic one, which are pretty hard to find. After doing the Arctic one, I then went into the legendary one, where there's only fish on like certain locations. And I googled every single one of these. Like, if I didn't, that would take forever. I think for sure there's other ways to figure it out, but it's just really annoying and painful. It's just better to Google it. Don't judge me. As then, I get the best dagger in the game, and it even has an enchantment to it. Now I'm ready to start the main quest. As I go to Whiterun and talk to the Jarl about the dragon. As then he sends me to a wizard, who then sends me to do his dirty work for him, and I'm forced to get stuff for him. And then I use stealth attacks on these bandits. One bandit finds me out, but I'm able just to slaughter her. Look at that enchantment. Oh yeah, now that's beautiful. As then I'm able to use stealth attacks on a giant spider to kill it, which is pretty nice. I then go down and use stealth attacks on the... I'm pretty sure I said stealth attacks 15 times, but it's my video. I do what I want on the dragger. Now, my plan was to get a stealth attack on this guy immediately and use Orc Rage, but it didn't stealth. While he was getting up, he saw me immediately, and then he just murdered me. So I need to do something better than that. My plan is just to run around, get stealth attacks, and then run away. But a lot of time, he would see me right before I swing somehow, and it pissed me off. I don't know, I think it's because I did the heavy swing. If you do the heavy swing, it like messes up your stealth, which I didn't really know. And some opponents like have worse detection than others, but eventually I was able to just spam stealth attacks until I could kill the Dragger Lord. Very nice. After his death, I go back and tell him that I did a good job and return the item. After that, I was sent to fight a dragon, but I didn't fight him, I hid. You see, I have daggers and I can't fly, so I would hide, wait for him to land, then come up and stab him right when he was almost dead from the guards doing most of the work. Even though the guards did most of the work, I wanted to get the final kill so I could say I actually did something. As then I talk to the Jarl and tell him that I'm the Dragonborn, and he tells me I need to meet the Greybeards. But before that, I decide to get involved in the Civil War quest line, as I meet with the General. As then I meet with the Legate, and she tells me I need to clear out a fort of bandits. Which can't be too hard, right? Just easy stealth attacks. But, yeah, it was quite hard. My first stealth attacks didn't really work. Even with this dagger, I was not strong enough to just severely damage them or kill them with one stealth attack. This is before I learned the technique of the double tap. Because when I do one stealth attack here, I assume the stealth attack's over, I need to kill them in one hit. But later I learned that I'm wrong and I could just spam stealth attacks.
but I decide to use my Berserker Rage with the stealth attacks for the one-hit kill. And then I killed a woman so hard that she fell through the ground. As then I walk behind each of them and hit them in the back with my Berserker Rage. Like I said before, this is definitely the best perk for any melee build in the entire game. As then I go out and wait 24 hours, I will get hungry and cold, but that's okay. So I can get that Berserker Rage again. As then, with the Chieftain, I learned that you can actually do multiple stealth attacks before they know where you are. I always just assume one and done, but nope. If you are fast enough, you can hit them multiple times, which is what I would try to do. Sometimes I mess up and I get killed, but overall, the double tap strategy is what I call it, is doing pretty well. As I'm able to clear out the fort, I meet with General Tullius, and he tells me good job. He wants me to help with a better mission. As I meet up with Hagvar, we're supposed to go into these ruins and get the crown, as Ulfric wants this ancient crown to try to prove that he's the rightful ruler of Skyrim, which is dumb. So we're gonna go and take it before he can get it. I bet there's like some Skyrim fanboys being like, don't disrespect the crown like that. The crown is beautiful. As then I go forward and just, slaughter the Stormcloaks by doing these stealth attacks, doing 15 times damage each time, cutting their throats, which is very nice. I then tried the same thing with Berserker Raids, thinking that maybe I could kill the Dragger Deathlord, but nope, these guys are pretty beefy. Luckily, as I killed one by myself, but now I have an entire team to jump them, so this time it's actually not that hard, and I can just kill him while everyone else is wailing on him. Stomp him in the nuts, stomp him in the nuts. I then meet with General Tullius and give him the crown. As he tells me good job, I then meet with the Jarl of Whiterun to talk about Ulfric attacking his town, but he doesn't believe me, so I have to go to Ulfric and ask if he's sure, and he says, here, bring him this axe. It's me and I'm gonna go kill him. So I'm like, okay, so I grab the axe, bring it to him, and then Ulfric and his boys attack, which I am forced to defend. Now, I can't really use stealth here in big battles because there's a bunch of people around me, so it's kind of impossible to hide, because even if my allies see me, it's counted as me not being hidden. So yeah, that's kind of a big problem. But luckily, the Imperial soldiers do most of the work for me, so it wasn't too difficult. As then I was sent to kill off a spy and collect valuable information and give it to the Stormcloaks after we alter it, of course, to mess them up a little. As then I go to the Stormcloaks and give him the information altered so we can mess them up. As then I am tasked with taking a fort. A lot of the Civil War questline are simply forts, which I don't really hate. They're good and an easy excuse to level up my one-handed skill without me using animal abuse, so that's always nice. But it does get a bit stale sometimes. I do get some cool cinematics though, which is good enough, I suppose. I also sneak in and kill the guards inside, because when inside the fort, I'm alone, and there's not a huge battle going on, so it's easier for me to sneak up on people. I then meet with General Tullius after taking the fort, and he sends me to get an incriminated letter and blackmail Jarl so we can learn information. And that's exactly what I do, as she tells me where a big shipment of their weapons are. So me and Hagvar go there, and we're about to jump them and steal the weapons. I tell Hagvar to wait there so I can just stealth attack them all. But it works for a while, but then he decides to send his army in, even though I do not need him in there whatsoever. But, it's fine. I'm able to attack them from behind as they're focused on his main forces, as then he takes his leave. After that, I am sent to take out, you guessed it, another fort. But this time, it was unique, because I had to free prisoners here for them to attack them, which I guess is different. After that, we then go out and we fight all the Stormcloaks. After clearing out more and more forts, eventually I do enough so we can attack Ulfric's main home. And I skip past some forts because it was just me killing Stormcloaks. I was running out of commentary for it. All right, what do you want me to say? Oh, I stabbed the guy again for the billionth time. As eventually I just rush into his home, and then me and General Tullius do work on him and his cop commander, because now it's time to kill Ulfric. Freedom for the Argonians! As Ulfric stands there, I try to kill him, but it won't let me because I have to do dialogue first. And I agree to kill him, and then bam, he is dead as he lunges over the table like that. Pretty funny. As then I go and finally meet with the Greybeards. They're probably annoyed that I took months to meet them here, but they don't complain. They're nice people. As then I use shouts to launch ghost figure things across the room, and then use a shout to move a lot faster. As then they are convinced that I am the Dragonborn. After that, I go down, and they send me to collect something for them, because everyone wants me to do something. As then I get trapped by this dumb puzzle. Seriously, it takes me way too long to figure it out. Even though I've done this a million times, I always get stuck by this one. I don't know what it is. Eventually, though, I learned to just run through some of them and just do the hee and fly thing, the whirlwind sprint, halfway in. As then, I'm forced to kill these giant spiders, which you think giant spiders would be extremely powerful, but I guess not. As then I find a note saying that Dolphine took what I needed. As I go and meet up with Dolphine, she explains that she's part of the Blades, an ancient organization made to hunt dragons and protect the Dragonborn. As she wants me to prove that I'm a Dragonborn, I then go and fight and kill a dragon by using tons of potions to heal myself mid-fight. As then she's convinced, she wants to send me to a party. But this party is not for fun. No. This party is for me to get information on what the Thalmor are hiding, because she believes the Thalmor are summoning the dragons again. Spoiler, they're not, but we'll get to that later. As then I go to the party, have a conversation, and get saved by the bartender. As then, there's two ways to do it. Get this guy to get handsy with the ladies, or get this drunk guy to make a commotion by giving him free drinks. So I give him another drink past his limit, and he does it for me. As then I pick up all my armor and weapons that I gave off to have here, and then I just sneak past all the guards. I try to. There's a guy at the door, so it's impossible to sneak by him, but that's alright. As then I use my Berserker Rage to kill some elves. Damn it, Berserker Rage saved me again. Thank you, Berserker Rage, thank you. As then I just murder all the elves up here. I then go down and use some sneak attacks in the dungeon to collect some information. As then I find a journal, as I find out that Esben is alive and they're hunting Esben. Esben is a member of the Blades and a wizard. As then use the bartender as a distraction while I hit these elves in the back to kill them repeatedly. It takes a long while since they see me, but eventually I am able to kill them. As then I go meet up with Dolphine, as Dolphine tells me to go meet up with Esben, as Esben is hidden in the rat ways of Riften. So I simply go into Riften, but for some reason there's a bunch of people living in the rat ways who attack you, don't know what their problem is, so I have to just sneak attack and kill them all. As I'm able to sneak attack these guys one by one and kill them, I meet a guy with fists who simply just punches me to death. Yep, he's able to punch through me and kill me with his fists. Kind of humiliating, but eventually I'm able to get a stealth kill and slit him by the throat. As then I meet up with Esben, and Esben tells me that we need to hurry because the Thalmor are on his tail. As then as soon as he says that, like magic, the Thalmor show up. As then I begin to go out and slaughter them. As I get seen, but luckily Esben is my old shield, as I use him as a shield to take up all the damage, as then I just stab the wizard in the back a million times. He takes a long time to die. I can tell that I'm in late game right now. As then killing him, I can go and talk to Esben, and Esben tells me good job, and that now we need to go clear out a temple to find an answer to defeat Alduin, which is what I do. As then we learn that the Greybeards know the shout, which means I could have asked them the whole time, and this whole temple clearing is technically useless. So I go and ask them, and then they send me to Paarthurnax, which he should know, which I have to learn to clear skies so I can clear a bunch of fog so I can go up and meet Paarthurnax. As Paarthurnax sits at the top of the mountain, as then Paarthurnax ends up being a dragon, as then he talks to me and tells me that, well, I have to go and get a scroll. I talk to one person, talk to another person, talk to another person, to go talk to another person. Yep, Skyrim is definitely something, alright. Not hating on it, though. I do love Skyrim. I may make jokes about it and complain, but that's only because I love the game. As then a dragon shows up right as I get to the town. and I try to do something to pass the test to get into College of Winterhold, but I can't do that because there's a dragon behind me, and it kills me. So I end up using a plate to glitch through the college. You're not supposed to do this, but I am not going to kill a dragon with daggers, because this dragon will not land, and it just keeps shooting fire at me and killing me. So I'm sorry, but I have to do what I gotta do. As you're able to use a plate to glitch through the door, which you can use to glitch through any door, by the way. I use that to get into the college, as then I talk to the college professor. As then he goes and gets some books on anything he can find about the Elder Scrolls. As now I have to go and clear out a dungeon simply to get a scroll. As then I go out and simply destroy the machines coming up to try to attack me. As then I even get a sneak attack on these frost troll stalker things, which are pretty annoying. Like, these things are hard to kill, so anytime I can kill them, that's a win. As then I get the scroll. I skip past most of it because I've done this a million times. There's just not much I have to say about it. As then I go and kill Gretel the Kind. As that's what I do. Now, you might be asking why? Well, it's so I can start the Dark Brotherhood quest. I don't want to complete their quest line, but there's a guy there who has the best light armor train in the game that goes all the way up to 90. And since I've been doing stealth attacks, I have been getting hit a lot. So I need to level up my light armor because I'm about to fight Alduin. As then I get drugged and wake up and forced to kill people to join the Dark Brotherhood, which I do, as now I meet the light armor master. As I tell him to train me, I steal a bunch of money from the secret chest to go to buy it. As then I use Muffled spell over and over and over again to help level me up. And I even put a bed outside so I can sleep to save. As that's what I do, as I keep doing it to level myself up over and over and over again. To try to get enough to get all the light armor levels that I need. And eventually I do it, with me being 5 out of 5 light armor protection. As then I go and level up my alteration because I need it to put into magic resistance, in which you can do by shooting lights at the top of this mountain, which is what I do. As then I was high level enough to get the best light armor in the game. So I go and meet on the docks and go off to Raven Rock. Now, there's not really much to do here. I mean, there is a whole DLC and stuff, but I'm not interested in any of that. I just want this armor and then I want to get out. So that's what I do. I read a book, which directs me to some treasure, which is guarded by bandits, but I'm able to kill the leader with that sweet double tap. Ooh, triple tap. He was pretty tough. As then I read the map and go out for my adventures. As I go and open the chest and find a helmet. As now I have to go to chest to chest to chest across the entire island and get different pieces of armor. As one by one I collect all the pieces of armor. As I am going to need these to fight Alduin. I'm going all out because this is the final battle. Well, it's not the final battle, but it's the hardest fight because the Alduin fight after this one isn't really that tough. As then I go get the Mage Stone, which will absorb magic when people attack me because dragons use magic with their attacks. As now, I think I'm ready as I read the Dragon Scroll. As then, I have a flashback to how they use the shout to defeat Alduin. All this to learn a simple shout, how to go to a person, to a person, to a person, to collect a scroll, back to a dragon. Pretty interesting. As then I try to use Orc Raids to try to do as much damage to Alduin as possible, which it works pretty well, until it doesn't. As I'm slashing, dicing, and hacking, he eventually just flaps his wings and kills me. I'd use hit and run tactics. I hit him, then I fall back to the mountains and use my heal spell to heal myself, which is what you're supposed to do in this situation. Like, I've never beat the game on legendary difficulty without having to use hit and run tactics on Alduin. Fighting him outright is just impossible. I bet there's someone in the comments like, I fight him outright all the time. I'm the legendary Skyrim player. I destroy him all the time. As then I have to use hit and run tactics over and over and over until I'm finally able to kill Alduin. As this took me about an hour, which sounds like a long time, which it is, but usually takes me much longer. As then I go and meet the Jar of Whiterun and tell them that, well, I need to trap a dragon in his palace. He calls me high, but I am able to convince him. As then I have to learn a shout to call in a dragon, which I do. As I learn the shout, I call the dragon in and trap him. After trapping the dragon, I then go off to Southerngarde, as they have a portal to the afterlife there, so I need to go to Afterlife to stop Alduin from eating the world. But before I can do that, I have to go and clear out this dungeon. Now, for this dungeon, it's not that hard. I found these gloves that do double the amount of sneak attack damage for one-armed attacks, and I already do 18 times the amount, so it like doubles 18 and goes to 30 times the damage for every sneak attack with a dagger, which is a lot. These dagger lords that used to like just prey on me, I'm able to take down in 3 hits, 3 sneak attacks, which is really good. But at the same time, you know, that's like 3 30-time damage attacks, so pretty insane that they survive all that. I then almost die, but I'm able to make it to the portal as I jump on in. After jumping into the portal, I then go to Southerngarde. I'm able to use sneak attacks to prove myself in a battle. After prove myself and telling that man to put on a shirt, I then use my clear sky shouts to clear the sky with all the other Dragonborns, as we have to clear out all the fog so we can fight Alduin. As I'm able to stab onto Alduin over and over and over again, as me and the rest of everyone else just jump him. I use spam Dragon Ground to keep him down, so I'm able to eventually kill him, proving that yes, you can beat Skyrim Legendary Survival Difficulty with only— just kidding, I died. I got you going there for a second, didn't I? This time for real though, I do end up killing him. So yeah, this challenge was pretty fun. I enjoyed it. Let me know if you have any other challenge ideas in the comments below. The dagger run was definitely hard in the beginning, almost impossible. At the beginning, I was just using the rage to get me by, but once I got the right skills, it became a lot easier. Peace out. Hello, it's been a long time since I did a Skyrim video, so why not do one now? It's time to find out, can we beat Skyrim Legendary Survival with only 2-handed weapons? For the rules of this challenge, I'm not allowed to put any skill points into stealth, and I can only do damage with 2-handed weapons. So with that being said, let's get it going. And I named myself Big Randy after, well, a favorite song of mine. And I made myself an orc for the Orc Rage, because the Orc Rage is overpowered. As then, I have Alduin save me for being executed, like in every Skyrim run. You all know how it goes, since you've all played Skyrim before. As then, I follow the Empire, because the Empire are not racist. But right now, I really don't have a 2-handed weapon. I probably should have followed the Stormcloaks, because I could have got a 2-handed weapon faster. Right now, I just had to hide and hope Hadvar killed some Stormcloaks. And it took a long time, but eventually, he was able to kill one. And I was able to grab the battle axe, which is very, very nice. Now, since I got that battle axe and some Stormcloak armor, I can actually try fighting people. And these are tutorial level people, so they're not that strong. But since I'm on Legendary, they still pose quite a big of a issue. But as long as I'm not an idiot and just stay back and know when to run, know when to hit, I can do pretty well. I even got a sick finishing move on one of those Stormcloaks. I then died to a spider, which is embarrassing. The second time, I stay on this ledge here and just hit him from above and let Hadvar do most of the work. After that, we travel through the rest of the tutorial, and I get a sick finishing move on this bear. Just look at this. Ah, yes. Now that is what I call Skyrim. After that, I turn survival mode on because, well, it's in the title of the video, and I turn the warrior stone on because I want to level up my 2-handed and heavy armor. By the way, I'm doing a heavy armor run for this because I thought it was quite fitting. I then do the secret chest glitch to get more money, and I start to build lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of nails and anything just to level up my smithing because I want great heavy armor for this challenge. But for now, we're just going to settle for some steel armor so I can test it later. As I go to Whiterun, they want me to do a quest, as the mage there is looking for a horn that may or may not exist. They sent me out to a dungeon to retrieve it, but it is filled with bandits, so me and my horse fight through the bandits. I try to get my horse to stop attacking them, but he wouldn't do that. Oh well. As then, I do a cool finishing move on a bandit and push through into the cave, and I even solve a puzzle along the way. This is Skyrim's first dungeon. The bandit part isn't that hard. It's the Draugr part I'm worried about. I then fight a spider by luring it against the doorway and attacking it, only for it to kill me. So yeah, second time I just give up doing that and just power through. Also, there's this guy who's trapped who betrays you and steals the the golden claw, which can be used to open special doors, which you need to get through the dungeon. So yeah, I just kill him right away, and he doesn't even move for some reason. I don't know if he's glitched or what, but yeah. As then I fight the Draugr, and they kill me in one hit. 1 or 2 hits, and I'm dead. Yeah, so I decided to lure him into traps. Now, I don't know what you're saying. Technically, the traps aren't two-handed weapons, but I don't feel like leveling up my guy enough to do this, and technically, the traps do not count as kills in the game, so I go with it. As I do kill some of them with two-handed, but usually I just lead them through traps like this. Yeah, that guy actually almost got to me. The arrow guys, they kind of pissed me off, but eventually I'm able to lure them into traps too, causing them to die. Boy, I love my traps. As then I use my Orc Rage to try to defeat the dungeon boss. This boss is pretty tough because he just completely humiliates and destroys me even when I'm raged up like this. By the way, if you don't know, the Orc Rage makes it so you do double damage and take half the damage you would normally. I run around, I force them into traps, and eventually I'm able to defeat the Draugr Overlord and clear out the dungeon. That was a tough fight. After beating him, I'm able to get the horn and bring it back to Whiterun. And by the way, Dolphine's watching me. She'll become important later. As then, I leave and I have to watch people Whiterun fight a dragon. I mean, I could go down and help. I do sometimes go down and do a few damage, but then I run back into the tower. Because this is legendary, and that is a freaking dragon. Luckily for me, though, the people of Whiterun seem like better dragon slayers than the actual Dragonborn, because they help me out a lot. But I do a bit of damage, and eventually kill the dragon with everyone there helping me. So yeah, thank you to the people of Whiterun. Your sacrifices are not in vain. I then learn that I am a Dragonborn by absorbing one of their souls, and I go back to Whiterun and relay the news. As they're all surprised I'm the Dragonborn. I didn't steal a bunch of gold from the secret chest. If you want to know how to do that, I'll leave a link in the description below. As then I start to craft a bunch of iron daggers because I actually want good armor and good weapons for this run because I just got destroyed in the first mission of the game. So yeah, if it was that hard, even with all the help the traps gave me, I don't want to push forward without that type of help. So I go to get ebony ore. My plan is to make some ebony armor and weapons before I can get some Daedric armor and weapons. All I need for Daedric stuff is, well, Daedric hearts, but I didn't really realize that at the time, so yeah, kind of on me, I guess. As now I go on forth, only to get killed by a dragon while I was mining for ebony ore. Because of course one shows up right where I'm trying to get that. As then I go out for my travels. After leaving the dragon and escaping, I then upgrade my armor and weapons, making me more powerful and just better off. With my armor and weapon upgraded, I am then good to go, at least for now. As then I join the Imperials. I do have a very special run to join the Stormcloaks. Don't worry, Stormcloak fans. I will join them eventually, but I hate them in the game, so I'm postponing that until I have to. I then go to clear out a fort of bandits, and I am destroyed. That's my mission to join the Empire, and it is not fun. So I decided to try leveling up my heavy armor and two-handed weaponry. Luckily, there's an orc woman at one of the strongholds, and since I'm an orc, she'll help me level up my heavy armor. And just to level up and level up two-handed, I then commit animal abuse and just start beating the crap out of my horse. Yeah, I hope reincarnation's not real and I don't get reincarnated into Skyrim, because I'm probably going to pay for all my horse crimes. That'll probably be my punishment, just be one of their horses. Anyway, I then go back to kill the bandits. I lure one off the cliff onto rocks and murder him, and the other two I just run up and use my Orc Rage. I got that Orc Rage, that Orc Rage, I got that Orc Rage. That's a reference to a song, if you guys didn't know. I then get destroyed, though, because I am on Legendary, and Legendary is, hard. But I'm able to lure them out one at a time and kill them, but it's still not that fun. So I then double down. As I had a plan. You see, I actually brought a secret weapon. Even though they kill me a bunch, I'm able to kill them because of my Orc Rage. That's right, I built a camp with a bed that allowed me to sleep for 24 hours without losing my magicka. because I'm in survival. So now I just spam the Orc Rage, which I use to kill the bandit chief. The chief stood up to me and put up one hell of a fight. He is an orc too, by the way. I had to load, save, and basically be ready at all times, but eventually I was able just to smack him upside the head and kill him with my hammer. Very, very nice. As then I move forward and use the Orc Raid to wipe out the rest of the bandits, as now I'm finally able to join the Legion since I wiped out a camp of bandits. Now I meet up with the Empire as I'm sent to do a mission with the Legate. You see, the Stormcloaks are trying to find this crown that will make Ulfric the true High King. So we cannot let them have it. So we go through there and begin to murder the Stormcloaks with the Imperials to stop them from getting that crown. The dungeon is pretty easy, not much really happens. We do have to fight a Draugr Overlord, but I've already beaten one, and this time we got the entire Imperial Legion on them, so yeah, it's pretty easy. We're just able to easily deal with them. As I dealt with them, I managed to get the crown. As now I have the crown, I then go back and bring it to General Tullius, and he tells me I do a good job. As then I go back to Whiterun, and he told me to tell Whiterun that the Stormcloaks are going to attack. But the leader of Whiterun doesn't trust me, so he gives me an axe, and I have to bring it to Ulfric Stormcloak, the leader of the rebellions. And if he gives it back, that means he's serious about attacking the town. Well, apparently he's serious, so he agrees to let the Empire help him out, and we get our forces ready. Also, there was this glitch where the general wasn't sleeping in the bed. Skyrim's good with glitches. Anyway, now we are forced to defend the city against the Stormcloaks. Yeah, it's not too hard since I have good armor and weapons now, but if enough gang up on me, they could easily kill me. So basically, I just have to take them on one at a time, pop some Orc Rage, and choose my battles carefully. Because when you're fighting close to close, no matter what level the enemies are, they'll do a lot of damage to you. So you have to be prepared on legendary difficulty. So overall, I don't really do too bad, as I'm able to defend Whiterun. After defending Whiterun, I'll meet with General Tullius, and he tells me, good job, now meet with the Legate. So that's what I do. As I talk with the Legate, she then gives me a quest. As my new task is, I need to find a Stormcloak soldier, kill him, get their plans and information, give it back to the Legate for her to tamper with it and sabotage it. So the Stormcloaks don't know our plans and will send money to people who don't need it and don't send it to people who do need it. Things like that. As then I tell the Stormcloak commander, disguised as Stormcloak, and he agrees. As then I decided to go to the college and buy some Daedric hearts because it's time I finally get the Daedric armor. And since I don't want to upgrade it and go through all that, I then decided to get some more ebony ore. So that's what I do. I go back to the Orc stronghold with the ebony ore and I go mining. As then I craft some Daedric armor. Now this is the best heavy armor in the game. I googled it, so I might be wrong, but the best heavy armor you can craft is this. Not dragon armor, which I always thought was better, but oh well. If I am wrong though, let me know in the comments below, because I would love to be corrected in a respectful way. Don't call me a bitch and all that. As then I go and clear out the Stormcloaks and a fort, because now I am told that I need to clear out a fort of Stormcloaks, and I die quite a bit because of these arrow men. I can deal with sword people because, well, I can swing pretty far and I have a pretty long range, but when it comes to people with arrows, they just destroy me, so I just have to be watchful of that. I am able to clear out the fort though eventually, as then I report back to General Tullius. As then Tullius tells me to blackmail one of the leaders of the Stormcloaks, as Riften, a mayor of their city, has some information on them, so I steal an incriminating note and show it to her. So then she gives me information. After showing her this note, she tells me that the Stormcloaks are actually hiding some supplies and gold. So we're going to go steal their supplies and gold. As I meet up with Hagvar, who was following the same caravan. As Hadvar and I, after catching up, go to put down some Stormcloaks. As with the power of the Empire and the power of PC values, we easily destroyed the race's Stormcloaks. After wiping them out, I am then told to go to a fort and clear out the Stormcloaks like I've done before. As now, I go and clear out the fort with some Imperial officers to help me out. The Stormcloaks put up one hell of a fight, but I am able to simply run around and kill people as soon as I can, then run back and let the Empire do the work for me. As then I return to General Tullius and tell him that I completed my mission. As then I am sent on to another fort, but this time I have to free a bunch of prisoners so they fight along with me. So that's exactly what I do. As I free all the prisoners, we then run outside and begin to battle the Stormcloaks in an epic battle of the century. As me and the Stormcloaks battle, they kill me quite a few times. However, I'm able to run indoors and heal whenever I get low on health, because, well, this time the prisoners die kind of fast, so I am surrounded, so they just destroy me. I am forced to rely on hit and run tactics. Run out there, kill as many as possible, then run back indoors. And eventually I'm able to clear out the fort, and I talk to General Tullius and tell him what I did. As then he sends me to the legate. I talk to him just for him to send me to someone else. Yes, that's bureaucracy, I guess. As then I am sent to clear out another fort. Yeah, a lot of the Civil War is just kind of fort quest. I really don't know what to tell you. I do get destroyed a lot, though, which is fun, I guess. As then I pop my Orc Rage to clear them out. By the way, I just want to say the Orc Rage made this run possible. I am so glad I picked an Orc. If I picked any other race, this would have been like 10 times harder. If you are doing a melee build, I highly recommend you pick an Orc. If it's 2-armed or 1-armed, it would make things way easier. As I clear out all the Stormcloaks in the base, I then met with General Tullius, as it's finally time to assault the capital and kill Ulfric, the leader of the Stormcloaks. As then, I charge in there and meet Ulfric. As I try to kill him with my men, we surround him and I simply just beat him up till he falls down. But the Stone Fist guy is way stronger. I don't know why they call him that, because he uses an axe, but it's whatever. I'm able to kill him with a finishing move. As then, I beat up Ulfric, only that won't kill him. As I'm chosen to be the one to execute him, I try, but the legate does it before me. Oh well. As then I sit on his throne, because, well, why not? Skyrim may not let me become the High King, but I can in my imagination. As now I go to Higher Hrothgar to meet up with the Greybeards, because the Greybeards have summoned the Dragonborn. So I talk to them, and they want proof that I am the Dragonborn, the man that can absorb dragon souls and learn shouts. Shouts are basically how the dragons talk, and they're basically high-class spells also. So I learned some shouts and prove once and for all that I am the Dragonborn. They then send me on a quest to get a golden horn for them, and then I die a lot because there's traps and enemies up the wazoo here. And then I even get stuck on some doors. I hate that. When you have to zoom past all those doors, I always get stuck on it every single time. Anyway, eventually I make it past, and I finally get the item I was looking for. Actually, I don't, because apparently they were stolen by Dolphine. Remember when I said she'll be important later? Well, this is where it comes in. As then I go to meet with her, she tells me a message to say, hey, go to an attic room. So I tell her that, and then we meet up in the attic room, and she reveals that she's part of a secret organization called the Blades, where only her and one other person's left, but we'll get to that later. As then she tells me to prove I'm a Dragonborn by killing a dragon, as the dragons have been coming back to life, and this is the entire fight with the dragon. As it takes a while to regenerate, I pop my Orc Rage and just start beating it. I beat it as fast as I can, with all the effort and all the power that I have. And yeah, this is it. Before it even is able to fly away, I managed to kill it. Which is lucky me, because if it flew up and I didn't have Dragon Ren, I would have been screwed. But luckily for me, I killed it, and I got a dragon soul. Heck yeah. As then I am told to go to a Falmor party, so I can learn more about them. The Falmor are our enemy, and they beat the Empire in a war before, and we believe that they're behind the dragons coming back. As I give all my stuff away to a spy so he can give it to me at the party, I then go off to the party. As I meet at the party, the spy then tells me to cause a distraction. So my plan is to get this guy to hit on this girl so everyone's distracted, and that's what I do. As then I use my shouts to move across the base and fight through. I use my Orc Rage, but sometimes that's not enough, as I get flamed to a pile of ash. As magic here just whoops my butt right now. Fire and weak level frozen spells makes it hard for me to move, and since it's legendary, it does so much damage, I just get destroyed. I even end up waiting 24 hours for another round of Orc Rage, but I'm able to kill all the Falmor, and then discover the truth that they are not behind the dragons coming back, but they know where Esben's been. Esben was the other member of the Blades that survived, so I go for Riften and end up fighting more Falmoran enemies on the way. The enemies here were tough, and they gave me quite a big challenge. That's only because it's legendary, though. It's funny that in legendary, you can have like this badass weapons and armor, and some random guy with a bow and arrow kills you. It always makes me laugh. Anyway, second time's a charm, and I managed to push through both of them. And I do a quick save, only to get killed immediately by the guy with fists. That's right, a guy managed to fist me to death. That was embarrassing. But this time, I'm able to kill him, and then I go through the rat ways of Riften, killing any Falmor I come across, because the Falmor want Esben dead. As then I meet up with Esben and tell him that I'm the Dragonborn and that we need to get out of here, and he agrees. As then me and Esben travel away from here, he then ends up telling me about, well, the Blades, the history, and a bunch of boring stuff. As then we get ambushed by the Falmor again, we are forced to fight through them. As I pop my Orc Rage to kill them, and die a few times from ice. Yeah, magic sucks, but eventually I'm able to make it through, and me and Esben have a conversation with Dolphine. Then I use my blood to open a ritual, so we can read about the past, to discover how to beat Alduin. As we go forward, we discover the only way to beat Alduin is to use Dragon Ren, which was an ancient shout used to kill him back a long time ago. Well, it didn't actually kill him, but we'll get into that later. As then, I decide to level up my enchanting so I can get some health regen in my armor. Originally, I wanted magic resistance, but you can only do that on shields, because of course you can. I didn't know that at the time, but yeah. My plan was to level up my enchanting to make myself better, so I can actually, put up a decent fight against these guys. Because I wanted a bunch of 2-arm enchantment, but to do that, I had to kill this 2-arm bandit, which just destroyed me. There's this bandit boss near Riften that has a 2-arm enchantment on his weapon that you can disenchant and enchant it on your weapon and like gauntlets and stuff like that. So that's exactly what I wanted to do because I wanted more damage. My 2-arm ability was almost leveled up to max, but I feel like it wasn't enough. I wanted to do as much damage as possible because sometimes the best defense is a good offense. So after popping the Orc Rage, I was able to kill him, and then I got the gauntlets that gave me 2-arm damage, which is very nice. As then, I was able to enchant my armor to make myself even more powerful, as the power would make me greatly better off at dealing with things, as I wanted to regen stamina and health so I can get the Atronach attribute and not worry about having my magic come back, because I only use magic to heal myself, because I can't do any damage with it or summon anything. So after upgrading my armor, I then go to the Greybeards as they test my strength ability by shouting in my ear with shouts. I was able to withstand that though, as then I meet up with them and tell them I need to learn Dragon Ren. So they send me on a journey to meet Parthenax. Parthenax apparently is this dragon that lives on the mountaintops that they kept a secret from everyone because, well, people normally don't like dragons. But to go there, I had to fight through many enemies, and I managed to even kill a frost troll with my Orc Rage and my heavy armor and 2-arm enchantments. This took a long time to get to this point, but I've never been able to kill a frost troll like that before on Legendary. So being able to kill it like that really made me happy. Like, I was smiling throughout my teeth. As then I meet with Parthenax, and he tells me he doesn't know the shout, but the people of the College of Magic might know. So then I go to the Atronach Stone, which makes it so there's a 50% chance I'll absorb a magic attack and it won't do damage, but I regenerate magic 50% slower. After that, I then go to the college and talk to the people as I learn where the Elder Scroll is. I'm going to need an Elder Scroll to find out what the shout is so I can defeat Alduin. As then I go to this crazy guy who tells me where it is, because I knew he knew where it is. A lot of this quest is just back and forth until I finally get to the hard-ass dungeon, which I did. Now I'm a little nervous, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm able to push through it pretty well. I'm a little confident because I have everything upgraded, but I still die when I get cocky like that. But I am able to kill the enemies pretty well, but if they gang up on me, I have quite a big of a challenge. I then use the Eternal Shout to jump down the end of the thing. By the way, Become Eternal is the best shout in Skyrim. It makes it so no one can hit you and you can jump off the highest ledges. but as soon as you hit someone, it doesn't work anymore. As then I get jumped by a bunch of frost trolls, and they kill me again. Not too fun, not gonna lie, but eventually I am able to beat them back to a bloody pulp, but it takes many, many, many deaths. I don't know why these guys are so tough. They're tiny, they have weak little arms, but they do so much damage. I have no idea why. But I am able to just push them down and kill them. I even come up through with magic, and even though 50% of their attacks don't hit, the 50 that do hit slow me down, so it's hard. But eventually, I managed to get the Elder Scroll. And with the Elder Scroll, I can now build a campfire. My plan is to build a campsite on top of the mountain so I can warm myself up, because since it's survival, I'm going to be freezing to death and fighting a big-ass dragon that can kill me in few hits, so it's not going to be fun. But Alduin then starts to go to the mountain. As I use the Elder Scrolls to see back in the past how I defeated Alduin. Apparently, Dragonrend didn't kill him, it just sent him forward in time. But Dragonrend makes it so a dragon has to land on the ground, and it weakens them. So now I'm forced to use Dragonrend to kill Alduin, but it's not possible. He is just way too strong. And every time he lands, I manage to get a bunch of good hits, but he just destroys me afterward. So I have to land down, use the Dragonrend on him, do as much damage to him as possible, then run away and hope I heal enough. So that's what I do. I simply use Dragonrend, beat him up, and then run away before he can hit me. It takes many, many tries. I think I was at this for about an hour of just beating him up and running away and hoping I don't die. I did use the Become Eternal Shadow Lot to help me, but when I did that, I couldn't use Dragonrend again, so he was able to fly away sooner. So it's kind of like a thing there. I even managed to run to the campfire a couple times to warm up. So yeah, freezing to death while fighting a giant dragon. Not too fun, I'm not gonna lie. This fight pisses me off more than anything. As then I beat Alduin down to a bloody pulp and running away. As eventually I'm able to defeat him, and I think I beat it. I think I defeated Alduin, but guess what? His little meteor thing hits me in the head, and I die, because he drops flaming meteors. Isn't that good? Isn't that such a good thing in the game? And then that happens again, twice. He kills me with his flaming meteors. Why is that in the game? Who programmed that stupid thing? It should stop as soon as he's defeated. Why? Why? Who put that in the damn game? Anyway, sorry I got a little heated. I then talked to Paarthurnax after beating Alduin. I wasn't able to kill him, but he's going to hire Hrothgar, the afterlife. So to do that, too, I have to capture a dragon. But to capture a dragon, I have to learn a shout to call the dragon. And to do that, I go to the Blades. They tell me the shout. So now I'm able to go to Whiterun, where we can work together and capture the dragon so he can bring me to hire Hrothgar. So I use a shout to call the dragon's name. The dragon comes in, and I'm able to capture it. Hip, 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 hip. Hooray! I captured a dragon today. As in the dragon's captured, I then ride him off into the sunset. As I have to go to this dungeon and clear things out so I can go into the afterlife by going through a portal. As then I use my shout Become Eternal to run past the 3 dragons outside, I then have to fight the skeletons inside. The enemies here are quite challenging, so I wait 24 hours to get the rage buff. Now, if this wasn't survival, I could wait 24 hours after each fight, and this could be easy with the orc rage, but I can't really do that. That's why survival is also cool, because it makes it so you can't use your special ability as much. Because if you just spam 24 hours, you will become so tired and die. Anyway, though, I then use shouts to cheat through puzzles, because, well, I don't have time doing puzzles while things are chasing after me. I then use the orc rage to clear out some more enemies. But I should have saved the orc rage, because there's this very strong boss I need to kill to get through this door. However, I had an idea. My plan? Hit and run tactics. The enemy is kind of weird, so I would hit him and then run to the side, and we would play Ring Around the Rosie. And I did this until I was able to kill him, as I got this sweet finishing move on him. Oh yeah. As then I jump through the portal and enter the afterlife. The afterlife of all Nords of Skyrim. I then meet Ulfric Stormcloak, because I killed him, which I didn't know you can find him here, so kudos to me. I'm still learning about a game I beat like at least 10 times. As then I move through, I have to prove I'm worthy to enter the place where all the Dragonborns are. Because if I'm not a strong enough fighter, I'm not worthy. So this guy just kills me. If I die here, do I just come back because it's the afterlife? Or how does that work exactly? If you guys know, let me know in the comments. But anyway, this guy kills me a lot. Like, a freaking lot. He's stronger than the second Alduin fight. Because he just obliterates me. I have to use my Become Eternal shout and every time I hit him. But eventually I'm able to prove I'm worthy and enter the hall. As then we all talk about how to defeat Alduin, a couple of old Dragonborns agree to join me, as we're all going to use the Dragon Rend shout together, and hopefully this will be strong enough to defeat him. As we use the Clear Shy Scout to clear the skies so we can see him, as then we all join together and fight Alduin as we jump him. Yeah, the second fight is always kind of anticlimactic because he's focused on a lot of other Dragonborns, so he doesn't put his full attention on you. I do die once because I was kind of dumb and got too close to him, but the other time I just slack him in the tail until he dies, and I win, proving once and for all that you can beat Skyrim Legendary Survival with only two-handed weapons. These fighting style ones are probably my favorite ones to do. They're not hard, but it's just a different play style I normally don't do, so it lets me try to think and play like I would differently. Anyway, that's where I leave things off. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share with all your friends. And let me know what video ideas you have in the future, and what games you want me to play. I could do Halo challenges, for example. I can't wait to see what you guys suggest. Skyrim is a game with many different ways to attack people, but what if you didn't want to attack anyone at all? What if you wanted to summon people to do the work for you? Can you beat Skyrim with only summons? Now, for my race, I chose Dark Elf. For my name, I chose Revive because, well, originally this was supposed to be an Exorcist game, but I gave up on that challenge. Right before I died, I was saved by Alduin. Ironically, saved by the one dragon I was supposed to kill. How about that? Then I followed the Empire out because, well, the Stormcloaks hate lizard people, and I like sexy lizard mamas, so I guess we're just not gonna be friends. After that, since I couldn't really revive anyone or summon people, I had to hide behind and let the Empire do all the work. And by the Empire, I mean the one Imperial soldier. After running past the tutorial, I then went to the Ritual Stone, which makes it so any dead people around me suddenly become undead and technically count as a summon, which I am going to need before I can unlock any summon spells, which I would need later on in the game. So, after that, I sold as many things as I possibly could to afford some summon spells. Now, summons are part of the conjuration tree. So, after selling everything I could, I bought a zombie book and remained corpse book. Even though I had the ritual stone, I figured being able to summon zombies on my own would still be important. After that, I talked to the Jarl, as it was time for my first quest for the main story. I managed to summon a few undead with the ritual stone, but I didn't really know how well this would go. Luckily for me, they did well enough. They were extremely weak though, but there's power in numbers, so all I had to do was stay back and get enough dead people to do the work for me. And luckily for me, they were able to defeat the Frost Spider. So, I was one step closer to completing the main mission. So after that, I got the Golden Claw, stole all these things off this dead guy, and revived him so he can work for me. Yes, you will work for me, even in death. I am your overlord. After that, I just kind of ran away because all my summons were kind of dead, and I didn't really need any help, until I got to the final boss. Now, for this guy, he absolutely destroyed the undead I had at my disposal. I managed to revive a few undead, but he just destroyed them. The Ritual Stone had nothing on him. So, what I did was, I lured him into a trap, and killed him. I actually got kind of nervous because he just stood there and looked at me and didn't even run in for a couple minutes. So I thought, was he smart enough not to? Apparently not. Unlock Summoner, which makes summoning things way cheaper, which will definitely come in handy. Now it's time for the first dragon fight right outside of Windhelm. And yeah, this went okay. All I could really do was summon things and hide. The guards did most of the work, I am not going to lie. My weak summon didn't do a lot of damage, but eventually it did die. After the dragon was defeated, I stole all its stuff to sell because I needed stronger summoning spells. After that, I tested out a glitch. You see, there is an exploit where if you spam Soul Trap on a body, you can get your conjuration up. And with this conjuration, I was able to get stronger anchors, like the Flame Anchor. Now, it was time for me to join the Empire. Now, I wanted to make this video longer, And I consider the Civil War quest a part of the main story, even if the game doesn't, because, well, it's literally the Civil War of Skyrim. I also wanted to test my flame anchor, so I went off to clear a bandit camp and worked out well, and General Tollus let me into the Empire. After that, it was time to serve the Empire even more, and use my flame anchor. However, I was jumped by cultists, but the cultists weren't that smart because they jumped me in a city full of people. So yeah, they were easily killed. However, this was actually very lucky because their clothes made magic regenerate 75% faster, which helped me out tremendously during this run, and I wore it almost all the way to the end. After that, I met up with Hadvar, as it was time for me to stop the Stormcloaks from getting a special crown. And the Empire did not help me at all, because they were bugged and wouldn't move, so I had to take them out myself. Luckily, this flame anchor did a lot of damage. Early on, the flame anchor is really good, but later on, it becomes a weak piece of trash. But for right now, it is my main source of damage. Luckily, the Empire soldiers did debugged, and they followed me in to help slaughter out some undead. And yeah, after that, I went back to General Talos, and he told me what to do. So I went to Whiterun, and it was time to defend Whiterun, because the dirty Stormcloaks want to take it over. And technically I could just stop here and then go back to the main mission, because I won't need the truce after this, but I wanted to finish the quest anyway for some XP and to test out my conjuration. So we're going to do more after the defense of Whiterun. The Stormcloaks tried to charge in, but I decided to jump in from the side. My plan was to let the Flame Anchor flank them. As I hid behind, and anytime it died, I would simply summon another one. And yeah, this actually worked out pretty well. Of course, these quests weren't supposed to be hard. Even so, I was impressed with how well my Flame Anchors can do. As then it was time for the next quest. So, it was time for me to sabotage the Stormcloaks' plans by killing the guy with the plans and then giving it to the general. And yeah, the guy put up somewhat of a fight, but he was no match for my flame anchor. After that, I went to the general. He was like, "Why aren't you wearing your armor?" I'm like, "I'm in incognito." And he said, "That's brilliant, have a drink." After that, it was time to attack a fort owned by the Stormcloaks. So obviously, this is going to be a very hard quest. Just kidding. I did destroy an entire army of them. Granted, I don't have an army backing me up, but all I had to do was stay away and make sure they couldn't really get to me. Then I just spam Fire Anchor. After that, I then got better conjurations because, well, that is the point of this entire challenge, is it not? Then I stole something to blackmail Jarl, you know, just normal Imperial stuff. And they told me where the Stormcloaks were keeping a bunch of valuables. So I met with Hadvar and we were going to rob the Stormcloaks. And it was finally time for me to test out my Frost Anchor, which did pretty well. The Frost Anchor is the second best anchor, only below the Storm Anchor, and is a very solid one, but it doesn't really do well against frost enemies and things like that, and can get overwhelmed. But other than that, it is definitely a solid anchor. And don't worry, I will get the Storm Anchor later, but for right now, I don't have enough magic, so the Frost Anchor is all I got. Don't worry. It easily takes care of Stormcloak scum, and I was even able to free a few hostages with my lockpick, which is nice. As I freed them, they told me good job, and then I let them out to help me in the fight. The fight got somewhat difficult when they surrounded me, but as soon as I was able to create distance between us, I was easily able to take care of them. After all, my Frost Anchor did take up a lot of the damage. However, there was one big problem. When I ran out of magic, I couldn't summon an anchor. But even though I had this problem, I was able to take them down. Next, it was time for me to go to another fort and take down more Stormcloaks. Luckily, this was the last fort quest, and since I already knew what I was doing from the last quest, I was way more prepared, as I was way less risky. Now it was finally time to kill Ulfric and bring order back to the Empire, as my Frost Anchors easily took care of the Stormcloaks and whatever they had. Not to mention that the Empire Imperial Guards were pretty strong. Eventually, we made it in, and the Stormcloaks were no match for my anchors. After defeating him, he asked me to kill him, but I said no, because that's against the challenge, and I let General Talos do it for me instead. Long live the Empire, but he just kind of walked into him for some reason, didn't do anything. Until eventually he killed him. I don't know if it was bugged or what, but that was the longest amount of time I had to wait for him to kill him. But no time to think about that. Now it was time to go back to the main quest, as I would see how well Frostangers would do. And the Frostangers didn't do too well against these magicians because, well, they were somewhat resistant to Frost. But since they were low level, he was able to take them out, and I was able to use the Ritual Stone to get these magicians on my side. But I got a note saying that someone else already took Dragonhorn, so it was time for me to meet the Blades, as I talked to Delphine, and Delphine told me about a secret room. After that, we went out and fought the dragon. Now, this dragon was somewhat tricky because I wasn't able to kill it before it was revived because, well, it takes a while to summon anchors, but my Frost Anchor was eventually able to do the deed and kill the dragon, even though it did take some time. And by time, I mean lots of time, because dragons like to do this thing called fly away. Whenever the dragon flew, though, I did summon a Flame Anchor. I would wait for it to fly, summon a Flame Anchor, and whenever it landed, I summoned a Frost Anchor, because Frost Anchors did more damage, but Flame Anchors had more range. So after doing this anchor trick over and over again, eventually the dragon died, I absorbed its soul, and I proved that I was the Dragonborn once again. Now, it was time. Then got the ingredients for a Storm Anchor. If you want to know how to summon them, I'll leave a link in the video below, because I found a helpful tutorial how to get it, and it was very useful. Now it was time for me to join a Falmor party, so I could sneak in and discover what they know about the dragon. Spoiler alert, they don't know much. As I was sneaking in, I was greeted with beer and food, you know, my favorite things. But as I snuck in, I got caught, so it was time for me to summon my Storm Anchor and have them fight. And the Storm Anchor whooped butt. This is the second best summon in the game, so it worked out very well. And why didn't I get the first best summon in the game? Didn't have enough magic, then I forgot about it and never used it throughout this challenge. Womp womp womp, I know. But anyway, the Storm Anchor was definitely more than enough. Some of the wizards did have some resistance to electricity, so they were a pain. But after they were defeated, I was able to use the Ritual Stone, and they joined my forces. So with my undead army and the Storm Anchor, we easily made it in, and even freed a prisoner. And for once, this guy did not die. Hip hip hooray, I'm a hero. After that, I went back, and I talked to Brainwolf, and he told me where to find the old man, who I was supposed to find. And yeah, the Storm Anchors clearly cleared out anything that was in my way. We did bump into a few problems because the corridors were pretty cramped and the Storm Anchors would sometimes glitch and get stuck. But anytime that didn't happen, we were all good. As I was able to find Esben, the last blade. That and the woman no one likes. That she's not even good enough for me to name her name. As then I watched my Storm Anchor easily clear out some fodder, ran away, and yeah, pretty easy dungeon honestly. I did get stuck sometimes, but anytime it was a challenge is because I didn't know where the heck I'm going, because I have the direction skills of a 5-year-old on something. Yeah, I get lost in every Skyrim and Fallout game, not gonna lie. Anyway, then I used my blood to open something, you know, some cult stuff, and then I went to the Temple of Heaven to try to find out a way to defeat Olwyn. As then after that, I decided to use Soul Trap on a dead body to get up my conjuration so I can get to 100. Because if you get to 100, you can sum up 2 conjurations. And eventually, I did manage to get to 100. So I was going to be able to summon 2 anchors, which means I was going to be able to summon 2 Storm Anchors. Some of the most powerful summons in the entire game. So, you know, that's nice. So, yep, I leveled it up, got Twin Souls, and I was pretty much set for the rest of the challenge. After that, I met with the Greybeards. After that, I learned a shout that can clear out the sky, so I can meet with my new master, to learn how to defeat Alduin once and for all. And yeah, learning with the Greybeards wasn't that difficult. Eventually, I asked to know about this shout, and he said, you're gonna have to go up the mountain. And I was like, oh, okay, sounds easy enough. Yeah, I don't really why I kept all that in, honestly. I could have just cut to the part where I cleared out the clouds, but, you know, you live and you learn. So after clearing out the clouds, I then met with Parthenax, who is a dragon, who the Blades always ask me to kill, but I never do, because Parthenax is such a cool character. Why would you ever kill him? I mean, look at this thing. Look at this beast. That's just awesome. After that, I went to the College of Windhelm, not to learn a spell, however, but to get to the Elder Scroll. Then, I went off to find this crazy wizard who ran away, and then went off into the dungeon. Right, some dwarf spiders. Now, these spiders were actually really easy. They did barely any damage to me. All I had to do was run away and let my anchor deal with them, like the whole point of the challenge. Now, going on into the dungeon, things did get a bit harder, but my anchors really did distract them, so I was easily able to get the Dragon Scroll. With the Dragon Scroll in my hand, I then went to see the past and see how they defeated Alduin. After looking through the past like I'm Samurai Jack, if you got that reference, we're automatically best friends. If not, then leave my channel. Just kidding, please don't leave. I then knew how to do it. As conveniently as that, Alduin showed up, so I used my spell to force him to the ground. And anytime he was forced to the ground, I would just summon my anchors. Yeah, I wish I didn't have to use shouts, but sadly I did for part of the story, so I would just use my shouts to force Alduin to the ground, and then I would summon my anchors, and then they would blast him with electricity to try to kill him. And eventually I was able to defeat him, and he was forced to leave. Because I am the man. Oh yeah. With Alduin defeated, I then trapped a dragon, and he told me where he was heading, and he was going into the afterlife, and I was going to have to go to the land of the dead. So I rode a dragon, didn't have to show that part, but I thought that part was epic, so I showed it anyway, have no regrets. On the way, I ran into a few dragons, but it was extremely easy. I used the same trick on Alduin, and since the trap shout doesn't do any damage, it just forced him to the ground, I decided to allow it. And yeah, he was easily defeated almost instantaneously. Revive, don't mess around. Afterwards, I did have a bit of a problem with this, but yeah. Sadly, I wanted to record this fight, but I forgot to, so whoops. So anyway, I got the staff. And then I went into the portal, and it was time to fight Alduin, the final battle, once and for all. But before I could do that, I had to prove that I was worthy, so I fought this giant half-naked man by summoning anchors that shot electricity at him. Who wins? Naked man with a hammer, or giant boulders that shoot electricity? Apparently, the boulders win, and he decided to let me in. After being let in, it was time for my final battle with Alduin, which went the exact same. Spoiler alert, you have to do the final blow, so after he was defeated, I did have to punch him, meaning technically you can't really beat the game this way. But you don't really gain his soul, so you could say you never really killed him. So, maybe you can, I don't know. Either way, this was a very fun challenge, and my anchors were able to do all the damage, I just had to punch him off screen. After that, Alduin was defeated, and I beat Skyrim with only summons, except for the last part. Proven, can you beat Skyrim with only summons? Yes and no. Hope you enjoyed this video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and share it with your friends. And have a good day. Peace out.